The August 3rd, 2016 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being excuse me, I have a cold, but I also have a cough drop, and I will keep this to a minimum. These proceedings are being recorded as well as presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for hearing impaired viewers. Please note customers of CenturyLink may view this program in high definition on channel 1002, and some customers of Cox Communication who do not have a cable box may view this meeting on digital channel 69.9. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, may be viewed on the internet at www.lasvegasnevada.gov. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m., also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 5 p.m. This building is protected by state-of-the-art fire detection and suppression sprinkler systems. If alarms should activate during today's meeting, please evacuate using the exit back of the chambers out to the mezzanine. Proceed out the double doors to the terrace and down the back staircase. For anyone who has difficulty with stairs, please check with our marshals or fire officials for assistance. Once outside, assemble on the northeast corner across the street from City Hall at Lewis and First. Employees wearing safety vests or city marshals will inform you when it's safe to re-enter the building. For public comment related items on the agenda, citizen participation, and public hearing items, we have available a speaker card, which you may complete and submit to the city clerk up front. Cards are available online in the clerk's office or the rear of these chambers. If you do not submit a card, it does not prevent you from speaking under public comment, citizen participation, or other specified public hearing items. If anyone's present today who has need for hearing impaired equipment, please come forward and see our city clerk staff. And if you parked in the parking garage across the street, please be sure to have your ticket validated by security officers when exiting. Before we proceed with the agenda this morning, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by our wonderful Reverend Mary Breadlow, Grace in the Desert Episcopal Church, and remain standing for our Pledge of Allegiance. Good morning.
Let us pray. Kind and loving God, giver of peace and healer of souls, I ask you this morning to lay your hand on our shoulders if you see we are about to demean others, to treat others as less than, to lower ourselves to demeaning gestures or name-calling. Calm our edginess in governing, in living a respectful way which fully says that we honor all lives, not just some lives. Harvest the weeds of meanness in our daily speech and fill our lives with a nurturing spirit so that we don't hamper nor kill growth in ourselves, in others, in our nation. Above all, strengthen in each of us a strong resolve to listen deeply to those we live with, to those we serve in our leadership roles, to those who share our beliefs, and equally to those who hold different beliefs than our own. Temper our loud thoughts and words which hurt others. Imbue in each one of us the resolve to listen, to listen, to listen. Inspire us to forgive those past hurts we sometimes carry around like a ball and chain. Bless us with a right and just way of living all the days of our lives. Amen. To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That was so meaningful, and I hope everyone takes it to heart. We will now proceed on with our ceremonials.
Looks up and says, "Yeah, what about me? I'm going deaf. This is sitting in front of
Okay. As soon as the boss sits down, we'll go on. Well, it's only because he made fun of our you two go at it. Well, that's what always the moms all do. For our first item this morning, it's my pleasure to honor our Citizen of the Month. Normally, of course, we pick a great citizen who's made our community a better place in which to live. But today, so importantly, I want to recognize a group of our citizens who do a very important job for our city. In fact, perhaps singularly the most important job for us all. My highest priority and that of our City Council has been and will continue to be public safety. We know that without the assurances of sustaining a safe city, we cannot thrive, nor can we possibly survive or provide other services and amenities that make Las Vegas such an exciting, diverse, and vibrant community. So today, the City Council and I are very proud to recognize our local law enforcement officers as our Citizens of the Month. We have some special people here today who are representing these men and women of law enforcement, and I'd like to have them join us. First, we have Deputy Chief Tim Schattler of the city's Department of Public Safety. I'll give you an elbow. Okay, an elbow. Next, we have Major Tom Jackson of Nevada Highway Patrol. How are you? I think I already gave it to you, didn't I? He's got the germs. And I know this fellow already has the germs for sure. And of course, we have our wonderful Sheriff Joe Lombardo representing the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
And Captain Andy Walsh from Downtown Area Command.
He's our man. Thank you. What a great job he's been doing. I know we have representative also from the Clark County School District. We thank that law enforcement piece of the school district that's also helping. But this morning, it's these departments that we are really about. Without equivocation, the officers, marshals, and troopers in our community are the best that's to be had. Absolutely. You know, it's amazing. They're just people like us. They get up every morning and hopefully brush their teeth and do everything we do. They have families. They have responsibilities, obligations, persons with whom they're connected, families they love. And well, we absolutely know that that is unbelievable. Every morning they get up and do risk their lives, all of them. Too, like us, they are living, breathing souls who work and live in our community. Many with children in our schools, friends and families who they have chosen to protect as their life's work. Despite the fact that they are not funded at the level we at the city would like to see, the officers these gentlemen represent are out there protecting each of us, not 10 hours or 8 hours a day, but 24/7, so we can do whatever it is we choose every day of our lives anywhere we exist. We've all been witness to the most horrendous and senseless acts of violence that have become all too regular in this country and around the world. Our public servants, these wonderful members of law enforcement, understand that. And I am so proud of the efforts that have been made to bridge the gaps in our communities, the gap between law enforcement and the public that they protect and of which they are equally a part. Community involvement by our policing individuals on a daily basis have let our citizens get to know our individual officers personally. And the comfort level that has resulted by these interactions with our residents has been more than gratifying and more than instrumental for the leadership of how we conduct our lives here in Las Vegas. That law enforcement works with our faith leaders, our social service representatives, our public and private entities. It continues to show both the genuineness of caring and the enormous leadership that this group of individuals demonstrate every single day in all that they do. So, along with you and all of you who are fortunate to see these wonderful men who are representing the men and women in law enforcement in our community, I want to thank law enforcement organizations for reaching out so instrumentally into our community. And I have a proclamation to present to each of you on behalf of your departments, and I would like to read one. And Mayor Pro Tem, you have the others? Good. Okay. From the Office of the Mayor and for the City Council. Whereas the City of Las Vegas and the City Council's top priority is public safety and the well-being of all residents and visitors. And whereas every day the men and women of law enforcement protect and serve in a professional and expedient manner while respecting and working with the community. And whereas the public servants in the greater Las Vegas area have implemented policies, not are going to implement, have implemented policies and programs that have done much to foster an atmosphere of open communication, collaboration, trust, and service to all. And whereas our local law enforcement officials' efforts should serve as the shining example for other agencies throughout the country to emulate in working within communities they serve, now therefore I, the Mayor of the City of Las Vegas, County of Clark, State of Nevada, hereby proudly proclaim the month of August 2016 and every month thereafter in perpetuity. Well, long after we're all gone, so it should stay. Law Enforcement Appreciation Month in the City of Las Vegas, asking all citizens to join me in recognizing and thanking the dedicated and devoted men and women of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, the Las Vegas City Marshals, and the Nevada Highway Patrol for tireless and selfless service to our community. And we thank you, we thank you, we thank you. And we will start in the order. You're going to go first because I called you up here first. And your city family, too.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate this recognition. The mayor couldn't really have said it better. I think we all got into this profession because we care about our community and we care about serving it and protecting and keeping people safe. You know, from the men and women at the City of Las Vegas Department of Public Safety, we thank you for this recognition and the support of the council and the manager's office. We couldn't do what we do without your guys' support, so thank you.
Thank you so much. We love you, actually. Okay, out there on the roads where nobody could get around today. I mean, everybody was stuck in every direction.
I don't know who's in charge of the freeway, but they should do a better job.
It's yours.
Yeah, Mayor, I'm humbled, but you said it. This isn't for me. This is for the men and women who are doing the job every day. And my job is just to make sure they have the things they need and give them some guidance and help them along the way. So thank you so much, but I accept it for them.
Okay, thank you so much. And hopefully you're going to help us be better citizens and train us in how we can be more responsive, aside from cutting down on speeding and the things we know that we do that we shouldn't be doing. I don't ever speed, though. Sheriff.
Madam Mayor. So, Tom, I think she drives a blue Mercedes. Or is it a black Mercedes?
I'm not giving it up. Nothing.
Okay, white Mercedes. Oh, he gave it up.
Did I protect him last night from you? I did.
Yeah, so.
Take him on.
No, actually, I just in the echo the words of my compadres there. I do appreciate all the men and women of the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department and their efforts, and I'm happy to stand up here before everybody and accept the award on their behalf. It's not about me; it's actually about them, and they're the ones that make the effort to make us a great police department and a great representative of the city of Las Vegas. So I appreciate that, and all the council folks. And I'll just repeat the words of the deacon, all lives matter, and it's very important, and especially to echo your speech that you gave last night at Desert Shores, all lives matter, and it's important for the community to get engaged and help us in that effort. Without that help, we're just floundering around just like everybody else. So thank you very much on behalf of LVMPD and the Las Vegas community. Thank you for your recognition. Thank you.
We're so honored to have you. And we do hope you will be continuing to convene groups so that we can do a better job of communicating to law enforcement how we can better serve, because it really belongs with us. You can't do it all, and we know it, and we know how we have to be the ones that are really, we're the people that are out there every minute or have problems at home and know when somebody's really needs to get some help and what we need to do with that. So hopefully there's going to be coming in the future more of your gatherings and community involvement.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
very much.
All right, downtown.
Oh, you're going to make me speak. Oh, we're gonna have to speak.
I didn't think I was going to have to speak
no,
at the
no,
sheriff.
No. You've cleaned us up so nicely.
Well, I've had a lot of help. I have a lot of good men and women that work for me, and I have obviously the support of you, the mayor, and the city council. But the deacon said something else that I thought was really important, and that's listen. And I think in these times there are people that are very critical of law enforcement, but there are people that are very supportive. But we need to listen to the critics, and I think if we do, we can't always do everything everybody wants. But if we're all sitting at the same table, we can make progress, and we could all see each other for who we are. And you touched on it as, we're all parents, we're all brothers, we're all sisters, we're all tied to this community in one way or another, and it's the job of me and my officers to keep it safe for everybody. So I appreciate the recognition. Thank you.
And we're so grateful. Thank you so much. Just beautiful. Did anybody, any comment extra? Oh, we have a sign. This is the first. So please come, let's get a picture by the sign.
Oh, that's cool.
All of it. So you get in closer if you would. Come right in there. Perfect.
Barlow? You should have.
He's flying in. He's coming in.
Where'd he go?
Now Shane in pink is our videographer. Great. Thank you. We're so proud. Thank you.
You got white sidewalk, man.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Isn't that sort of neat?
Very nice.
Yeah, all right. Okay. Boy, are we lucky we live here with these men and women who do this every day. You look around the country, the lines of communication, as you said, Reverend, it is listening, but it's also opening your mouth and communicating. And I think that fails in so many other areas and communities. They don't talk to each other. And our law enforcement's out there with our faith initiative, as you know, because you've been part of that since its initiation. So this really, we really need to always know it's up to each one of us to make this even better. And it's not somebody else's job. It's each one of our jobs to do this. And tell our children the same thing. It's up to you to be a better citizen and take responsibility for your friends. And if you have a friend that is not really acting properly and it needs to have an adult intervention, they need to be assured that they're not going to be criticized, they're not going to be punished for anything. They need to know this is good citizenship, and that's what we're all about. So thank you anyway for all, again, for the work of your departments and all you've done to make our community that much safer. I'd like to give you each an opportunity. Good work, Goodman, here. For our next item, that's where I thought I was. I want to celebrate a team of employees who have done an amazing job for the city. I'd like to ask the Director of Public Works, wonderful David Bowers, who takes care of our earthquake evaluations and everything else that he does, to join us for the presentation. Good morning. Life well? Good. Our employees strive to meet our values of action, which you know stands for achievement, creativity, teamwork, integrity, and ownership now. They build our community to make life better. For this item, while we're talking about public safety, this is a nice transition because there are so many ways that the city works to keep our residents and visitors safe. From our police officers to keeping our streets and parks safe, as well, believe it or not, our water pollution control facility is increasingly significant. Our employees work in this area ensuring that our water is clean and properly treated before it's returned to Lake Mead, which is our main water supply. This is critical, so it is no wonder that this group has won numerous awards, including the National Association of Clean Water Agencies Platinum Award for Peak Performance. Today we have a special team that has recently completed a facility plan and stress testing at the newly upgraded plant. This is key because when we upgrade at the plant, we want to make sure the capacity levels are tested and that we are correctly planning for our city's future water needs. This meticulous process takes about 6 months, and the team that did this work is here with us today. And as I call your names, please join us up front here. And then we're going to hear from Mr. Bowers, and then maybe all of you or one of you will let him decide that. So please join us. Dawn Boyer, Bruce Dacko, Wendy Ellis, Nayeli Herrera, Alex Yank, Marilee Murrell, Saisuda Sedan, John Rutherford, Deborah Sarmiento, Scott Schiefer, close, and Martin Lipschitz. So let's give this wonderful group a fabulous round of applause, thanking them all for the great job you've done for our city. This group was recently honored at a surprise ceremony where each received certificates of appreciation, but we also want to recognize this wonderful group here at City Council. So, Mr. Bowers, if you would, we thank you all, and I have good luck mayor chips for you, and I'm not contagious. You might think so. The hand's warm, no fever, but I want to make sure I shake your hands, and thank you, and Mr. Bowers.
Thank you, Mayor. It's really a pleasure to be up here to recognize this team of the quarter. ACTION, as you know, is an acronym that spells out our core values for the city. And really what's happened here, we're talking about the first one's achievement. And what they've done is they've gotten us through a major plant stress test, which really indicates what the capabilities are of a wastewater treatment plant. And what it requires is a significant amount of testing to test the limits, you know. So they keep on adding more water to different types of facilities that are out there, and they check to see if the plant's capable of supporting that load. So it's a big thing for the city. It can save us millions of dollars in future plant expansions if we know those capabilities. So with that, you know, the achievement factor is the task included sampling, filtering, analysis, cleaning, validating, and reporting data. And as I mentioned, you know, it's saved us millions of dollars in the results. The creativity, due to timing conflicts, the timing the team volunteered to start sampling at 5 a.m. in order to finish at 4 a.m. the next day before the construction contractor started modifying the treatment system. So they were modifying as they go. Did a lot of flexibility into them. The teamwork, the stress test required that the lab to determine the water quality for 4 different phases lasting 1 to 2 months. During each phase, a special sampling added over 900 tests with over 300 analyzed within 48 hours on top of the routine permit required daily test. So it was really a giant effort. Integrity, they're a Nevada State certified laboratory, which speaks volumes. And the most recent audit by NDEP, the Nevada Division of Environmental Protection, the auditors raved about how pleased they were with the quality of the lab staff. Ownership, the team members thought ahead to predict and plan to ensure success. They worked diligently, continuing to analyze samples, and all results were acceptable. All team members focused on the end result, not only finishing the task assigned, but helping each other for those who needed assistance. And now, high-intensity testing with many tests required immediate attention with no delays or errors. So with that, I also want to thank Laura Giuliano. She recommended the team for the team of the quarter, and she's a lab manager, so she's obviously a big part of this. And of course, David as well is a big piece of this. He's the plant manager. So David Mendenhall, thank you very much. Right. Oh, that's true. That's true.
Okay. We congratulate you. Councilman Coffin, who wears multi-hats, really wanted to add some comments, too.
I do. Thank you, Your Honor. Dave, and Mr. Mendenhall's out there, too. I don't know if he's coming up, but more importantly, the team that's here. I've spent a few days at the sewer plant. I know in the days of the honeymooners, for all of us old-timers, when Jackie Gleason and Art Carney played the honeymooners, and Art worked in the sewer plant, and he was always looking a little bedraggled. Well, those were the old days, and nowadays it is a scientific institution. And you know, when you think about it, when you turn on the tap, I hope somebody watching this goes and gags somewhere, because you have to know that what you've been drinking is used water, and much of it. And it is because I drink Lake Mead water, and I have a lemon put in it too, because it's important that you understand that in the desert, we are living off an allocation of water that's shared with 7 other states and 6 other states. So we have to minimize our use. So we use water over and over again. And believe it or not, when you go, if you were to take the time, and I'd be happy to lead a tour, to the water pollution control, whatever you call it, water pollution control plant, just call it the sewer plant, I think you'd be amazed. You could eat off the floors there. You literally can drink, I'm telling you this for a fact because I tried it. You can drink water out of the plant before it even goes to the lake. It's so clean. It's just got a little bit more phosphorus and nitrogen and a couple of other things in it. And bubbles, tiny bubbles. And it is a miracle to me from living here 65 years to what we, just have well water in this whole valley. So I tell you what, we are proud of that because I've been fascinated with whatever's under the ground ever since I was elected. And you can truly be amazed with it. And if we go to another step, we could just drink it right out of the plant. I wouldn't advise everybody to do it now, but you can if you're healthy. If you're not quite healthy, you probably might fall prey to something. In any event, that's what you have going for you. So I hope somebody's gagging and back from the bathroom now and turns the tap back on again. Lake Mead with a lemon is my byword, and I think that's what we do for our pride in our community because it doesn't make you sick. Thank you.
I love that. Lake Mead with a lemon. Well, we've been drinking Lake Mead since we arrived here in '64, so we thank you for keeping it clean, and we always say we just drink locally, whatever it is. I don't think there are too many cities that can brag that we have so many uses, and we have a young lady up here in front that when Councilman Coffin made that comment, I thought she was going to slide under the seat. But we've been drinking all those years, and so here we are. Thank them. So how about a round of applause for this wonderful team? We are so proud, and we thank you. Would any of you like to make any comments? Okay, just keep working. That's the most important thing for this city. We know how wonderfully you do, and we thank you so much. Thank you. Thanks, David. He does have really a fun-filled job, I can assure you. He's into so many different things, but to be in charge of that project is really I know he's so proud of the people that make it happen and work. Now, for our next item, Councilwoman, you are going to be doing something exciting.
We're always exciting here. As an educator, today I'm very proud that our council is going to honor John Hanel, a franchise principal in the Clark County School District. And could you please come up, John, and bring your family with you? Let's have your family come up. Be on television. Hi. Mr. Hanel recently was selected Nevada's National Distinguished Principal by the National Association of Elementary School Principals, and that's a very big honor. This award recognizes and celebrates elementary and middle level principals who set high standards for instruction, student achievement, character, and climate. And also for the students, the families, and employees in their learning communities. And this is what this gentleman has done to a great extent, so great that he took him from one school and they gave him a second school, and he did so great, now he has a third school. This guy is principal over 3 schools. As a franchise principal, he supervises a staff of over 170 teachers at the 3 elementary schools in low socio-economic neighborhoods. And those are Owen Roundy, Vegas Verdes, and Elaine Wynn elementary schools. He supports each to excel while remaining accessible to his staff with an impressive 95% retention rate. And believe me, in CCSD, that's an extremely high retention rate. And you don't get that unless you're a very, very exceptional principal. And you know, the principals are the key. I've worked with schools where they had one principal one year with one philosophy, and it changed the next year with a new principal. So they set the key. His career began as a teacher and coach, and after 14 years, he left education for a successful private sector career with Citicorp, returning as a principal again 8 years ago. He served as principal of Helen Marie Smith Elementary School when that school was named a National Blue Ribbon School in 2010. And he has been successful in transforming 2 high-need schools, as well as mentoring other principals to learn from his success. As described by a colleague, he made the decision long ago to champion the cause for at-risk students, and he has had a profound impact on students and families for the last 3 decades. He was nominated to participate in the Intensive Nevada Executive Leadership Academy in 2013 and was named the inaugural recipient of the Best in Class for School Leadership Award at the 2016 Heart of Education Award ceremony. He has been a Phi Kappa Phi Honor Society member since 1996, holds a BS in elementary education and physical education from California University of Pennsylvania, and an M.Ed in education administration from the University of Nevada. I just, as an educator, want to tell you, oh my goodness. Well, he reminded me UNLV. Now I said, I said University of Nevada thinking UNLV. How was I to know that the North would try to usurp us? And they've been trying that for years. I should have been more careful. Good for you. UNLV. Good. He's married to Jennifer Taylor, who is also a principal with the Clark County School District. And they are proud parents of Emily, age 10, and Bennett, age 6. And both of his children attend Vegas Verdes Elementary School, one of his franchise schools. It's in Ward 1. We're there very often. We're so happy when we go there because we see success, we see passion, we see all the effort of the entire staff. I'm talking about office staff, maintenance staff, administration, all that emphasis on doing the best for our youngsters. So today, we and the mayor all the members of the Las Vegas City Council do hereby present you, John, with this proclamation, and we take great pride in proclaiming today, August 3rd, 2016, as John Hanel Day. Thank you. You know, I just want to say something which is very meaningful to me. Sometimes I talk with people about the school district, and I ask them to stop talking. Don't tell me. Don't tell me. Because we have so many problems, and we have so many things that need to be corrected. But when I go there, I just feel joy in my heart, and that's a very special thing.
So first I had to figure out where University of Nevada is, because I'm a big UNLV fan. So I had to correct her for that one. I have my other daughter here, Melissa, and another son, Todd, to a different marriage. But I will tell you that we've been family for a long time, and I'm really proud of that. And that's what we preach. We go on multiple priorities for success, but we start by putting a staff together. This is the first opportunity I've had a chance to talk. Every award you win, they whisk you away, and you get pictures taken and things. But I never get a chance to say what's most important. We're in the people business, and our people are the reason I am what I am. We find great people, good leaders, get out of the way and let them do their thing. You should be in a service mode so that when these people need what they have to get to be successful, you find a way to give it to them. I think the proudest statistic I have is an unknown statistic, but for the last 9 years, I have yet to put a long-term substitute in a classroom situation. So for us, yeah, thank you. For us, we bring people that are dedicated to family. And I think with the people business, they know what it takes. They stay with us. I can't say enough great things about the 170-plus people that I work with. And I know for a fact that they've received multiple recognitions also. I'm humble. I thank you for this today. Similar to what happened in the past, none of these awards I received this year I knew about, and it's almost overwhelming. So thank you.
You're very well. Congratulations. Yeah. Thank you. And Melissa, I mean, thank you too. Congratulations. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if you guys know how special this is. This is special. Believe me, I'm in the schools all the time. I've been in education so long I can't even remember how long. This is special. This is a great thing this man has done. Thank you. Wonderful job, Councilman.
Thank you. It is. That's what it's all about. You're our future. We're going to clone you. And red is the prevailing hair color. Beautiful.
I always wanted that color hair my entire life. Never.
If you stay in education, that's where you get it. You have to stay in the classroom.
Stay in the classroom. Okay.
Okay. Now our next item, which I think is our final item this morning, former law enforcement, 29 years, and the beautiful face that your mother loves.
She's the only one. Well, thank you, Mayor. Good morning. It is my honor to recognize an absolutely great program. We're going to be talking about the Clark County School District and police officers again. The name of the program is Fuel for Success, and this program has connected with thousands of youth, partnering with 13 police departments across the United States, and is supported by the Joey Lugano Foundation and the Shell Penske NASCAR team. The director and founder of Fuel for Success is the great Todd Smith. Todd, would you please come down here? Give him a nice round of applause. He's a great man. He's got a prop with him. Thanks, Todd. Todd has worked with the Colton Police Department as a police officer for 13 years. He decided to mentor students as he worked as an on-campus officer at the Colton High School. He tried to interest kids in sports programs such as baseball and basketball. In 2007, Todd was invited by a friend to attend a NASCAR race. He didn't know anything about the sport, but he says he was hooked within a half hour. his brain started to click about how popular racing series could positively affect kids. Todd personally paid to take a group of students out to the racetrack to see if they'd like it, and of course they loved it. He then presented his idea about this Fuel for Success program to Shell, and they agreed to come on as a sponsor. Todd went back to the Colton PD and then contacted dozens of other police departments across the country about his idea of bringing kids to NASCAR. The police department sponsored with school districts to create science project competition where the winners would get to go to the race. Now this brings in Las Vegas. 4 years ago, Todd reached out to the Clark County School District School Community Partnership Program and asked if they would like to partner up with the Fuel for Success program in Southern Nevada. What began as a mentoring program would extend to education. The Clark County School District looked at the program and liked it immediately and decided to introduce it to our middle schools. And the individuals at the Clark County School District who have been instrumental in pushing this Fuel for Success program and really positively impacting our kids in Southern Nevada with Todd are, first of all, the Clark County School District with the police department. Bob Mayer. Bob, would you please come down here? Come on. It's a great man right here. And then Cheryl Wagner, who is a coordinator with the Clark County School District School Community Partnership Program. Would you come on down here, Cheryl? They decided to take a risk and partner up with Todd. The Fuel for Success program was introduced into the middle schools very successfully. In 2013, it was at the Bob Bailey Middle School. In 2014, it was at Garside Middle School. In 2015 and 2016, it was in Cashman Middle School. And in 2017, it has here to be determined. So we'll see how that works out. This year, there were 700 local students that participated, and 75 were able to go to the Las Vegas Speedway for a NASCAR race. Middle school students are involved in race-related STEM activities at the school and were challenged to build a model car using recyclable materials powered by balloons, compressed air, and solar. Volunteers from the community are recruited to assist with judging the cars in early spring. Top teams attend the NASCAR final race at the Las Vegas Motor Speedway in March, where they get behind-the-scenes tour of the pit, NASCAR racing, and they get to meet outstanding NASCAR driver Joey Lugano, who is one of the sponsors here, and he's with the Shell Car 22 and the driver in support of the program. So I have a couple of pictures I want to show you about the Speedway. If you could put those up. There's Todd right there with and his partner with one of his kids. And then there's two other pictures that show us out at the Speedway. And this is when Bob Mayer got me involved. We have Kevin Child from the Clark County School District, myself. We have the Bob out there, the couple of police officers with our kids, and we're right in the pit. We're right next to the Speedway. And the next picture, you can see how many people are involved in this. The Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, Clark County School District, NHP's out there, and these kids are absolutely having a great time. They worked really hard on their racing program. They got rewarded. This is a big program and big logistics to get people out there and reward them for what they've done. In Clark County, law enforcement volunteers from the Clark County School District, LVMPD, and NHP are integral parts and support the program in many ways, including facilitating programs at the schools, mentoring students, and supporting and assisting with logistics at the Speedway. Great program. Todd, you're the founder of it. Why don't you tell us a little bit more about it? I probably covered everything, but go ahead and add whatever you need to.
Well, I'd just like to say that as a police officer, I've heard some of the officers today speak about how humble they were to receive awards. And as a police officer, with our program, we represent not only our police department in Colton, but also the Clark County School District Police Department, and we have 13 other police departments across the U.S. that participate. So it's really unique for me as a police officer to, one, come back to Las Vegas, but it also it's humbling for me when I can, and it also solidifies when you hear other officers talk about how we have a collaboration. And so you're actually seeing the fruits of that. And this is something that started with the Clark County School District in 2008. So it's been going on for some time. So from our city council back in Colton and our police department, it feels really good to come here and see faces that I recognize before even talking. So I appreciate that. But again, I'm just a police officer. One of the things that I've been able to appreciate is the relationships. And Bob now is sort of like an older brother to me. Yeah. And Cheryl has been instrumental with the school district, because we as police officers, we can't do anything unless we have the support of our school districts. And my partner and I, Rico, we have excellent participation and support from our school district, and I get the same thing when I come to Las Vegas. And the end result of that is the kids benefit. And Bob, everything that we've talked about and discussed and planned with their partnership, the school district's participation, we've been able to do some pretty awesome things for kids. And I think when we try to put the program together, we try to do things that would be really neat for the kids. So with that being said, we have a bumper here from Logano's car from one of the races from 2015. And imagine if you would, when the races are here, imagine if you would, obviously Joey Logano signed that one, but where Joey's signature is, the two students that win the science contest here in Las Vegas, they actually have their names on the back of his car for the race. And that's pretty cool. And the kids' eyes, when they get to the track and they see that, and you've had some media that have also come down and they've witnessed that, that's unbelievable. So it keeps going on with us as a police department, as police departments, from our city council, our police department, and all of the other police departments. We would like to donate this to your city council and to Clark County School District Police Department. And I believe what they're going to do is they're going to shuffle this around throughout the schools here in Las Vegas to sort of give all of the kids a taste of the program, but more importantly, sort of inspire them to try harder and look forward to next year and maybe having their name on the back of that bumper. But I really appreciate what you guys are doing for our program. Thank you.
Good job, Todd. You know, I want to ask Cheryl and Bob. Bob's the one that got me involved in this, and the day of the race, shoveling people around and getting kids in and out of there, it's a lot of work, and I know your heart is into this program. So, Bob, if you mind saying something, and Cheryl, if you'd like to also.
I just want to thank not only Todd and Fuel for Success. It's a great program, and besides the fact that it gets the kids engaged with learning, which is so important that they get into the programs besides what they have to do for natural schoolwork, but they get the opportunity to build a relationship and learn to meet and interact with the policemen, you know, one-on-one, and build that relationship up with us, which is so important. I think you heard that echoed all throughout today's awards. But more importantly is the opportunity to get to meet the educators and do these activities with them and see them as a person. But then I have the elected officials come down and greet the kids. Many of these kids would never have that opportunity to meet an elected, talk to the elected, and they really get them motivated. And, you know, you can make it here. You're going along the right path. You're educating yourself. This is what you need to strive for. There's so many opportunities. Joey Logano, the driver, comes out and greets with the kids and echoes the same sentiments. It's just so important for our whole relationship building. And the one that really gave us the opportunity, as much as I'd like to take credit, is Todd Smith, and we really can't thank him enough for this opportunity. And again, thank you so much for supporting everything, Councilman.
I'll be really quick. I think I have the best job in the whole entire Clark County as a coordinator in the School Community Partnership Program Office, because I get to help coordinate some of these, which means I get to work with all these people bringing wonderful things to our students in our city and in our county. So again, on behalf of the School Community Partnership Program Office, thank you, City Council, for all you do. I know our school was in Councilwoman Tarkanian's district this year, and And we have an alumni. There we go. And Councilman Anthony's down there with us with the kids at the Speedway, probably enjoying it as much as the students do. I think it's really important to know that, as Mr. Hanel said when he was talking about his students, our kids are important, and it's really the people, the team that's working with them. Programs like this give us an opportunity to bring in not just the mentoring, which is critically important for these students to see, what they can become. I'm a science teacher by heart and as career for a long time, so the STEM component of this is so important, that we're teaching these students that are working with this phenomenal program, Fuel for Success, not only STEM science. STEM is science, technology, engineering, and math, materials and curriculum lessons. So students are learning real life things with their little model cars that then they get to go out to the Speedway and see the real things happen. And they have these wonderful sponsors and wonderful people with them to mentor them and lead them and guide them and show them that they can do anything they want to do, that students can do anything they want to do in life as long as they do what's right and what's good. It's also really important, and our wonderful principal is going to say this too, it's the team at the school. We all have done great things with this, but the teachers and administrators at the schools that we've worked with have been absolutely phenomenal. The teachers at Cashman Middle School the last 2 years have blown us away with the way that they have actually changed the lives, helped to change the lives of some of these students. And the law enforcement officers have pushed that even further. Truly, the two young ladies with their names on the back of the car were in tears, and I think totally life transforming and life changing, not only to see their name on the back, but to see that they could win and they could do something in science. And they've got these leaders to look up to, big professional people that they see and hear about on TV all the time, like Joey Logano, law enforcement officers locally, our elected officials, and they just have such incredible role models. And those two little girls, their lives were changed by this program. And so thank you very much. Yeah, student council, yeah, yep, at Clark High School.
Thanks. And again, hats off to Joey Lugano, the driver. I mean, he is literally right before the race starts, he's over talking to these kids, where he could be sitting in his car getting ready, but he'd rather come over and spend time with the kids. And the last race, I think he was leading most of the race, ended up coming in second. So, I mean, not to disparage Mr. Lugano, but I'm assuming this was in a crash? Is that where this came from? Okay. It wasn't just taken off of a bumper. It was, okay. All right. Well, Todd, just to thank you for starting this program and to thank you for bringing it to the Clark County School District. Why don't you come over here? I have a proclamation signed by the mayor and the entire city council proclaiming today, August 3rd, Todd Smith Day and Fuel for Success in the city of Las Vegas. So congratulations. Great job. So I don't think we'll ever get a picture with a bumper off of a Speedway car. So why don't we gather around this, Mayor, and get a picture with the bumper.
Okay, we're bumper time. Here we go.
All right.
Good luck, good health.
Come on in, Cheryl.
And over there. What a great concept. Just great. Thank you. I just noticed
That's pretty quick.
Wait.
It's not even the headline.
I think they got it passed around. Oh, I guess we're done. Good job. Thanks.
Okay. So we're going to go right into our council meeting now, if you'll hang in with us. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. It's the honor of law enforcement. Yeah, let's go play in the line of duty.
didn't lie. We are going to get started, but everybody had to do hand washing so they don't get the calls. So they'll be right back. And when we start, we're on 9. Okay. Okay, so now, one more. There's no wandering minstrel either. Looking around. So we're on 9. Okay.
Flag on 13. 13 and 14 are being trailed until after the closed.
Right.
Okay.
So you put that in your motion? Yeah. Okay.
You are so good.
We applaud our clerk and city clerk and staff who make it so easy for the mayor pro tem and me to just read and not have to
Think.
think. Right. It's called reading. So 1, 2, 3. Okay, off we go. We're on agenda item number 9. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters on the agenda for action. The amount of time any single speaker is allowed may be limited. All comments made will be cross-referenced to those specific items. If anyone submitted a speaker card or who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda, please come to the podium and state your name for the record. We'll set the time at 1 minute. You'll have other opportunities today and certainly at the closing public comment time. Anyone who wishes to speak, please come forward and state your name. And is this Rhoda Di Rustamaggi?
Good morning.
Good morning, but restate it anyway, please.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I was here last month.
No, you have to state your name again, please.
My name is Rhoda Rustamji. I live on 5616 Royal Castle Lane, Las Vegas, Nevada, 89130.
Yours.
I moved into Las Vegas in 1995, and there was no AN road. It was all dirt. But I started my first daycare in the Northwest. One police officer came, and I had like 20, 30 of them, and SWAT team and everybody. So I'm very proud to say that I watched it. I am here because I had neighbors that were drug dealers and all types, and finally we got them out. But now the house is empty, and all types of squatters come in the night and sleep there. I'm very, very scared. I put up my house for sale. Nobody is buying it because the house with squatters has plywood all over the house because the windows and all were broken. So, because when people come to buy the house, nobody wants to buy it because of all the plywood sheets and everything. 2 years ago, I was coming out of a very big organization, and I was beaten and robbed by 2 African-American girls, and I have severe permanent brain injury because when they robbed me, they tried to take my purse, and the more I pushed, the more they beat me in the brain. So I have lifetime brain injury. So that is why I don't want to live here now no more, because I'm scared they might come out of jail again.
Okay, now, only because of the time limit, where do you, I'm only asking where you live. Which ward do you live in? Ward 6. Have you met with Councilman Ross, Mayor Pro Tem Ross here?
No.
My staff dealt with them last time.
Okay, so you want to make a suggestion to Sushant?
Yeah, ma'am, I'll have, stick around, I'll have someone on my staff get with you again, as they did last time, to find out if we can do anything for you, okay? I mean, when it comes to the sale of your home, there's nothing we can do about that, but if there's problems within the neighborhood, we'll address those with code enforcement. That's about the best we could do.
But there is,
In fact, Vicky Ozuna is right here, so why don't
there
you...
is notice on the door of those for citations, many, many citations
Okay.
on that house.
Ms. Ozuna is here to speak with you and get your information. Vicky, do you mind? Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you for
Thank you
coming
very
down. We hope things turn better for you. Anyone else wishing to comment during this first public hearing? Okay, hearing and seeing no one else, we'll move on to agenda item 10. For possible action, any items council staff and/or applicant wish to be stricken, tabled, withdrawn, or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Staff has requested that agenda item 39 be obeyed to the August 17th, 2016 meeting. It is a abeyance item, report and discussion for possible action regarding the status of negotiations between the City of Las Vegas and the International Association of Firefighters, IAFF Local 1285. That's my motion.
Okay, there's a motion. Please vote. And please post. That motion carries. Thank you very much. Agenda item 11. For possible action to approve the final minutes by reference to the June 15th, 2016 regular City Council meeting. Is there a motion to approve the minutes, please?
Would move to approve the minutes, Mayor.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve the minutes of June 15th. Please vote and please post. Also unanimously. Agenda item 12, discussion for possible action regarding annual review of our city manager, Elizabeth N. Fretwell. Good morning.
Good morning, Mayor and members of the council. Thank you very much for this opportunity to address you. It's kind of interesting. I was thinking about this, that even though I participate in all of your meetings each year, it's not too often that I get to stand up and address you and share with you some of the accomplishments of this great organization. So as I was preparing, I was trying to think about what sets us apart as an organization. I think it's kind of important to think about that because I think it frames up success. So one of the quotes that I ran into that I thought was pretty important is, "The bravest and best lessons are not learned through success, but through misadventure." That's from Amos Alcott. And I think it speaks very highly about what our organization is like. I've had 8 great years to lead this organization and be a part of this team. And so I've got, I think, a unique viewpoint on that. Institutions like ours run the risk of being boxy, process-oriented, and inflexible. We run that risk. We can be organized around very tight hierarchies, job descriptions, contracts. We are government, after all. We're highly regulated by the federal government, the state government, and then we self-impose regulations. Oftentimes, to make sure that we're treating people or giving people an equal chance and creating an even playing field, and at the same time, that may limit opportunities. So there's a trade-off. You all know the story about me kind of declaring when I was about 17 that I wanted to be a city manager, so I won't go into that, but I do think it's important for you all to realize that I am kind of a wonk, a policy wonk, which you all know. But my passion has been, and my aspirations have been around building great organizations, particularly government. As you know, I have a passion for public service. I'm pretty sure that I was one of the few of my age reading In Search of Excellence by Tom Peters in 1983. And little did I know at that time that this would be hailed as one of the best all-time business books. So I say this with all my conviction. thank you for giving me a chance to lead, to learn and grow with this organization, to build an incredible team. And these gentlemen over here, Mark, Orlando, Scott, and Jorge, to have such an incredible team of executives as the directors that you see seated here. I think about 2 of them showed up this morning. They're all out there working their tails off to work with passionate, creative, and hardworking employees, to be able to build an organization that manages out, not down. We manage from the center, not from the top. I've learned a great deal, and I find I learned something every single day here. And I've had a unique opportunity to participate in building a culture that aspires to have great teamwork, achievements, and creativity, with employees that take great pride in running the city, too. Who could ask for more? I certainly can't. It's just incredible to look back on this run and see how cool this has been. I was reading an article recently about what saps employees, what kills the energy, what increases the risk of employees turning their brain off when they hit the door, when they show up to the job. Here's what that looks like. You ask for out-of-the-box ideas, and then you don't listen. You build an organization around inflexible, formal structures. Fear and trust levels stall or kill the acceptance of new ideas. There's a fear of failure. Employees are overwhelmed and overworked. New ideas are shot down. And there's a delusion that if we stay the same, we'll be okay. Why, you're probably thinking, am I talking about all this in my performance evaluation? I've stood before you and the council members and mayors before you talking about exciting new accomplishments, terrifying challenges, very difficult news about our organizational health, and threats to the service of our community. We've weathered a lot of ups and downs. But today I wanted to concentrate on 3 words that I think really set us apart: civility, courage, and creativity. So some may say, well, what do you mean by civility, Betsy? Working together towards a common goal. This sets us apart. Let me give you some examples. Some of them I highlighted in my memo to you. 63% of our residents are very satisfied with our quality of customer service. 75% are satisfied with the overall quality of our services. Compared to other large cities, we are setting the standard. We are setting the standard. As it relates to our employee survey results, our employee engagement index rose by 8 points. We're at 72%. Most local governments are at 55%. And non-governmental working organizations are at 58%. We're 20 points better than them. Well, actually, Councilman Beers would correct my math on that. Nearly 20 points better than them. We've done some incredible things this year. We reached functional zero for veterans homelessness this year. We reduced street homelessness by 25%. None of this stuff is done alone. Steve Harson, Kathy Thomas Gibson, Lisa Morris Hibbler, and a whole host of community organizations made that happen. Folks like Caridad. Not an easy accomplishment, still a huge challenge. We sold bonds to fund new parks that filled gaps in service levels. Councilman Anthony led the charge on that. Jorge Cervantes, David Bowers, Vanetta, and their teams all helped make that a reality this year. We entered into another level of transparency and open data through the What Works Cities partnership. Councilman Beers has been instrumental in that. Mark Vincent, Ted Olivas, and Victoria Carrion. She's done an incredible job, a fantastic hire this year. We rolled out new websites, and we enhanced our engagement efforts. We rolled out a new public website, a new employee website. We eclipsed the 100,000 Twitter followers this year. Woohoo! with an awesome video, by the way. This was all headed up by our great communications team, David, Diana, Jen Davies, Shane, Jace, all of them, with an able assist from IT, from our IT department. We've improved our financial security. We refinanced bonds. We negotiated fair and reasonable contracts with our unions. We got incredible kudos from the bond raters, by the way. We improved our bond rating in the RDA. Couldn't have done that without union leadership, without an incredible finance team, and without great leadership in economic development. And then finally, in this area of civility, we talked a good bit about equality and fairness of treatment. We talked about gender equality. Not too many people are willing to pull back the layer and look. We did. We also hit 100 on the Municipal Equality Index, one of the few in this country to attain that. Couldn't have been done, by the way, without Brian Knudsen and Adrena Ramos-King and Dan Tarwater. Couldn't have been done. And we were even honored by HRC for that accomplishment. The second point in my 3 points is courage, which some people describe as bravery. Maybe bravery in a field of opposition, but bravery will do for me. Sustainability is one of those categories for me that we've been very brave and bold, some might say. We entered into a partnership this year with NV Energy that will take all our retail uses of energy to 100% renewable by 2017. We received a 4-star community designation this year. We were able to get 2 megawatts of Hoover power. We received an ICMA award for our sustainability efforts, as well as a Green Chips award. And I think later this week we're accepting a LEED award for all the work that we have done in this area. Couldn't have been done without Tom Perigo, Marco, Steve Ford, Dave Mendenhall, all of the people that dreamed, designed, and constructed our solar arrays and methane gas digesters. Who would have thought? We transitioned to a new EMS system this year, where we're with a single response to create greater efficiencies with our limited resources. We implemented a new AMR franchise, and we're working on a new prevention and intervention model that will help drive down our need to have emergent responses when we can prevent them. Couldn't be done without Chief McDonald, without Chief Miramontes, Chief Vigil, and folks like Sarah McCrae, who are working in the trenches to create a new way of doing business in fire and rescue. Couldn't have been done without the dedication of our fire and rescue personnel, who are doing something drastically different and still doing it dramatically well. They jumped in with both feet and didn't look back. Councilwoman, we got a medical school in our city. We have a medical district that's going to create $3 billion worth of economic impact in our city and in our region. Kudos to you. The mayor was instrumental in helping that happen. Couldn't have been done without the dedication of Scott, Bill, and Shawnee, and Kim Reed, and a whole lot of other people that have been a part of that effort, not the least of which was Dr. Atkinson from the School of Medicine. We established a youth development department this year. A lot of people said we didn't have any business doing that, by the way. We have an innovation and education committee that helped us frame that up and provided great advice and counsel. The mayor spearheaded that effort with Lisa, Scott, Ted, and Brian McAnallen. A lot of people contributing to some really fantastic outcomes. 4 community schools through the Reinvent partnership with the school district, 2 pre-K schools that we're going to be standing up. All of these things are underway, and our education system will be reinvigorated for that. My final point is creativity. Creativity is forming something new and valuable. So with creativity comes not always success. So the first one I'll point out is that our Public Works and our IT team formed a joint partnership to apply for the Smart Cities Challenge Grant. We didn't win. We're not used to not winning. But we learned a valuable lesson, and now those two departments have created an innovations team that's taking us to new levels of performance as we look at automated technologies to live up to your innovation district resolution that you passed this year. So hats off to David Bowers, Michael Sherwood, the new guy, Joanna Wadsworth, Neil Rollader, Mike Jansen, and many, many others who help contribute to that. We have a new mobility plan that lays out our framework, as Councilman Barlow would say, all roads lead to downtown. Now we have a 25-year plan to make sure that happens. On Symphony Park, we dusted things off. We cleared the decks, as you asked. We've designed an elevated trail system, an auto-restricted bridge connection, and a pedestrian bridge to help reframe what happens on Symphony Park. So we're ready for those new developer partners. Jorge, Scott, Bill, Nancy Diener, and our entire Symphony Park team have been working tirelessly on that. One thing that's sort of unsung is how we prepare for future leadership. Scott Adams and Patsy McFadden Choate developed a SEAL team training for our up-and-coming leaders. A little under the radar. There's about 30 people involved. They meet one day a month. They are superstars, and they will be superstars for going through what I think is an award-winning leadership development program. We also did a strategic library swap that Councilman Coffin was very instrumental in making happen. We were able to swap some of our affordable houses and some of our land to be able to get a new library in an underserved area. An incredible accomplishment with incredible creativity. Steve Harrison, Kathy Thomas Gibson, Mark Vincent, Scott Adams, folks like Patrick Smith, who used to work here, who are now commissioners on the Housing Authority, and the Library Board helped us with that. Wouldn't have been possible without their leadership. We're trying something new. We don't have enough parks downtown. We're going to build a 3rd Street Park downtown. Councilman Coffin's been driving that effort, but not without a lot of help with Jorge, the planning team, the Public Works team, and some of our planning commissioners, like Sam Cherry, who are helping lead the way. We also got a transfer of the Cashman Center done this year. Couldn't have happened without Rossi and Terry. Couldn't have happened without Scott and Bill, thinking creatively about how do we get to a much better place on the future of Cashman. They did a simply incredible job. Couldn't have done it without an able assist from Terry Ponticello and Nick Niarchos in the city attorney's office, who had to think creatively about how to structure this so it would work. We also are going to have some new garages, a TID garage. We have $25 million in new revenue to build a garage that 2 years ago we would have had no chance at, but for this unique financing opportunity. Scott Carter, Vanetta, you, Mayor, Councilman Barlow went and testified at some of the Tourism Commission meetings, and the Tourism Commission for helping us get that done. 3 things: civility, courage, and creativity. That's what sets us apart. There is no way for me to really cover everything that got done this year. The list would be too long, and you guys would probably want to take a nap. But you can see from this performance, the performance we reported on before, that we're encouraging the right things. The right things that are going to fundamentally reshape our community going forward, fundamentally reshape how we deliver services and plan for those services going forward in a very meaningful way. You can't be that culture that I described at the beginning of this presentation and achieve what I just listed off for you. You can't be. If you aren't failing, you aren't trying. Words to live by. We've had a few of those along the way, and I'm sure we will have more. But we're going to keep trying, and we're going to keep striving to build community, to make life better in our city, and I'm glad to be a part of it. So thank you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Fretwell. I know everybody would like to make comments, and so I'm going to hold mine until the end, but boy, oh boy, it's been an exciting ride, and coming out of the recession, and your leadership has just been simply phenomenal. We're so grateful for everything that you do because you do it so well and so humbly, and that's why people really like to follow and listen and learn as well. As you say, you learn every day, so do we all. So I'm going to turn down to start with Councilman Coffin, work our way right on through our council. I'll close with my comments, and then we'll discuss some other items.
Well, thank you, Mayor. I'd be happy to talk about the job that our city manager does. I think from the perspective of Ward 3, which is virtually the entire east side of the city limits, we really appreciate her message that she sends to her staff, which is that we recognize it's old territory, that the homes are old, everything is old and wearing out, and so we get a little bit more than a share. In other words, we get our fair share, but we're still in need of more of the institutional help. And, you know, Betsy brought up the library district, which I don't think she mentioned Scott Adams as his integral role in, frankly, thinking of the ways we could swap all of that land through 4, almost 5 different entities and still come up with a final solution which includes a library worthy of Summerlin. So truly, thank you for highlighting that. I think you run a good decentralized command. You don't complain if we call a subordinate. You only ask for the courtesy of a copy of an email or something like that. And I really appreciate that because that speeds things up. Things don't get cluttered right on your desk or in your computer. It moves out and everywhere. And then we hear from you with these weekly briefings, which are very important. And I'm talking about your communication now that you started this last year, the idea of a recap of what is on your mind. So it's very hard for those of us here to claim that we didn't hear about something when you know you've already put it in writing. I think that I like your style of management. I frankly think that we need to reward your style of management, and because it sets a good example for our staff, because they're all subordinates with staff. So they have to learn how to be as decentralized as possible and as unselfish as possible with their access to members of the council. So I don't think I need to add any more, except that I'm glad to be the first person to speak on this, so all others can say something much more original than what I've said. I do appreciate the fact that you've been very, very good for the city. And I think there's a lot of communities that are much larger that could use your talents, and I don't want to see you leave. And I'll say one last thing. I have said this for so many years, in fact, my entire tenure in the legislature, that the whole valley here has grown at a rate so much greater than the national average that we always had the problems of a metropolitan community 3 times our size. When you're growing at 4, 5, 6% in population, and yet you are handicapped by a taxation system and a lack of local control of governmental processes, you really have a problem. You have a problem that Chicago would have a hard time coping with, that Phoenix in the Valley of the Sun would have a hard time coping with, given the resources that we give our local governments. And so here we are at Ground Central with all the vagabonds and the bums and the drifters mixing in with the real homeless and the mentally ill, creating problems that we just have a hard time solving. And you've managed to make do with much less than we really need. So for that, I really have to say thank you for that. So onward to you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, Betsy, for your leadership. And what I enjoyed most is the opportunity to work side by side with an individual that is not afraid to roll her sleeves up and get in the cracks and the crevices of whatever the issue or concern may be. Specifically in Ward 5, as we continue to develop and redevelop this culturally rich community. Each one of your staff members, from EUD to operations maintenance, of course I'll talk about Brad Jerbick and his team later under his evaluation today. Parks and Rec, all of these are departments that I work with consistently because of the uniqueness of the ward in which I represent, having to communicate with them on a day-to-day basis. And having your input, your guidance, and your leadership really goes a long way as to how, in fact, we get a lot of things accomplished in Ward 5. And I couldn't be more proud to have you as our leader, as a city manager here at the City of Las Vegas, because you are involved in every department very intimately, wanting to know what's going on, continuing to be updated on a daily basis, so that when you and I have an opportunity to sit down, you are most definitely well briefed in regards to what's happening, whether it be out at Symphony Park or on the far northwest side of Ward 5. And so I really appreciate your leadership in that regard, and not being afraid to step outside of our city as well, because you and I have traveled quite a bit as well, going to look at developments that we're looking to do, developments inside of the city, and in particular Ward 5 as well. And so for that, I can greatly appreciate your leadership here at the City of Las Vegas. And so I'm looking forward to the mayor's recommendation today, because I'm pretty sure I'll more than likely follow her lead. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Arlo. Councilwoman.
Betsy, you sustained this high quality of leadership for a long time, 8 years. And I remember before the recession, you were telling us we had to cut back, we had to cut back. I believe we were the only government agency in the area that was aware ahead of time, and so was better prepared for the recession. And you led us through that recession in a high manner. You held on to our high fiscal ratings, received praise from the bond ratings groups. That's a tremendous thing that I don't know if the general public is aware of how hard that is to do during a recession and the problems that have been, we've all been involved in. And what were those figures again? I'd just like to have you repeat them. The percentage of people who live in the city who are satisfied with our services?
75%.
That's what I thought, 75%. I also don't know if the general public's aware that's pretty high for any government entity, because somebody's always upset with something and doesn't mark you well in that type of rating. And then 72% of the employees
Or highly or moderately engaged.
Yes, and that's incredible too. These are figures that when you compare them, and as I think you mentioned, with other government entities, are so far above that we sometimes take them for granted. And of course, that's what happens, Betsy. You do this great work and then we begin to take it for granted. And and the 100% municipal equality, all the sustainable awards we've won, we're winning one almost every year. We are so far ahead. And I'm reading magazines now that aren't government magazines, and I'm seeing Las Vegas, the mayor's sending me a copy, Las Vegas. It's because you've done so well in leading us. We are getting positive recognition in the areas that really count for municipalities. And the one thing I really appreciate is you're on the cutting edge. And when you talk about courage, you've led us in courage. When I first started, I don't know if you remember, and maybe no one will remember in the future, but with the medical district, and I wanted to brand because I said, we talk, nobody believes us anymore. Let's brand. And there were some that thought, that's a waste of money to do that. And when I said we have to have a visual clue there for people to know we mean business this time, and then you helped with that when I hit some bumps in the road of approval, and you helped so much in our, and of course our great people who work here in helping improve that district as far as the landscaping. I've had so many people in that area, so many medical people. So many medical people are calling now, and they're not going out there to the Southwest. There are some of them aren't not even going to Summerlin. They're coming to that district, and it's going to be magnificent. And it's part of you that helped in that courage to take the, do the cutting edge stuff. I believe in that type of thing. I believe you don't achieve highly unless you have that courage. And I wanted to tell you, as far as civility, you've been magnificent with us. I'm sure there are times we drive you crazy because we all want to improve our wards. And as I said, the courage is there to take that step And we know sometimes we're going to get bumps, but we've taken them, and the creativity too. We are a very creative city. And as people watch us and recognize us, we're hearing more and more positive all over the place. You've worked very hard. You did not take any salary increase last year. You went nada on that. And I think that was magnificent at a time of need then. And so I'm certainly in approval of whatever the mayor recommends. Thank you very much.
Wow, kumbaya, this is awesome. Mayor Pro Tem?
I don't know what more I can say, Nancy. I mean, yes, I do, and yes, I will. I've said this every time your review comes up. I can't tell you how proud I am of you and your leadership style and what you've done. You have surrounded yourself with professionals who get it and understand your vision, our vision as a city council. Councilwoman is right. It's not very easy working for 7 different personalities that are pointing you in 7 different directions. Sometimes the mayor probably points you in a couple more than just her own, but that's her job and her role as representing the city of Las Vegas. But you've taken us through the worst recession any of us have ever experienced. You've lined yourself up with such an incredible team. I know you always do this. When you get up here, you talk about them. You don't talk about you. Halfway through your presentation, I was exhausted from all the things that you've accomplished and continue to accomplish for the city of Las Vegas. I am proud to know you. I'm proud to work with you. Grateful for our friendship and our professional relationship as well. So I'm looking forward to whatever we come up with. Thank you again for your leadership.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Councilman Anthony, please.
Thanks, Mayor. Well, I'd like to describe you in 3 ways, Betsy. First of all, you kind of started the discussion at the beginning when you said you were kind of nerdy. Well, I can definitely describe you that way. And you are a nerd, but I'll put a positive spin on it. And the reason I say that is because every time I ask you about something, you already know about it. You already have options you're thinking about. You may already have an answer, but I mean, I don't know, you must be up all night reading and going to conferences all the time because you just know the business of this city and the business of being a city manager. You just know everything that's going on here. And I don't think I've ever asked you about something and you said, I don't know. It just never happened. So that's kudos to you, so thanks for being a nerd. I appreciate that. But on the other side of that, I find you to be pretty tough. I mean, you're... When you're out there representing the city of Las Vegas, I mean, you're standing up for the city. When you're representing your employees, your staff, you represent them and you stick up for them, and I appreciate that. And when we meet one-on-one, if I tell you I think this is the way it should be, you're not scared to tell me, you know, you might be wrong on this one. You should think about some other things, and I really appreciate that because. We don't always agree on everything, but at least I appreciate you looking at me and saying, you need to think about A, B, and C before you make a decision. And that's big for me, especially coming from a police officer background. That's how cops treat each other. I mean, they actually use swear words where you don't. But I appreciate you doing that. And the third thing I want to say is, you know, even with all that, you've always been positive. Even when I came on in 2009 and we were, in the dumps, you're always out there going, we're going to get through this. We got to do this. We're going to get through this. We got to think positive, and it really has a big impact on everybody that's with the city. And I kind of look at you as when you look at a scale, you're kind of the middle of the scale. You got the city council over here, the 7 of us, and you got your thousands of employees over here. You're just trying to balance the two. And when I look at other governmental kind of boards and councils, we all get along up here. And, you know, we have our disagreements, but we all get along. And I think a big part of that is because of you. And your people do a great job for the city of Las Vegas, and that's because you balance their needs with what our policy discussions are. So I'm glad to have you as a city manager. You're not going anywhere as far as I'm concerned. I'll wrestle you in the parking lot if you try to leave. I
think I would lose that battle, by the way. I think you'd take me.
So I'm looking forward to having a discussion about the future with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Anthony. Councilman Beers?
I'm still trying to process the swearing cops I didn't know. I'm trying to come up with something else to say, and so I think we should give her a raise and a big bonus.
Well, since you're putting it right to where the rubber meets the road, I'm going to make my comments, and I think that since you are holding your comments to that, I'm going to let you go ahead and make a suggestion, if you would. But I'd like to say, first of all, that been around this country an awful lot, been to a lot of cities. They don't have the cohesiveness that you've brought to bear because you've hired and appreciate the right people and you listen to them. You communicate with them and for them. You heard us rousing buffaloes up here and are able to deal with each one of us. And as Mayor Pro Tem said, we all have our different personalities, but you are always patient and you do listen, and somehow you have the patience to wait through it all. You are one of the biggest fighters I know, and I'd put my money behind you if you take on Councilman Anthony in the parking lot. You have a sustainability about you that when you zero in and you know what's best for the city, you take it on. I think Councilwoman Tarkanian hit it, that back in 2008, so early on, you could see the great danger ahead. And I know from my husband coming home and talking about what you were seeing and what you were insisting on doing for the city. I don't think the population out here has a clue. I don't think the population in Las Vegas really understands. We are all recipients of problems. We get phone calls. Occasionally you'll get a thank you or may I help or is there some assistance I can provide. But most often we are the source and the soul and the contact point for people that have problems. And yes, it is the city and the organization and the public dollar that's supposed to take care of the family of the city. But what an honor to be part of the learning experience and the growth that goes on here. And we are of different opinions, but we do learn from each other, and we can get stubborn at times. But I have seen each one of these council members change, take a different pathway than that very straight line they were following in the beginning. And realizing how interdependent we all are and how critically your staff, which goes to your leadership, is so responsive, so knowledgeable, and has the ability, when they have seen that they've been working in a direction that might be challenged, to learn and to correct the direction or do something which is so helpful to us. Because everybody only has so many hours every day and so many years in their lives and so much time in service to this community. So there are a couple of things, that I really think most importantly, you do always strive for the best, and I love that about you. And whether you knew that at 17, I'm sure it doesn't come from you alone, it came from your parents, who gave you the sense of self, the passion to look at each individual with their human needs, desires, integrity, and to be a banner carrier for that. And you have brought that to this job and to this city, and I'm sure to jobs before you even worked for the city. But that to me is so admirable, and that you always strive for being the best. And you always are able, when we get a knock and something goes wrong and we don't achieve what we're seeking, that you always get back up and we try it again. And if a door closes, you are going to find the open door in a different way to help this city get through. I think you are a partner. You're a partner to every public and private entity that has the good fortune to work, live, and enjoy life in Las Vegas. And I know for all of us, your open communication, your sensitivity to the fiscal responsibilities, to union issues, to the sensitivity of each human being who has their own responsibilities and jobs that they have to do beyond the city job that they love, but they have to take care of their families. Each one, I mean, to me, you are the inspiration for that. You're forward thinking. And yet you're not scared to take a risk. I think that's so admirable. But you're always very careful when you take a risk that you've done your homework before. You have a lot of courage. And to have a flatliner as a leader, in my book, doesn't work. And doesn't work in my book unless you have integrity. To me, if you cannot count on someone's truth and the content of their soul, there's nothing there. You are that person. I am proud to know you. I'm so lucky to have had the opportunity to work with these great council people. I enjoy that when we get into it with each other and have divergent opinions. And sometimes I'd like to go flatten some of their tires, but if you find one now, it's not today, and I didn't do it. But your integrity, your value, your passion for values, and being a fighter, you are a steady, steady hand, Betsy Fretwell. And so the best we could do would give you the moon. And I'm sorry we haven't figured out a way to get there. But I know in small conversations, I'm listening to what you've heard. Everybody could go on forever, but those who are here on agenda items would get bored after a while. So they know we love you, we thank you, and with that, Councilman Beer, since you said the least of anybody, I think it would be appropriate for you to make a suggestion here for us, please.
I had a flat tire yesterday.
You know,
I will repair it today if in fact you do the right thing here.
Mr. Mayor, if I might interject with Mr. Beers, I'm glad she said she would flatten the tires and not flatten us. That was good.
Your Honor, I would make a motion to give Betsy a 2.5% increase in base salary and a bonus equal to 15% of her current salary.
I think that is lovely. Could we have a second to that? We don't get seconds.
Absolutely second, Mayor.
Could we have a third? And a fourth, and a fifth, and a sixth, and a seventh? There has been a motion made to give Ms. Fretwell, in great applause, appreciation, gratitude, a 2.5 merit increase on the base of your salary and a 15% bonus on that. And so please vote. And please post.
Your Honor, I meant that my motion would be retroactive to July 1st.
And with that motion, please add that in your vote, okay? Retroactive to July 1. And please vote if you would. You're not working? Uh-oh.
What button am I supposed to push?
Councilman, help. I'm so glad you're back, because I couldn't do it. Well,
It's just, was it just moving the mouse?
yes.
Gee, my knees.
Unanimous, congratulations, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you all very much for all those comments. I can't tell you how much that means to me, and we have a great team, and I'm glad to be a part of it, so thank you for that. I do, absolutely. Thank you, it's very generous, and I
And
really
you noticed
appreciate
there
that.
was no extra vacation time.
I noticed, because it's virtually impossible to take it. Might I just add a couple of things, Mayor, because normally during this presentation, I also kind of highlight some of the goals I think I'm supposed to be doing for next year. It's usually a place to start a conversation. So I'd just like to share those with the council for a moment, if you don't mind, and then we can continue that conversation through briefings and get them finalized later. One, I believe next year it's really going to be critically important to focus on legislative efforts, including streamlining regulations that would help encourage development in downtown, and to address some of the issues that have emerged in the property tax formula. So I'd suggest that's probably a key goal. As you all know, we've shared data with you that we have a lot of individuals in our organization that are preparing for retirement and are retirement eligible. I believe succession planning is a critical component of what we need to focus in on next year. It's an internal focus, but critical nonetheless. We need to finish the city by design efforts, implement the downtown plan, finalize our strategic plan, create that regulatory framework, update our Symphony Park standards, and initiate that downtown circulator we've all been working so hard on. We need to make sure that we see through the efforts on Symphony Park and East Fremont and the medical district. And then finally, I'd really like to work on improving our relationships with the county. We didn't talk about that very much, but this has been a really difficult year or two. And it'd be nice if there was a way for us to start mending up some of those fences. So I think it'd be good for the entire region if we could do that. So I'd like to add that to my list as well. So with that, I'll wrap up. Happy to take any comments about that as well. And I say once more, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Fretwell. I think if you'll give us those in a printed format too, so we might even want to add some comments too, is what we see individually in our wards, perhaps. So, but thank you and congratulations. You're not going anywhere. Okay, on agenda items 13 and 14, these are going to be trailed until after the closed session. And agenda items 15 through 33 on the consent agenda are considered to be routine or recommended for approval by the departments may be enacted in one motion. Please note that the record should reflect my abstention on items 23 through 27. 27. Hold on, I'm sorry, I'm just checking. Oh, that's after it. And 29 because they pertain to medical marijuana related business and my son is involved in that industry. I will be voting on all other items. Are there any other items council wishes to bring forward? Okay, Mayor Pro Tem, please.
I would move to approve agenda items 15 through 33 on the consent agenda.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve. Please vote. And please post. That motion carries. We will move on now to agenda item 34, a report by Bob Halstead, Executive Director for the Nevada Agency for Nuclear Projects, regarding an overview of the agency's current activities and projects. This is in reference to all wards, and he is being introduced so ably by...
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Brian McAnally, Government Affairs, the City of Las Vegas. We thought this issue should be placed on the council agenda since it's very timely and certainly significant. In about the last year and a half, a number of activities have related to Yucca Mountain, both at the high-level nuclear storage and low-level, least of which is the Nuclear Regulatory Commission's environmental impact study on groundwater and as it relates to the Yucca Mountain site. Last September, Mayor Goodman testified in front of that commission's field hearing on that issue, and we appreciate the remarks that were made there. Throughout this year, there have been a number of activities that have happened, not in the public realm, but behind the scenes, filing of documents and court proceedings. On July 7th of this year, just a little over a month ago, Chairman Shimkus from Illinois held a U.S. House Energy and Commerce Subcommittee for Energy and the Economy, in which he highlighted Yucca Mountain and future direction for that issue. A number of Nevadans testified in front of that subcommittee hearing, and I think it echoes and sounds where things may be going over the next year or 2 years. So it's that reason we've asked Bob Halstead to come and brief you all on those activities and others. Bob comes to us with significant experience as an energy analyst in Wisconsin for a number of years, and we were lucky enough to bring him to Nevada several years ago to be our transportation analyst at the Agency for Nuclear Projects out of the governor's office. And now he serves that agency as the executive director, and I think we are in good hands with certainly an expert and a good Nevada fighter. So I'd like to ask Bob to present to you, and then we'd be happy to answer questions.
Good morning. Thank you for coming and for doing this for us. Appreciate it.
Good morning, Mayor, and thank you so much for the opportunity to be here this morning. I want to talk about the licensing proceeding primarily because that's where the facts and the law come together. And it's so important to remember that our opposition to Yucca Mountain is based on the facts and on the law. On behalf of Governor Brian Sandoval, I want to thank Mayor Goodman and the entire council for the support that you've given the state in opposition to Yucca Mountain, and also on behalf of former U.S. Senator Richard Bryan, who's chairman of the State Commission on Nuclear Projects. A thank you for your support as well. I want to especially thank Councilwoman Tarkanian for her service on our commission. And I also want to thank the government affairs and emergency management staff people at the city who really bring an extraordinary degree of professionalism and commitment to work on nuclear waste issues. And my agency works closely with them. And one other thing before we go to the slides, I hadn't planned to talk of this. I was so impressed that you devoted special attention this morning to recognizing the efforts of the law enforcement community in keeping us all safe and secure. And it isn't well understood by the public that while the nuclear utilities and the government facilities hire a lot of private security people and there are federal security people, at every community around nuclear facilities and along the routes that nuclear materials travel, it's the state and local police and fire and emergency medical people who are critical, absolutely critical to protecting the safety of the public and the security of those operations. And I just want to add to that in all of our planning and training programs and things, we're constantly aware of that particularly in a transportation emergency situation, it's our state and local people who are going to be the first responders. So with those few comments to begin, I'm going to try to go through a lot of complicated things very quickly, and I mostly want to be able to answer your questions. I want to start by saying something that most of us in Nevada don't need explained, but it's a matter of misinformation across a lot of the country. A lot of the pro-Yucca proponents argue, and actually there are pieces in local newspapers in the East saying, well, there's a repository at Yucca Mountain, and the Obama administration and Senator Reid shut it down, and if they would just change their position, we could get rid of all our nuclear waste. Well, of course, that is totally not true. What exists at Yucca Mountain are no disposal facilities, no surface handling facilities, there's no state water permit to build a repository, there's no construction authorization, there's no railroad to carry the large cast there. By the way, their BLM land withdrawal has expired for the southwest quadrant of the site, very important. So there are only exploratory tunnels there. So only about 5 miles of the minimum required 45 miles and as many as 90 miles for a repository has been constructed. So what's there is not what is often purported to be there. Now, this is a facty slide. We're going to skip over it. It's for the record so that you can have the dates of what has actually happened since 2008 with the licensing proceeding. And I really want to focus to the next slide on what could happen next. So the federal fiscal year ends on September 30th of 2016. We expect the Nuclear Regulatory Commission to have $1 million or more So they may go to the next phase of the licensing proceeding, even if Congress doesn't give them any additional funding to the NRC or DOE. It could be through a continuing resolution. I think when Congress comes back in September, no one is optimistic about normal appropriations bills passing, but we have had examples in the past where additional funding for licensing came on a continuing resolution. And I don't expect that to happen before January, but as we all know, Senator Reid has played a key role in cutting off the money spigot for the Yucca Mountain project, and we'll be in a different world on that regard. So the state has 218 admitted challenges. There are actually 299 altogether. This is about 700 or 800 calendar days of intense hearings. So 3, 4, or 5 years at least would be likely to resolve these issues. The Department of Energy has already spent about $675 million just on their licensing. They actually estimated they would need more than $1.6 billion just to do the licensing. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission says they need about $330 million to do the regulatory part. We've learned to live on a shoestring at the state of Nevada. We think we need about $8 to $10 million a year to carry our case forward. The legislature appropriated just under $5 million for each of the 2 years of the current biennium for our agency and the Attorney General. And we would anticipate, if there is future funding for DOE and NRC, that the state would receive some funding as we did in the past. Now, let me turn to the facts that are the basis of our opposition. First of all, about 150 of our contentions address what are called post-closure performance. That is, the site and the engineered barriers and the protection of groundwater. And I don't have a good way to make this overly busy slide explain everything. To get to the heart of it, the Yucca Mountain proposal is technically flawed because it involves putting the waste in the repository above the water table in a fractured rock body where precipitation water comes down from the top of the mountain, corrodes the canisters and the waste packages, carries the radionuclides down into the water table, and then into Amargosa Valley. Now, this is unlike any other repository project in the world. We have a very good working concept for disposal of transuranic waste in this country, the waste isolation pilot plant near Carlsbad, New Mexico, in a deep salt bed 2,000 feet down. And in France and Sweden and Finland, where they're looking at different rock types, they're all looking at the principle of truly deep geologic disposal. So what's being done, proposed at Yucca Mountain, the plan that was developed, would not even be considered anywhere else in the world where an advanced nuclear country has a program. Now, because of those deficiencies in the site, the Department of Energy has been trying to develop man-made barriers that would compensate for the deficiencies in the geology and the hydrology. And the one that we talk about the most and that most people have heard about is this plan to put 11,500 titanium drip shields, each one weighing 5 tons, over each of the waste packages. And to make it even stranger, the proposal is not to put these in until 90 years of operation. And there are issues with cost. This is a big cost item. Just the raw titanium is $3 to $5 billion, but the actual fabrication and installation is going to be fabulously expensive. It's not even clear that it's feasible because the heat and the radiation in the tunnels mean humans can't work down there. So this all has to be done robotically. And then there is the question that we need to ask in Nevada because of our past experience with congressional promises. So they're going to get a license and they're going to promise us that the most expensive part of the project is actually going to be done 90 years down the road. That's problem number one with the engineered barriers. Problem number two is that the titanium drip shields by themselves are not enough to keep radionuclides out of the water. So they've come up with a proposal criticized in great detail by the Nuclear Waste Technical Review Board, made up of National Academy of Sciences members, for the so-called hot repository, where the idea is to keep the temperature in the drifts above the boiling point of water for 1,000 years, and then, even strangely enough, arguing that they can maintain thermal drainage channels between the drifts so that there's a differential in temperature and the water will bypass the waste and go down to the water table. Well, this has, of course, never been done before anywhere. And again, because of the heat and the radiation in the tunnels, you can't have humans down there actually installing this system. Then finally, this comes to the groundwater issue. And again, this is a very technical issue, and let me try to give you the summary. The NRC's EIS on groundwater impacts had to be prepared by the NRC staff because the Department of Energy, good sense on their part, said, look, we've backed off this project. We don't want to do this. We're not going to prepare this for you. So you have the really strange situation where the license applicant wants to walk away from Yucca Mountain. The regulators, operating under a federal court order, are doing the best they can to go along with this. But even their analysis concluded that over time, some radioactive material would get into the groundwater in Amargosa Valley. But they said, don't worry about it. It's only a little bit, and it won't happen for 200,000 years. Now, on the other hand, if you look at the analysis, what if those titanium drip shields fail or they're not installed? Alternative computer models say that the radiation protection standards are exceeded between 700 and 900 years, and really significant contamination could occur at 2,000 years. Well, remember, the regulation says it's got to work for 1,000,000 years. So, in addition to the groundwater, I just point out on this map, Mayor Goodman made such fine statements at the NRC public hearing, and then they had a public hearing down in Amargosa Valley. And the Amargosa Valley people came and said, well, you know, you've got the farms in the desert here, but you're not telling people that between 1,000 and 2,000 people have lived in Amargosa Valley. Population fluctuates a little with the mining activity, but over the last 40 years, quite a few people live there. Oh, and by the way, they don't show that there are Native American lands, trust lands, which have the same status as a reservation, owned by the Timbisha Shoshone tribe. So the bottom line here is, if we didn't have all these other things happening, we'd be going to federal court filing a lawsuit under the National Environmental Policy Act challenging the sufficiency of this EIS because of these egregious deficiencies. Now, because of the other things that are going on, we get a lot of other legal whacks at the NRC's analysis before then. So, transportation. This is the area that I think we're most concerned about with Las Vegas. And let's just look for a minute at the Department of Energy's plan for building a 300-mile railroad east-west across 7 north-south mountain ranges. And who in their right mind would spend $2 or $3 billion to build a railroad that would still route 80% of the train shipments through downtown Las Vegas? But that's the Department of Energy's transportation plan. Their land withdrawal has expired. They've pulled their water permits. They need 100 water wells with state permits to build this. There are all kinds of challenges that will come from the ranchers, from Michael Heiser, the sculptor who's building the world's largest sculpture installation out in Garden Valley. And of course, recently, the Basin and Range National Monument designation, I think, puts the final nail in the coffin of that railroad proposal. And then we get to the impacts on Las Vegas. And, you know, actually 3 weeks ago now, Congressman Shimkus' subcommittee held a hearing in Washington and tried to diminish our concerns about transportation impacts on Las Vegas. Again, making a long story short, DOE's EIS fails to assess the impacts on Las Vegas of 80% of the 9,600 rail casts traveling on the Union Pacific Railroad, the 2,650 trucks in addition to the rail that would all come in on the Beltway. There are radiological impacts, and we've gone into those in great detail. And so, in fact, has the National Academy of Sciences adopted 90% of Nevada's concerns. But the one area they said that is hard to deal with are the social impacts. People's perception of risk is so important. And we had a discussion in the mayor's office yesterday, and, I'm just trying to kind of summarize what we said. Las Vegas wants to be known as the capital of fun. We don't want to be known as the capital of nuclear waste. We don't want to be identified in people's minds with a place they could come and somehow have a radiological concern. And I can tell you that the only way to keep shipments, especially the truck shipments, out of Las Vegas is to defeat the Yucca Mountain proposal. So finally, there's some federal legislation that we're following. There are two different approaches to appropriations that actually have big policy implications in the Senate and the House. And the Senate passed an appropriations bill to fund alternatives to Yucca Mountain. The House Appropriations Committee put out a bill to continue Yucca Mountain. Interestingly, on May 26th, the House voted down that appropriations bill over a whole range of other things. I don't even know that they will have even a shot of passing that bill in September. But we'll have to be watching the continuing resolutions. Meanwhile, some serious people in the Senate are trying to enact the Blue Ribbon Commission on America's Nuclear Future recommendation. Remember, last time I was here, we talked about the 2012 report. It says, go for volunteer sites, take the program out of DOE, have an interim storage facility to cover things for the next 20, 30, 40 years, and then straighten out this repository plan and do it technically correctly someplace where people will accept it. Well, there's actually a bill to try to do all of that in the Senate, but of course they want to grandfather in Yucca Mountain. So we have some really good, short, 3-page pieces of legislation that Senator Reid and Senator Heller have drafted, been introduced in the House by Representatives Titus and Heck. And I don't think, obviously, anything's going to happen before the new Congress. But if the new Congress and the new administration really want to try and fix the nuclear waste program, we're going to try to share our experience with them, as we did with the Blue Ribbon Commission, and help in that effort. But we're going to insist that the state of Nevada has to have the same right to say no that the Blue Ribbon Commission said every other state should have. And again, I've probably gone a little longer than I planned, but I wanted to kind of bring you up to date and mostly focus on this licensing proceeding. That's where the facts and the law come together, and that's really where the big fight is now.
Mr. Alstead, it's so informative, and, it seems interminable that we will be dealing with this, because these proceedings are recorded and repeated again and again and again. Our listening public, a couple of things. How can they access and get information? What would be the website to, one, get the information, to ask questions, to get a response? And then the third thing is, as you want to, or we want to encourage the public to contact their representatives, what can they do?
In reverse order, Mayor, I think first of all, elected representatives really pay attention when they hear from constituents about issues like this. And so contacting your elected representatives at every level, that's something that members of the public need to do. As far as information, I often we have such a complicated web address and we have an antiquated computer system. By the way, we're hoping in the next year that our agency is going to upgrade our servers and our connections and all of our website services. But the easiest way to get to our website is to Google up NV Nuke Waste, and that will get you right up to the Agency for Nuclear Projects. We're
Nuke
proud
as
of
N-U-K-E, N-V.
No, I'm sorry, N-U-C-W-A-S-T-E. N-V N-U-C-W-A-S-T.
Excellent.
And we maintain one of the best websites in the world. We cover globally the events, and we don't censor out the things we don't like most of the if you go to Nuclear Town Hall or Nuclear Street, you often won't find any of the articles, say, from the Review Journal or other sources that report what's going on in Nevada. And we make it a point to put all the information about nuclear developments and the opinions on all sides on our website.
Is there an opportunity for the person who's going there to get questions answered?
Yes, there actually is a line to click on to send a message, and then it comes to NWPO, Nuclear Waste Project Office, and then we check that every day and we respond to those comments and questions.
Oh, very, very informative for us all. We've been watching it forever. We will continue to do that and certainly welcome you back after the election to know what direction we're going. Because I'm sure everything's on hold for everybody until we muddle through. But thank you for taking the time and giving us such a fine report. Any comments or questions?
I just want, I turned and asked you this earlier today. When is this all going to end, Mr. Halstead? I mean, for crying out loud, I see this struggle between the Senate and the House. The Senate's trying to kill this thing. The House is trying to revive this thing. DOE still in the middle. The Nuclear Regulatory Commission is trying to push this thing through. What do you see? Where's the light at the end of the tunnel?
Well, I think two things might happen. One is that Yucca Mountain might go forward with this licensing proceeding, and as long as it's been going on, which is next year will be 30 years, the licensing proceeding is only about halfway through. And so one way or another, if the licensing proceeding is started, I believe we're going to defeat their license application. There'll be some litigation on that, but I hate to say this, it could drag on for another 5 years, and we have to be prepared for that. On the other hand, there are some really neat things that are happening, one of which shows that the private sector has stepped in and developed solutions here where the federal government has been, frankly, paralyzed, or certainly a combination of paralysis and lacking in good ideas. So the nuclear firms have developed very cost-effective and safe dry canister storage for use at the existing reactors. This has actually been going on for about 20 years, but it's just this past year that the Nuclear Regulatory Commission passed regulations that acknowledge the fact that it's safe to keep the spent fuel at the reactor sites for at least 100, probably 200 years. Now, that's not only important for giving us time to straighten out the policy. Again, I don't want to be too wonky about this, but there's one particular radionuclide, cesium-137, that causes about 90% of the radiological hazard. It has a half-life of 30 years. If you keep the waste in dry cask storage at the reactors, by about 60 years, you're down to about a 95% total reduction in the radiological hazard. Now, you still have to keep the long-lived plutonium and uranium and the neptunium and technetium and some other bad things under control. But first of all, the dry storage works really well, and it gives us a way to keep our nuclear plants going. So we can still get 20% of our electricity from nuclear. Secondly, some of the companies that have worked on those at reactor installations are working with communities that are interested in hosting interim storage facilities. And again, we've talked about this is in the city's report in the legislative agenda is actually very accurate on this. Communities in Texas and New Mexico are interested in hosting interim storage facilities. The one in Texas has submitted a license to the NRC. They may well be licensed in 3 or 4 years because unlike Yucca Mountain, they have a good site for storage, and that is no big population nearby, no surface flooding, no earthquake hazards, right next to an interstate highway, right next to a mainline railroad. So I think we'll see some progress there in the next couple of years, and maybe that will provide both a face-saving way for those people in Congress who committed, careers to pursuing Yucca Mountain to back away from it. And that's my hope.
Well, Mayor, if I can continue, that sounds promising, Mr. Halstead, really promising about the site in Texas. This whole dance routine reminds me of a cat chasing its tail. It's never ending, and it's never going to happen. So, what we just continue to do what we continue to do, I guess, and keep up with the
And I'd
fight.
like to add, Mayor Pro Tem, for the past 17 years, my husband for 12 years prior to my being involved and tenured here, every time we are with the U.S. Conference of Mayors, which is twice a year, we make sure through our staff that not only do we get to speak to the right people in government, but we talk to 1,200 mayors about the transport of this material is coming through your community, and your community has old infrastructure. Do you want the accident in your community, in Virginia, in New York, in Illinois, in Texas? And what is really interesting is that can be validated that they will not give the information of how this material is transported. The DOE will not provide that information when it's transported, what is transported, times it's transported, or the routes this takes. So the only thing we can do, and what I know my husband tried to do at each U.S. Conference of Mayors, and what I speak to as we talk, whatever the area is that might be aligned, and with Mr. Perigo, everything that we have done is to try to always get in front of as many mayors as we can, continue to pass resolutions as a big body to address this, but to make sure we always talk about failed infrastructure that is around this country. And being as young as we are, really, as a community, our infrastructure is in pretty darn good shape. And yet, of course, too, we know that within the past year we've had an earthquake. Yeah. And so these faults that everybody thought were asleep or whatever, there's been studies on that as well. So it's just something we have to keep on top of and keep our ears open and work to get the communication and the scientists, engineers, the research done, and taking the money to put it into research, to deactivate the materials, to put the money in where we're best suited, not just to transport it and store it, but to work in the research, and which of course is jobs as well. And I'm sure there's brilliance out there that can come about the deactivation, repurposing. I mean, that's something that is really as an exciting as an industry of repurposing the material.
Mayor, as you're talking to other mayors at the conferences about infrastructure, our first responders are not trained for this kind of accident either. So that, I think, has to be figured into this equation.
That's absolutely one of the number one issues. I mean, certainly infrastructure is important. And there is a tendency on the part of the people in the industry to say these casts, and by the way, the casts that would be used for Yucca Mountain have been designed, but they haven't actually been built yet. There's no plan to test them full scale, no requirement that they be tested full scale. So in the end, you have to train the first responders to handle very complicated situations where they come on a scene, and even if they're well trained and well equipped, and it's quite expensive to do that. And understand, we have a commitment in Nevada that, for example, when shipments go through, we have the highway patrol people do mechanical and radiological safety inspections, and they escort shipments, and we don't have we've been able to do that under executive order. It's frankly one of the things we probably need to look at, like other states have actually adopted rules or regulations formalizing those law enforcement roles. But so the law enforcement people have to be trained in all aspects, because what we really want is when the shipments have to occur, we want the shipments to be safe and routine. But of course, we have to be prepared for those instances where there may be an emergency. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here, and we will work together with you on
We're
this.
so grateful to you and partnering.
Mr. Coffin.
I think,
Yes.
Sure.
I wasn't sure if Lois was first or not. I
Yes.
think she was.
Would you mind, Councilwoman, you go first,
I
please?
just wanted to thank you for the informative presentation you did today, and it was understandable because it is so difficult. And for those you present at the nuclear meetings that we have, it's amazing to me how the lack of transparency is there as far as which routes they're going to take. And then when people know what routes they're going to take, then they raise up in arms. Well, why are you going all the way across the country
Never tell us.
and involving all these other cities and everything? I think it's just excellent what you presented. I want to thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councilman?
Thanks, Mayor. My tenure in this town, in this valley, is synchronized with nuclear testing. I came here in '51, the first year of the nuclear testing above ground in town, although in this valley, although we had, New Mexico had a couple of above ground tests at the wartime. It then became upon us to be patriotic and not pay attention to the safety hazards and let the Cold War govern everything. And so we had lots of above ground tests, and we took a lot of pride in that. We didn't know, and we were lied to by the AEC at that time, that we were having any hazard whatsoever. But when you look at, which were ultimately released, the maps of the drift of fallout around this country, it hit southern Nevada and southern California at least a half a dozen times. And we were never told about that. And so finally, in '61, I graduated from high school, and I went to work at the test site before I went in the Army. And so I had a good look in the inside of it as far as what security kept me from. Then, you know, I was elected in '82 to the legislature. And again, that was at the tipping point time when we decided we really needed to fight what was being proposed, which was the Yucca Mountain proposal. And we spent the whole '83 session talking about that. Well, I got tired of this subject after about 10 years, and about 24 years ago, I started talking to the lobbyists who were never going to go away. They were never going to stop spending money. They were never going to stop trying to influence our elections here to get to their goal of Yucca Mountain, which by then was proven to be a faulty place to store it because of bad science. And, you know, I said, finally, and I will say this publicly, what I told everybody then, and will say it now, my mind has not changed. The genie's out of the bottle. The nuclear waste, yes, it can be stored temporarily at these many, many locations. But I think even 10 years ago, I don't think I hazarded a guess as to what domestic terrorism and terrorism inspired by people in other countries would produce, the potential it had to create disruption here in our country. So all of those multiple locations where nuclear waste is stored, many of them are vulnerable. And so the members of Congress from other states have really, they've had righteousness on their side in many ways in trying to get it away from their metro communities. I understand that. And the only thing that's kept nuclear waste out of Nevada, frankly, has been governmental opposition, and specifically in the form of a two-legged monster named Harry Reid, who is now retiring. And in 6 months, we lose our juice on the Hill. And we are only an act of Congress away from passage of this. Then it goes to the courts. So I think that what I've proposed to the nuclear guys 20 years ago and still believe in is multiple locations for the storage. That what is so senseless because of the transportation problems to run it all across the mountain ranges and the rivers of the United States to bring it here. And of course, you can have an accident here, but the likelihood of an accident on the way here is much more likely. And, you know, going in a river, poison the waters of a dozen states, maybe tip a cask and break a cask in the Rocky Mountains, the Alleghenies, you name it, and you've poisoned, you know, an entire group of communities, maybe our water supply here, as well as the ability for people to cross this country. So my goal is, I hope, it's out of my hands, my goal is to get people to see that maybe a regional approach to this would be good. When we first started this fight, we had zero kilowatts from nuclear production. As time has gone, and as our power company has been absorbed by a couple of national power companies, we now have a share of nuclear power. We used to say we had the high ground. We're not getting any of this, so why should we store it? Well, now we are. So we're in the game. And my thought is, why not have 6 or 8 repository sites around the country? A couple on each side of the Rocky Mountains, a couple on each side of the Mississippi River, and you name it. Because right now in 60 or 80 places, and I forget how many reactors there are, each one of them is individually more vulnerable than a regional facility with the national backing. And I just feel like that is where we go until, as we do what Mayor said, find a way to neutralize, find a way to use it properly. It could take 30, 40, 50 years. In that period of time, this country can learn how to possibly control the nuclear genie who's out of the bottle. So again, I've thought about this so much and had so many arguments and so many debates and private meetings over the last 30 years that it seems like I feel like I've hit the sweet spot in terms of trying to meet people part way, because we are going to have to meet people part way. I don't know if it's halfway, but we in Nevada are going to have to meet people part way because of our, you know, changes in Congress and our small population compared to the rest of the country. So there has to be something. I'm not suggesting at all that we lay down and take it, but rather let's negotiate from a position of strength. Let's try to, you know, negotiate as Nevada people are taught to negotiate, which is to try to get the upper hand and then at least enter into bargains that make sense for the entire country, not just ourselves. So that's my gospel, and you know, it's worth what it's paid for. And I really appreciate the fact you're holding that incumbency right now. And we had some really aggressive people in your position for years, and they fought tooth and nail, and they shed a lot of blood. So now it got a little more sanitary with congressional interference and also the courts being involved, but it's going to get bloody again, real quick. And so let's think about that possibility. Thank you.
I just want to say you raised many good points, Councilman Kaufman, and at the reactor storage, security has to be given more attention. Again, the private sector is actually coming up with some new earth-sheltered forms to protect them. The regional solution is going to be looked at, I think. And finally, we have to make a better case of arguing in the national interest that Yucca Mountain is an unusually expensive place to build a repository because of those engineered barriers. And the thinking now, and we're doing a white paper on this, is that a repository in Salt probably not only allows you to walk away from the $15 billion investment in Yucca Mountain, but maybe save another 20 or 25 billion over the life cycle operation by picking a site that requires less complicated engineering. But all those things, as you say, are going to be addressed by the new administration. And
Bob, thanks for those kind words. One last thing, Mayor. It is important for us to continue to devote a lot of science to this so that not only can we neutralize it and put it to good use, we shouldn't bury it forever. That's just crazy. Whether it be 2, 6, 8, or 20 repositories. We shouldn't bury it forever and think it's going to go away. It won't. Something will break somewhere. Something will seep. It's designed by humans, guaranteed to fail. So therefore, I really wouldn't trust private industry either. I think this remains a governmental responsibility, and so on and so forth. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you again. We're so grateful to you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you again.
Okay, we will move on to agenda item 35, which is a report by the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department regarding the outcomes from the first monthly operation of the Neighborhood Engagement Team program. So we welcome you, and who is introduced? Well, you're do it yourselves, okay?
Good morning. My name's Devin Ballard. I'm a captain with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. I'm currently the SWAT commander for the department. I'm here today to briefly talk about the NET team and how they're assigned to the SWAT Bureau, and to introduce Lieutenant Connell, who is overseeing the NET team. Very recently, about 2 months ago, the NET team, the current NET team, was put under the SWAT Bureau along with the Homeland Saturation team. We felt that that was a good fit for all proactive activity coming out of one bureau like that. It made sense. So it's been very productive.
Could I interrupt you?
Yes, sir.
Because I know we have a viewing public. What is the essence of the neighborhood engagement team? Is it something we've come up with here? Are we doing something that's copying some other community? What is the essence of the program?
Well, if I may, I'll introduce Steve, and then he'll go into great detail on how the team was set up. We all know in the law enforcement world that the lieutenant is where the rubber really meets the road. They're the ones that get the job done, and in this instance, it's no different with Lieutenant Connell. He's been on the job for 16 years, always been in proactive positions, and he was a perfect fit for this task. So with that said, Lieutenant Connell.
Thank you.
Good morning. To answer your question on basically what our mission is, we deploy to the high crime, violent, specifically neighborhoods, and our purpose is to proactively intervene in those neighborhoods through arrest, through enforcement, and make it a safer place to be. So that's the bottom line of what our mission is. You asked about other communities across the country. There's similar units across the country. In fact, we've had similar units with Metro in the past. We had what was called the saturation teams, and we're real similar to that, except for we would have more of an investigative aspect to our teams. We have detectives actually assigned to the team, and they follow up immediately on information which is generated in the field. And so it's I would say an improvement in my opinion. And then I'll talk about some basic info relating to all of the aspects of the NET team, and then if at any time you want to ask questions throughout, it's obviously.
But is this in addition to or in replacement of the gang unit that we used to have?
It is
Is it similar to the gang unit or very different?
In the sense that we're going into neighborhoods that have high gang activity and we conduct enforcement, it's similar to that, yes.
Okay.
And I was actually assigned to the gang unit, and so was the captain here at one point in time. I'll just talk about how we deploy. We have an analytical section with Las Vegas Metro. There's several different reports that we draw from to decide where we're going to go work. One's the street level violence report, one's the firearm density, and the other is the disorder, valley-wide disorder reports. In addition to that, the captains of each area command basically send kind of their wish list for where they want the NET team to deploy to. So they take all that information, and myself and the sergeants decide on a daily basis where we'll deploy. Now, what we're talking about here specifically with the city is Squad 3. Squad 3 is a squad that was financed by the city and works the city alone. So in city, it would be Bolden Area Command, Northwest Area Command, downtown, of course, and pockets of Northeast Area Command. That's where Squad 3 deploys to. Each squad is made up of 10 uniformed officers and 2 detectives. Each squad has a sergeant and then 1 lieutenant that oversees all those squads. Like I said, there's 3 squads. The first 2 squads are already in existence, and then the city squad that was just added. In terms of results or success, we've had great successes. In front of you is the first month, actually, the results for the team Squad 3. And what I would want to just say about the success of the NET teams is it's all about the people. I worked for a sergeant for Captain Ballard when he worked on the South Strip. I ran proactive squads, detective squads on the South Strip, and over the course of 6 years of running those squads, I became pretty good at judging talent, and the talent especially for proactive police work that would be good in going into units like this. So when we added Squad 3, I basically drew from all 8 area commands for Metro and got you the highest producing, hardest working officers there are for Squad 3. And the results in front of you, I'll talk numbers in a second, but I mean that speaks for itself. I'll talk about numbers right now. This is the first month. This is 10 uniformed officers, 2 detectives, and a sergeant that oversees them. In the first month, and I'm talking the areas they work within the city, there were 72 felony arrests made, 31 misdemeanor arrests, 5 search warrants, 82 gang field interview cards, which means they actually come in contact with a gang member. They identify him as a gang member through the criteria and conduct a field interview cards, which can be used in intelligence files. DONS arrest. DONS is an acronym for Dangerous Offender Notification System. When we arrest somebody that's a DONS offender, that means they're already on probation or parole. That means most likely that arrest is going to send them immediately back to prison. So they're out there doing whatever at 3 in the morning. They're already on probation or parole for robbery. They already have time hanging over their head, and they're going to end up going back to prison. Fugitives, the guys that work for me know I like catching the fugitives because it's basically somebody that came from another part of the country to come hang out in Vegas and continue criminal activity. The 4 fugitives caught in the city, 3 were from California, 1 was from Colorado, and I think 2 of the 4 had a murder or attempt murder type backgrounds, so it was definitely good to get those off the streets. Guns, my guys know I also like guns because guns, especially in possession of gang members, ex-felons, drug dealers, that's what drives the serious violent crime that we're looking to stop. And within that 1 month period, they got 14 throughout the 3 squads. We've only started these net squads since April. We're well over 100 dirty guns that were taken off of the streets.
That's something.
We do have, our mission is primarily proactive, like I've talked about throughout this, but we do have, we get used in other capacities, minor capacities. The protest at Cary and MLK, when you guys saw those pictures in the newspaper, that was the net officers that were standing on the front line for those protests. And then we also have a community component. This Friday downtown on Fremont Street, actually 2 of my officers are going to speak to a group about basically choosing the right path, away from gangs, away from all the pitfalls for youth these days. So we do have other things we do besides just go out and strictly look to arrest people. And with that, I'll answer any questions you have.
No, we thank you for your service. And one question right up front, of your officers riding in tandem these days or single?
We do ride double, typically just based on the type of stops made with these officers. When they make them, we anticipate usually arresting somebody. And it's standard that we ride double. We will eventually, depending on what we want to do, ride single though. If we can go to an area where we want to get more of a visual deterrence and you have 10 black and white circling an area as opposed to 5, we'll do that sometimes too. But for the most part, I'd say 90% of the time we do ride double.
Thank you. Comments, questions? Councilman, I see your lights on.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, I appreciate the recognition. I really am sorry we had to go to the extreme of creating our own essentially city-sponsored emergency response team, but it's unfortunate that we had to do it because other elected officials around this valley do not recognize that every ne'er-do-well person, every person who has a problem comes to the center of a valley, to the city in the center of a valley, and to the center of that city, which is Ward 1, Ward 3, and Ward 5. And so we appreciate this extra thing. I don't know whether we can carry it on, but I'll tell you what, I think it's demonstrating usefulness. There's other kinds of gangs involved too. I think we think about people with named gangs and tattooed members of gangs and gang affiliates and all that. There's other kind of gangs roaming our streets downtown, and they don't wear gang signs. They just panhandle for money in the daytime and they thieve at night. And they rove now. There's an organized pattern. Leaders always rise to the top in any group of people. And it seems as if they not only have become very skillful at organizing fake documents to enable them to then rent out illegal housing because they take advantage of our broken windows here, and they come in and they definitely fake living in houses, and then they prowl at night. So we have an enormous amount of thievery going on by these people, but when you see them singly, you don't think of them as a gang, but when they're together, they are. And they are hiding under the guise of homeless and true homeless and mentally ill. But in fact, the bums, the drifters, we talked about earlier on in the presentations today, the guy's looking for a quick buck and an easy way to live and get enough money for the next meth hit or whatever they can get. It is a problem, a serious problem, and it doesn't make the headlines. It is not the kind of thing that a sheriff can get criticized for. He just doesn't see it. You guys see it in commands in downtown and northeast, which are the commands primarily for Ward 3. See it, and the neighbors see it, and that is our primary problem right now in terms of law enforcement and neighborhood security, and that is these unaffiliated gangs, mostly white male bums. And you just can't see them as a gang, but they are gangs. And they're bothering people in businesses and in residences, and it's a real problem. And if we have to do anything other than, well, we obviously have to respect people's constitutional rights. There's an awful lot of people that are trespassing, and while our rules are that you can't get them for trespassing unless you catch them on the property. Well, it's hard. That means proactive policing. You got to be out there to see them there and know that they were permitted to be on that property, to be able to arrest them. So I just hope that we keep this up, and I'm sorry to say, if the city has to carry the mail on its own, we'll have to do it somehow. We'll have to find the money, but this is not just to the rest of our city services and to all those other good services, which I consider law enforcement too, whether it's parks, recreation, the cultural activities of a community. They're all related to law enforcement. They all help groom better young citizens to be, not a problem in later life. So I thank you very much for coming with this report. And keep in mind, you've given us a list of gangs that are identified and valid, we know, but it's the ones who don't have labels on them that sometimes are the biggest problems for the day-to-day safety and security of our residents. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Councilman. Councilwoman?
Yes. Could you please send us a hard copy of this?
Yes, ma'am.
I would appreciate that. And secondly, I was going to say, it's certainly been worth what we've put into that to see the good work you've done with it, and we appreciate it. And thirdly, if you have an area in your ward that all of a sudden seems to be acting up criminally, who would we call and let know? Could you just give me a name and a phone number? So I know you have lots of information, but sometimes we get it early on from constituents, and we'd just like to give it to you.
I'll make sure you get that phone number, ma'am.
Would you please? I really appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Anthony?
So based on the 72 felony crimes and the misdemeanor crimes and the search warrants, is this just typical criminal activity, or is there a particular trend of a certain kind of criminal activity that's occurring in these particular areas?
It really runs the gamut. Last night we caught a robbery in progress who was responsible for 12 robberies in Henderson and Las Vegas. We don't chase drug offenses, but if we can get a violent offender off the streets by putting a drug case on him, we'll do that. It's really every type of crime really imaginable.
So what were the search warrants?
The search warrants most likely, especially for Team 3, were officer did a traffic stop, there was a gun in the car, the subject was an ex-felon, and we did a search warrant to recover the gun to potentially go federal. But they also do controlled buys and search warrants on houses. Actually, the first night of the city team, those two detectives handled a shooting down just off Maryland Parkway where shots were fired, and they did a search warrant for the house to try to recover an AR-15, and that was one of those search warrants. That was the first night.
Good job, good numbers. Yeah.
Yes, very good.
Councilman Pierce?
Thanks. I just wanted to take the opportunity to thank you, gentlemen, and all of the people who work with you, but also to plug the Citizens Police Academy, an excellent program that citizens can sign up for. It's one Wednesday. I think every Wednesday night was the class I went through, which is 3 years ago. And it's really interesting. You get a rotating view of all the departments inside the police department.
That's great.
We got to see you guys up there at the Hill at SWAT. And I would highly recommend the experience to every citizen, as well, by the way, to members of the council. Very good program. They put you in the simulation training with live people. I lasted about 5 seconds with the 14-year-old girl that stabbed me to death. So, anyway, very good experience, and it helps a great deal to try to understand for non-police officers what it is to be a police officer. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Captain, Lieutenant, thank you very much. I'm going to make a couple of comments.
I'm sorry. You know I'm back, therefore I will take time. But this will be a real quick one. 2 weeks ago, my daughter was in a parking lot at where we commonly say the Jimmy John's sandwich or the Omelet House, right at Charleston and Rancho in Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian's district. She was a witness to a shootout in there. Bullets flying right in front of her car. She saw this thing. She stayed there for a long time to give a witness statement. I hope that it was valuable to you. But the point is, this happens everywhere, anytime. I mean, an argument happens in a tat shop in there. Well, there never used to be a tat shop before. And I know the Omelet House doesn't appreciate that kind of reputation happening. It's just around the corner from the mayor's house and Councilwoman Tarkanian's house. But it's happening in the open, and this didn't even make it to the newspapers. This is the kind of thing that's just crazy out there. There were bullet holes in every car around my daughter's car except hers, which really deserves to be totaled. There's no excuse from this incident. In any event, that's where it happens. It hits real close to home because we live right in the heart of it all. Thank you.
Councilman Barlow?
Yes, I just wanted to piggyback on Councilman Beer's point. I'm an alumni of the Metro Citizen Advisory Academy, and kudos to the wonderful job that law enforcement does, because having an opportunity to see how the intricacies of law enforcement from the inside, it gives you a totally different perspective of those that don't know and the perception that the public may have in regards to law enforcement, what it really is, and why, in fact, there are certain reasons and rationales as to why law enforcement must do certain things in order to control the community and the safety not only of the officers but of the community at large. And so I too would encourage anyone, specifically those community members who are available, to sign up and participate in the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department Citizen Advisory Academy to get that perspective. I think it would be a great educational moment for a lot of the community members as well. So thank you, Councilman Beers, for bringing that to the community's attention as well.
If I may, Your Honor, with your permission.
Please.
Captain Lieutenant, I want to say thank you very much for what you're doing. I want to express my appreciation to the mayor, Sheriff Lombardo, certainly Ms. Retwell, in regards to this expense that's paying off tremendously for the citizens in the city of Las Vegas. I want to make a comment, Lieutenant, about what you said about your team and your unit. And this goes without saying. All of us are very engaged with our police department in law enforcement in our respective areas of the city of Las Vegas. That goes unsaid. But it's the proactive nature of area command captains, the COPs, and the unit that you're engaged with right now. And I heard that comment about your guys are out there, you're going to go teach, you're going to go talk to somebody. And that's significant, and I wish we could get that message out to the public more often about how proactive our law enforcement agencies are within this community, because you're not just out there arresting bad guys. Yeah, you're doing that, but you're doing a lot more than that.
That's right.
You're talking to people, you're talking them off a ledge, you're talking them into a new career. I mean, you're always doing that. That never stops, even when you take that uniform and that badge off. So my appreciation to you guys. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, and we appreciate so much your service, the sacrifices you make every day for us, because we know it's your community too. But we thank you both, and it's a great program, and we know how involved you are. And I'm sure, Councilman Anthony, you mentioned last night.
Did I mention last night?
Yeah.
No.
Well, it's just another way of community involvement, law enforcement, and active participation with the community, which is what they do all the time. We're just so grateful. Thank you very, very much. That's a report, and no motions required. And Councilwoman, I see your finger on the buzzer.
Well, I was just going to say, to show you how small the world is, my grandson works at that Jimmy John's, and he got there at the same time, evidently, his daughter did.
Really?
Yes. In fact, my car, he was driving my car, I couldn't get it for a while because it was in the crime scene area. But, you know, it's so scary. And the people are wanting help so badly. We have to show them, and that's why I'm sure the people a long time ago, I still feel this in the craw of my neck, I'm sorry, but the monies that were voted by the people, I feel, should have been given fully to the police officers, and we're going to have to keep working on that so that you do have the personnel and the resources that you need.
Without question. Forever, we're committed to you, 100%. So thank you.
Thank you very much for the support.
Appreciate it. Okay, we will move on to agenda item 36. This is an abeyance item, a report by Luann D. Holmes, City Clerk, regarding the status of reimbursement structure for future elections proposed by Clark County, and discussion for possible action regarding available options for upcoming election cycles. Mr. Sanchez, is that an autograph? You got an autograph? Wow. Oh. You don't know which one to pull. You can take them both. Pull them towards you.
Good morning. Good morning, Mayor and Council. My name is Luann Holmes. I'm the city clerk for the city
You
of Las
better pull
Vegas.
it up to you because now it's not.
I'm like way short.
Good.
Can you hear me?
Good.
All right. So today we're here to talk about municipal election services, and I'm just going to jump right into it. We're going to discuss the 4 options that are in front of you for the different kind of election services. There's Clark County. We can continue to have Clark County provide the election services as they have done in the past. And part of that option, we're going to discuss a little bit about implementing vote centers versus polling locations. Your second option is election services that are actually performed by the City of Las Vegas. Again, I'm going to introduce that idea of implementing vote centers. Your third option is you have the ability, due to a passage of AB 132 in the year 2011, to transition to even year elections. We do have a recommendation from the City Attorney's Office that we should request a judicial review, which is a declaratory action. We want to know how that impacts your term limits. And then your fourth option is an all-mail ballot election. This option actually requires us to go to legislature and make some changes. So the first option is Clark County to provide elections. This comes as a result of a new fee structure that has been implemented. It will go into effect for the 2017 election year. And the fees are based on a lot of sliding factors. They're based on how many potential voters are available to vote, who are the municipalities that are going to be playing in that election, the type of wards that are being run. In the past, our elections have run about $250,000 per election. That's $250,000 for a primary and $250,000 for a general. In accordance with the new fee structure, this number is a worst-case scenario. It's assuming that you have both a primary and a general. It's assuming that it's an all-ward race and that all the municipalities, that's North Las Vegas, us, Boulder City, and Henderson, all participate. Worst case scenario for polling locations, it would cost $1.4 million, and for vote centers, it would cost $1.1 million. Now, I know that I didn't have the opportunity to talk to a couple council members. You already have a question, Councilman Barlow.
I do. Just break out the polling locations and the vote centers. Are we talking about precincts?
I am so glad you asked. Thank you. Can I get the overhead, Jeff? Let me show you a map I have here. I'm sorry, this is really the best way to introduce this. In the past, polling locations are based on precincts, and the City of Las Vegas has used 75 polling locations. For the 2015 election, this is what we had, 75 polling locations. So there's resources and costs that are allocated to the 75 polling locations. One of the restrictions of a polling location is that you are assigned one, and on election day, that's where you can vote. For early vote, you can still go to the early vote locations, any of them, and vote, but on election day, you're assigned one. The difference is vote centers. This concept has actually been very effective. The City of Henderson has been implementing this for about 10 years, and we've actually drawn out a proposal of 15 vote centers. These vote centers were selected because they had some of the highest turnout in our early voting locations, and also to show that we went a wide breadth of locations and coverage for all the wards. So in these 15 vote centers, on election day, you'd be able to vote at any of them. So it gives the voter a flexibility. You can work, play, vote anywhere. If you live up in the north in Ward 6 and you happen to work down here at City Hall, I don't know, you can't see my finger down here, but City Hall is actually one of the vote centers that we're proposing. So that's the difference between vote centers and 75 polling locations. 15, there's be a significant reduce in costs and resources needed to support those 15. Thank you. Does that answer your question? Please go ahead.
Okay. And thank you for this, Luann. So in essence, we will be moving from the traditional precinct location on Election Day and giving the voters an option to utilize the voting centers just as we do in the early vote.
This is actually a decision that you can make. The council will decide if you'd like to stay with the traditional 75.
Hold the mic in front of you. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. It's a decision that the council will get to make, whether you want to stay with the 75 or if you want to move to this concept of using the 15 vote centers instead.
Right, I understand that, but
on Election Day, yes.
But on Election Day, this would be just as what we do on early vote, as far as having the opportunity to vote anywhere in the city during
Correct.
early vote, right?
Correct. Absolutely.
Okay.
All right. I'll go back to the slides, Jim. So the cost we gave you two different cost structures. So for those 75 polling locations, Clark County, based on their new fee structure, would charge about $1.4 million. And if we went to vote centers, which they are equipped to have us do in the 2017 election, if you choose, it'll be about $1.1 million. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. So this is still the city of Las Vegas utilizing Clark County to run the election?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. So let's discuss quickly the pros and cons of Clark County providing those election services. Some of the pros, Clark County's experience. They're actually nationally recognized for being one of the most credible and effective election centers in the nation. They have a very high rate of return. They have done well by us. We've never had any problems. We have a great working relationship with them. They have the ability to support those 75 polling locations if you decide to go with that. And we're going to talk a little bit more in your next option on whether or not, if we took over those services, could we support 75 polling locations. They also have all the equipment, technology, and infrastructure in place. They have spent years accumulating that equipment, technology, and infrastructure. And they have established relationships, which are really important. Relationships for those polling locations, for vendors, to get better pricing and discounts. Some of the cons, though, are that we will still be dependent on Clark County for services, and there is an inability, in that sense, to control cost. So the second option we talked about is, what if the city of Las Vegas takes on those election services? So to do this, we actually had to kind of break this down a little bit. We had to really determine what does it take to put on an election, and it helped us not only with our understanding to come up with a price structure for you, but also to understand and really appreciate the services that Clark County provides for us. So we broke it down into 5 categories. There's voting and equipment that you need to invest in, and as I said before, Clark County has that investment. We would be needing to rent equipment. There's staffing and personnel. Clark County has 38 full-time employees that work on elections. Yes, the elections are county-wide, but of those 38, a great example is 4 of them work full-time on just HR, just hiring and managing the part-time and temporary staff. When we talked to our HR department, and we've actually asked there's many departments here at the city have stepped up and said they would help us. Our HR department said, we would need assistance. So part of our cost structure includes not only adding 3 more election-specific staff to the clerk's office, but it's also adding a half-time HR person just to manage that personnel. The third category, we looked at training. We need to come up with a way to not only bring us up to speed and gain that organizational knowledge, but how to sustain it each year, how to stay on top of trends and policies and procedures. We looked at publication, printing, and postage costs. That's a cost that you'll have every election. In our pricing structure that I'm going to talk about a little bit, It's a little bit more for us because we also had to include translation costs. In the past, Clark County has always provided translation services, and we're mandated to provide all of our materials in both Spanish and Tagalog. If we need to take that on, we're going to actually have to hire translation services to do that. And then the last category, which was really a learning experience, is facilities management. We would need to rent and take on very unique situations that Clark County has actually set themselves up for. They own mobile vote centers. You've seen those. We would have to rent those. They've customized a lot of their equipment to meet the needs of the constituents. We'd actually have to develop that. So the cost that we came up with is, for the first year election, for us to hold the elections, would be $2.8 million. And of the $2.8 million, $500,000 of that is just startup cost. Then for each following election year after that, it would be $2.3 million. And this is provided that we hire professional service to help us with managing the equipment and the services. And when I talked about vote centers versus polling locations, there's really no way for the city of Las Vegas to efficiently and effectively handle 75 locations. And let me give you an example you can understand. On election day, at 7 a.m., all 75 of those locations have to be up and running for voters, correct? Clark County has the personnel and the resources to do that. When we went and talked to our Public Works Department, our Streets and Maintenance, who have all been fantastic at coming to the table, what they said was, wow, that's really a big challenge for us. We're going to have to rent trucks. We may even have to get additional people if we had a two-man team. There's really no way for us to provide that in an efficient and an effective manner. If we're asked to do it, we're going to figure it out. We asked our professional service contractor, how much would you charge us if you came and delivered all the equipment? And they said, well, if we do it for both the primary and general election, just to deliver equipment would be $260,000. That's $250,000 just to transport equipment.
And I'm sure at the end of this presentation, you're going to tell us where we're going to find that $2.8 million or $2.3 million, that if we had it, we should give it to Metro and law enforcement anyway. But are you going to identify where this might come from, this money?
Actually, no, I'm not going to identify that, but I might call upon our CFO to come up with some creative solutions.
Or that might be in the directive at the end of the presentation. Could we add that
Mayor?
on? Where's the money coming from?
Yes.
Mayor,
Yes,
before
please,
we move
Councilman.
to the next slide, Luann, if you go back to the previous slide. Luann, just clarify, under the 2.8 million first election year, you have first year costs
Plus
plus
non-election.
non-election year costs. Explain the non-election year costs.
So
What does that represent?
So part of these costs are, we need to buy the technology, the software that runs your voting equipment and your polling locations. And in the odd years that you don't have elections, we still have to maintain license fees. So there's going to be costs that are for software licensing in there. There's also going to be salaries. We talked about we would need to hire personnel. So in the non-election year, those personnel would still be here on staff full-time. So those are some of the non-election year costs. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. And so each year, we're looking at approximately $2.8 million regardless of the election.
Each 2 years. So what we did is when Clark County gave us a price structure, it's kind of based on a 2-year concept. Every 2 years you have an election. So what we did is we combined our 2 years, our non-election year, with our regular election year. So every 2 years, it would be, after the first year, $2.3 million.
Okay. So after we purchase the startup costs for equipment and fixtures, that becomes a hard cost that we no longer have to pay anymore, right?
Right.
Outside of upkeep, maintenance, what have you, and replacement costs, which is a smaller number. So why wouldn't that number decline versus remain flat?
I'll show you, we actually broke this out into a very detailed price structure so you can see. The $500,000 is really just the startup cost. But things that will continue are employee salaries and benefits, which is a really large chunk of the money. With the licensing fees, the warranty, we have to pay warranty on the equipment that we would actually just be renting. We can't purchase the equipment. It's not available yet. And one of the things that we have heard, Clark County is very progressive about making sure that they up their technology. When we talk to the vendor about what level of technology would we get, we'd be renting old technology with a significant investment. So then in 2 years when we need to hold another election, we would have to maybe trade up that equipment and we'd have those additional costs again. So they don't necessarily go down, but I can give you how we've broken that out into detailed price structure on it.
And one of the things that was mentioned yesterday, I am sure in the near future, through technology, we will all be voting online, either with the iris of our eyes or with our thumbprints. Everything is going to be through this. And so all this money may just be throwaway.
Changing it again.
Because technology is going to take care of our ability to sit at home and vote and be assured that you're voting and not your son who's 15 or 6 putting in for you against your wishes.
Vote often, vote early.
Yes.
That's what will happen.
So, of course, the pros for us holding our own elections is we would be independent of Clark County, and we could control our own cost. Some of the cons, though, is, as I mentioned, we'd have a hard time economically and efficiently supporting those 75 polling locations. There's very high startup costs. Councilman Barlow, you pointed that out. There's also high risk to exposure due to inexperience. Because you have to remember, Clark County has been doing this for many years, and they are truly the experts at this service. The city of Las Vegas would be starting up for the first time. And then one of the costs that aren't necessarily built into these numbers are opportunity costs. Clark County has a policy that on election day, they use employees that are voluntold to be team leads and assistant team leads at these polling locations. For us to manage this, we would do the same thing. So there's opportunity costs where you would have a director or a manager that's not necessarily sitting in their seat that day doing their work. They'd be out at the polling locations running a poll. So your third option is transition to even years. And Clark County has made this look very attractive because they said if we move to even year transition, there would be zero cost. And that's very true. There would be zero cost when we got there. But to get to even year transitions, we actually have to spread that out due to the different kinds of terms between judges and council. We'd have to spread that out over a period of time. And so we did pass out to all of you one transition plan. It's not the only transition plan. We have several scenarios. But in that transition plan, we tried to make that most equitable, where everybody would serve a 3-year term. Nobody that's seated in the positions today would be affected. That's part of what the law says, with the exception of Councilman Beers. Councilman Beers in 2021, that would be his time to serve a 3-year term. And so he's the only exception. The caveat to that, there's no cost, is that during the time, our last odd year that we'd be paying for is 2023, but during that time, we would still be paying Clark County for those services. So you have to take a look at each one of those odd years. It'd be either a 1.1 or 1.4 million costs. So in total, over the next 6 election years, we would be paying anywhere from 4.4 million to a 5.6 during transition.
Luann,
go ahead.
is that under the county or under the city?
Under the county.
Okay.
Under the county.
So
The cost for the county would be 1.1 or 1.4. If we provide the services, and we're going to talk a little bit about, we really can't start doing that until 2019.
Okay.
Remember, our cost would be 2.8 the first year, and then 2.3.
Okay. And so you have here voting centers or 1.4 million for polling places totaling 4.4 million or 5.6 million during transition period. Just flush that out for me.
So the 1.1 million, if you choose to implement vote centers, that's what your cost would be in those odd years through 2023. If you stay with polling locations, the cost each election year would be the $1.4 million. So for a total, you're either going to pay, if you go to vote centers, it's going to be 4.4 million, or if you use polling locations, it's going to be 5.6 million. And remember, those are worst case scenario numbers.
I got it.
Okay? So some pros and cons to moving to even years. We transition all the council seats to even years as incumbents term out. All seats, regardless of being the mayor, the council, or the judges, would all reduce down to there'd be one 3-year term that seat would need to serve. This keeps the judges' terms staggered, which is what we are required to do by statute. The final odd year of election would be 2023, and there has been studies that have shown this, and I could show you a very large book on it. There's a potential for increasing voter turnout because statistics show that more people come for the big elections like presidential, senator, than unfortunately they do for municipal. Some of the cons, though, it requires council to pass an ordinance. If you'd like to start the transition with the new incumbent seat for Council Ward 6 in 2017, you need to pass an ordinance this year so that we can start that. The current and
by what date?
Before the end of the year.
Before what?
Before the last day of December.
Okay.
Yeah. And it takes an ordinance about 2 months to develop and get passed, so we probably need to get on that. Yes, no later than October. We talked about Councilman Beers would be the only one that would actually be shortened by 1 year. And there was a concern about ballot position. Councilwoman Tarkanian, you had asked about where do we fall on the ballot. So I had handed out an example. And Jeff, could I ask for your indulgence one more time for the overhead? And you're going to have to really zoom in on this. So where we fall on the ballot, I'm going to come over here. Where we fall on the ballot is all partisan races would fall first, and all nonpartisan races fall second. And this example right here, if we had participated in 2026, can you see that? If we had participated in 2026, or 2016, I'm sorry, this is what the ballot would look like for the primary. This is what the questions were for the general, for the general. This is what the races are, this is where the council seats would sit, and then ballot questions would sit after us. A question was asked, well, what would a Democratic ballot look like? I think the concern was all races, whether it's Henderson or Mesquite, or all of them would be on a ballot. So that's not true. Let me show you.
You mentioned yesterday the only thing that's missing is county commission seats that would be in the same district as wards, whatever, the overlap. They'd go before the city.
County would go before us, correct. So this is an example of Mesquite is participating in even year elections starting this year. And so for the primary election, if you were a Democrat, this is what your ballot would look like if you were sitting in Mesquite. And you can see it's partisan races first, then nonpartisan, and then there's Mesquite. If you were an independent party, this is what your ballot would look like. In the primary. I'm sorry, this is for the primary. So, back to our slides.
I just wanted to remark that you had said I'd asked that question, and I had asked it because in the past I've publicly stated that I felt we should do it at the same time everybody else is doing it, to save money and to get more people voting. But the answer to me always was they might not go all the way down to the end of the ballot. I think they would, but that was why I asked the question. Thank you for...
And it's a good question. Voter fatigue. We actually asked the register of voters about that. We said, do you guys really experience voter fatigue when you have a little bit larger ballot? And they had stated no, actually, that when people come to the polls, they have an intent to vote. And so if they're coming to the polls to vote for a municipality, they're going to get down to that part and they're going to make sure they vote. So they haven't experienced voter fatigue.
And even if I think they're voting for a U.S. senator or something like that, it just seems that somebody who came to vote, you're there already, vote for the whole thing.
Sure.
Thank you. I just wondered.
So your last option are all mail ballots. We didn't spend a lot of time yet on determining price because we really wanted to see how you felt about this, but we will tell you that it requires legislative change. We do have all mail ballot voting now, but it's only if there's a special election or a single ward or one ballot question. We do. The city has not necessarily participated in an all mail ballot, but we do have that option. when legislation changed in 2011, that AB 132 bill that I talked about, oh, I'm sorry, that's not correct. Anyways, we need to go back to the legislature, and we need to change this, and the City of Henderson has actually taken this bill up and are currently looking for a sponsor for all mail ballot voting. There are 3 states that are very successful at this: Oregon, Washington, and Colorado. And those years are the years that they actually implement all mail ballots. Colorado has a very unique hybrid situation where not only do they send a ballot out to anybody that's registered, but they also offer this vote center concept, they call it something different, on election day. So for the people that feel like they still want to go to the polls and have that nostalgic experience of voting, they can do that. Now, the pros and cons of all mail ballots. Definitely voter convenience and satisfaction. We have studies that show that it has definitely raised the satisfaction level in voters. There's a financial savings, and there's been an increase in turnout because of the convenience. Some of the cons, it is a change from tradition. You do have your traditionalists that like to go to the polls. There's been a concern for security. How can you determine that if you send a ballot to a house that one person is the one that actually votes and sends it back? And then there are financial considerations. You know, I think we started this off with the preconceived idea of it would be way cheaper. It's actually not way cheaper. The numbers that we came up with just quickly, it would cost us about $500,000 per election. That's $500,000 for primary and $500,000 in general, because we would still need to make an investment in the equipment that's required to process those mail ballots. And so with that being said, if you're looking at close to $1 million, well, that's very similar to what Clark County would charge us to do it.
Question to you on that. If we wanted to let the public decide, what does that do to this, and what's the scenario? And I may have to go to Betsy, but if this were to go to a referendum, when does it go on the ballot, if in fact that would be the choice of the council?
Well, one thing we would probably recommend, Mayor, is that as a result of this presentation, that we would bring an agenda item back in enough time for you all to decide whether you want to have a advisory question potentially, or some other form of question presented to the voters in the city of Las Vegas. We have time to get on the municipal ballot for next year, but we have to get going. The other thing is if you just decide that you want to make the transition to the even year elections, then we do need to get an ordinance developed for you that would start that phase in immediately with Councilman Ross's expiration of his current term and having a new person come into that, so that we can tell them that they would be running for a shorter term in enough time to meet the deadline that our city clerks laid out. So my suggestion would be that we bring those back as we have done on pretty complicated issues like the one that Luann's done a great job with Stacy to kind of break it down into 4 discernible chunks. That we bring back a specific item to get direction from you about even year elections, or presenting a question to the public about that, or just moving forward.
Now, one additional question for you in reference to that. Seeing there are other components besides this body, participants, are you far enough along in conversation with the Muni Judge group? Or is that a piece? No, you haven't made this presentation to them. Where are you with that?
We have not made, I don't believe you've made a presentation to the judges. They are aware that this is under consideration by the council. Mm-hmm. But before we come back to you where you make a decision, we'd like to go give them a similar presentation to this one. And the other thing we would suggest is that there's more than one way to get to transition terms. What Luann and Stacy have presented today, for instance, was one that made 3-year terms the same for everybody, whether you're a judge or a council person. There are other ways to get there from here. The judges may want to provide us some feedback in that regard of something that they prefer. Maybe it's a 5-year term instead of a 3-year term. So we would need to talk with them about that. We wanted to present this to you first to get some general direction, and then obviously we would go and sit down with the judges if that's what you'd like.
But added to this list of next steps and recommendations, there are two timelines then. One is, do we want to let the public have say in it? But you obviously do need time because this is the first of the presentations. Okay.
Correct.
All right, get that. So please, thank you. You did a great job. You and your staff of 1,000,000 have done a great job.
I have a great team. I have a great team. My 1,000,000 over there. So some of the next steps and recommendations. For 2017, the question is, what do we do in 2017? Well, in 2017, you're really kind of boxed into sticking with the county. I think it's really a great opportunity. We need to use that as a baseline to see if their new price structure really holds out to what they've said it's been. I told you there's a lot of sliding factors. So that number may come down considerably. Depending upon what you decide to, as for direction, we also use that year to gain a lot more additional knowledge on what it takes to provide for an election, and we can use it sort of as a training period. If one of your directions is, let's pursue to provide the services ourselves, then we can get more people in the clerk's office and across the city as a whole. You know, Jerry's group, our IT department, they can work a little more closely during the 2017 election with Clark County to find out, what do we not know, what do we need to learn. The decisions that you have to make today, one of them, you don't have to make this today, but one of them that you really need to talk about is this concept of polling locations and vote centers. And this is just a brief pros and cons. I think we already talked a lot about this, of the difference between polling and vote centers. And really your future decisions that need to be made is, should we transition to that even year of elections? Would you like to support the all-mail ballot legislation that is being proposed out of City of Henderson? And or should we take on elections ourselves? So I entertain any questions you might have.
Great.
Mayor?
Yes, please. And then Councilman Coffin, I see your hand.
I'll defer to Councilman Coffin. He has been waving to get your attention, so
You
I'll
have
go.
great
come on.
peripherals.
All right. Thank you very much. Is there a reason, a legislative, statutory reason, or constitutional reason which would require us to even consider a referendum for this sort of change?
No, there's not a constitutional or legal requirement for that. I think that was just something that was put out on the table. Is this something that maybe the constituents should give
Because I would like to say that I'm opposed to that, and that's why we get paid what we do here. And you can't rely upon 5 or 6% of the city to give you a full picture of the opinion of the rest of the constituents out there. So I'm really opposed to that. That's what we're paid for. So I hope we strike that off our idea list pretty soon. I like the idea of vote centers because you can, assuming they get to be well-known, and that they are pre-existing well-known places and selected to be very near cheap transportation and familiar, safe neighborhoods. I see that as a possibility for us. So I hope we'll approach that because it's certainly less unwieldy than the polling location problem, and that adds a lot to the cost. So I just wanted to weigh in early and say I'm happy we're getting our feet wet on this, and yes, it's too early for 2017 to make any moves. In 2009 session at the legislature, we did hear the issue of should we move at the city. City sponsored this bill to change to even numbered, but it was killed in committee, so there was no, on the assembly side as I recall, so there was no final. But the darndest thing was the reason, and they didn't want to give Mayor Oscar B. Goodman an extra year because state law prohibits shortening the term of a year of office too. So in essence, he was willing to do that, but he wanted to go that extra year and fill it in and bring it into 2018. We would have already been on the same schedule if the Assembly hadn't killed that bill. So, you know, we just have to move forward ourselves with something that'll meet their approval, and hopefully we'll get them to weigh in for us, with us, as we move forward. Thanks for presenting this, Luann.
Oh, absolutely. Let me clarify for AB 132, which was passed in 2011. It changed our charter, and what it allows is to shorten a term, but we cannot lengthen it. So we do have the ability now to shorten a term, but it has to be by ordinance. You guys have to approve an ordinance first.
Oh, okay, because,
future
see,
term,
I'm willing
yes.
to take a year off my term and get it started right. But,
It'd be a
you know,
future term.
well, I'm up at 19. I mean, I'm willing to, you know, run again in 18 as opposed to 19. So that's a thought.
Thank you.
Fundraising, you're going to go out and go fundraising right away?
Mayor,
Go ahead, Councilman
let me go ahead and
Morrow.
take you off the hook from that request. Luann, I know the numbers are not hard that you're presenting in relation to the future forecast of what our obligation would be to the county should we remain in place. But can you speak to what we've paid, for example, within the last 3 to 4 election cycles to the county?
Sure. I'm going to actually turn that over to my numbers woman, Stacy.
Okay.
She has all those invoices for you. Last year in the 2015, we only went to the primary. We didn't have a primary or general.
Speaking
So-
to the microphone, I'm sorry.
Speak to that?
Speaking to the microphone.
Oh, I'm sorry.
He's getting old.
I know. Sorry, I'm too short. So last year in 2015, you resolved your election in primary. We didn't have to go to the general. So we only had one invoice that came that time. It was about $240,000. And for the other years,
Okay, I've got it. In 2011, we were billed by CCED $460,000. That was for primary and general, both were citywide. In 13, we had a primary only. We were billed for $154,000. And in 2015, we paid $260,000 to them. And that was a primary as well.
216 or 260?
260.
260 in primary only?
Okay.
Correct.
If you don't mind, Vicki, I just wanted to say, but that was before the county began to raise the price, right?
correct.
So these figures are, before, not present. The present one is much higher.
Okay, it's fine. I was just going to walk right into that, so. That's what I want to just get. I appreciate it. Thank you, Councilwoman. And so really this is what I'm attempting to understand, Luann. In 2015,
Correct.
the cost was $260,000 in the primary.
Yes.
2013, it was $154,000 in the primary. And in 2011, it was $460,000, but that was for the primary and the general.
Correct.
So how do we split the general versus the primary versus the general? Do we take half of the 460, which is 230 roughly?
Go ahead.
Councilman, it's hard when you look at these numbers from previous elections to compare them because you have to look at whether the primary and general are both citywide. Maybe the primary would be citywide, but some offices were seated, so the general would be one ward, or vice versa. If you need an exact breakdown, we can give it to you, but you can't compare overall expense per election year unless you look at what races were held in each, the primary and the general.
Okay. So as we move forward, now utilizing our future forecasting of a crystal ball that can be foggy at times, right?
Yes.
Mark Vincent knows all about the foggy crystal ball. How do we now project and determine from a municipal standpoint to budget for future elections when in fact we don't control the trigger of what the number could be?
That's a very good question.
So that's more so a question for Betsy, Mark, yourself. What are we thinking in that regard? Because we don't control the growth and we do control the growth and the expansion of our city, right? So there's going to be more added cost as our city continues to grow in population and more demand. So how do we now forecast from a budgetary standpoint, building that into a number that's manageable for us to continue to collaborate with the county in regards to their wonderful election process? And let me say this also while you all think about this. The National League of Cities as well as NACO, they rave in regards to the election process that the Clark County Election Department undertakes. And as I traveled to various conferences, a lot of people pay attention and utilize Clark County Election Department as the model citizen as to how other municipalities small and large cities, to include counties, run their election process. So kudos to the county,
Absolutely.
because I agree, it is a very flawless,
Thank you.
sustainable, and efficient way in which we vote here in Clark County, and it's something that I'm very proud of when I travel and people share with me how they really enjoy the way in which we run our process.
Absolutely.
From an election standpoint. So I'm not, too keen on breaking away from that, but from a financial standpoint, it is something that I have to look at from the hat in which I wear on the council to see if, in fact, this is going to be something that we are able to sustain as a city from a financial standpoint, and if, in fact, it's cheaper for us to transition now, although the costs may spike now as far as the build-up and building that element of our election process up in order for us to manage our finances into the future, or we build in some formal modeling where, in fact, we have a gauge as to how, in fact, we're going to budget for those potential future increases.
Betsy has the answer for that.
Okay?
I'll try and keep it to the point. If the council decided that you wanted to stand up our own elections function, what Luann presented this morning is a snapshot of what we generally think it would take for us to stand up an elections function that would have integrity. That would be a starting off cost of somewhere near $3 million. We'd have to budget for that. And then an ongoing cost every 2 years of somewhere north of $2 million. So we would budget for it. It's a short story. If we were to stay with the county elections department, we have been given an indication through the current discussions that our exposure would be somewhere between $1.1 and $1.4 million. We would budget for that. We would also want to sit down with the county and have a new revised interlocal agreement that helps us manage that exposure. It's very difficult for us to plan our budgets with the pretty significant swing that we saw this year. So we would want to try and mitigate that through a new elections interlocal should we stay with the county election department along the way. So those are really the two ways I would answer that. It's budget, and it really depends on whether or not you want to stand up your own municipal elections function, or if you want to stay with the counties and try and contain the cost through a new interlocal agreement so that we have some more predictability so that we can budget better for that.
Betsy, that doesn't, it helps me to some extent, but not to a longer extent in regards to what would be some of the examples, I would say, for lack of a better term, that would cause a fluctuation as far as having to pay more for an election for the city, being that we don't control the invoice, for example, that would come back from the county.
Well, I think that's why our clerk has put in her report that one of the things that we found in going through this exercise is that we are very dependent on the county for their election services, which they perform quite well, frankly. So we don't have cost control on that. We don't. The bottom line is we do not control those costs. The only way we could control those costs would be through an interlocal agreement that defines what those costs would be, and then we would budget for those costs. One of the things that Luann mentioned in her presentation is that some of the factors the county is currently using to set the rates are on sliding scales. So a lot of things could change in any given period of time leading into an election that could create fluctuations that I can hear your concern. We would do our level best to try and create caps on those exposures. If your decision was to stay with the county elections department to provide election services for our city municipal elections, we would want to try and create a way to protect ourselves, that those would not go up in a way that we couldn't manage our budget for, and we would have a good sense of where they were going to be.
So a philosophical conversation that we can add to this existing conversation is creating a mechanism as far as a threshold stating that if in fact in the future, if we remain with the county, if the invoice number reaches a certain point, it's, you know, that will be a threshold for us to determine whether or not we start to manage the election ourselves. I haven't heard that yet either, because I can't foresee moving forward not having some level, and you did mention the interlocal agreement, which I understand that piece. I think that's very critical. But if in fact it's not an interlocal agreement, then there has to be some type of point in which we determine at what point and what that number looks like into the future as to when in fact we start to control and manage our finances and the election on our own based on costs.
And we would do whichever mechanism you all direct us to go forward with. If we continue to use the county election services, we would work on the interlocal agreement to be able to manage our exposure. It would become a council decision if those costs got untenable or more than you would like for the city to bear for a variety of reasons. That would be, we would have to go through the process that Luann just laid out. We would have to stand up our own elections function. We'd have to go through some transition period to be prepared for that, and go forward in that regard. You all can tell us what that is. Right now, we're telling you what we think those comparisons are. It's an investment either way. It's a more significant investment to stand up our own elections function. We can't really be prepared to do that very effectively by 2017, so the earliest we'd recommend a transition like that would be 2019. And even at that, you're going to be investing more, but you will have complete cost control at that point.
Correct.
Because you will be the ones entering into contracts with software providers, buying equipment. We would be hiring our own employees that would become election-related staff. We would be building all of that out. So you would be in complete control of that, but it may not be less expensive than using the county for those services.
And I understand that. And so for me, in the seat in which I have been blessed to sit, I believe in having the ability to look at all opportunities where the city leaders have an opportunity to manage its future moving forward. Specifically if it's more cost effective to do so. And in certain cases it may not be cost effective to do so, being that the county is very efficient and effective in the way in which they run their elections and have been. And so, there is a check and balance in regards to how in fact we make that decision in providing the guidance in which you and your staff is looking forward here today. And so I'm just trying to flush out additional thoughts and questions that could help us articulate how in fact we have an opportunity to give you the appropriate guidance in which you're seeking.
Being very bottom line on this and looking at these three items, I think, and listening to what Ms. Fretwell said about, obviously, this is the first presentation. First of all, thank you. Thank your staff of the million I did before for the work, great report. To me, I know it's not a question of I think or believe. I know that the next phase of elections, whether it's in 2 years, 4 years, or whenever, it's going to be soon, will be entirely online for every single human being with identifiable as they go through every ticketing thing at the airports, whatever. That's where we're moving. So to me, to go ahead and go into printed all-mail ballot costs and all of that, the other piece that, because we haven't had the chance to make the presentation, we need that. And for us to spend the money for anything, if they're doing a great job, it's not broken. It is not broken.
Right,
The only
that's
risk
fabulous.
is that they could have astronomical costs fixed to us. But at the time it moves to the computer and technology and an iPad or whatever, with the security built in, that's where we're headed. I'm very confident. And with that being bottom line, Councilman Anthony, you're on.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Luann, great presentation. Good briefings yesterday. You helped us. I think you helped me out quite a bit, and I think you helped everybody out. So I have a couple of recommendations, and Mayor, if you'd like, I can put them in a motion.
Please.
Okay, so.
Assuming they're perfect.
Thank you. First of all, I think the voting centers are a no-brainer. I think we need to go to that. That's number one. Number two, the mail-in ballot. I think we need to pursue legislation that would not mandate, but would enable us to have a full mail ballot election or a partial mail ballot or hybrid, but at least gives us the option to do that if we want to. So that's number two. Number three, my own personal opinion is that we should have the county do the elections. I mean, they know what they're doing. They do a great job with elections. There are never any mistakes. I mean, kudos to those folks for doing that. I think we should stick with them. But before we make that decision, I think we should pursue a MOU with the county to see what that looks like before we actually make a decision to stay with them or have our own elections. So I'm hoping that you can put something together for us to look at. That's number three. As far as the moving of the elections, I think this is the start of the discussion today. In a couple of months, I think we can have kind of a final discussion on whether it needs to be a ballot question, whether we need to move to this, stay with the spring, or whether we need to move to November. So I think we got some stuff to think about. But we just need a little bit more time to think about it and then bring that back in a couple of months to decide that. And then obviously, as the mayor said, just continue to research the technological issues involved in elections. So is that doable, Ms. City Manager?
Sure. We're happy to work on all of those fronts. I would also suggest that we sit down and talk to the judges as well, because I think we have 13 elected officials, and I think it's really important that we spend some time with them so they understand the challenges and some of the dilemmas that we're facing in trying to come up with a transition schedule should you choose to go.
And
actually, I had that written down.
Okay.
So I'll talk to the judges and the other cities.
Sure.
Because we should really be doing this together. So
and get the feedback.
yeah, and get their feedback,
Yes.
the other cities and the judges. So if you're good with that, that will be my motion, Mayor.
Mayor, question on the motion.
Any timeline that we must have this next meeting by, how many?
I would
Council?
suggest to preserve if you wanted to go to the even year election, we probably need to try and have a follow-up agenda item, possibly in September, maybe worst case scenario, the first meeting in October. So that would be October 5th at the outside. So what I would suggest is that maybe in the motion you say no later than October 5th, bring an agenda item back. We may be prepared to have all the work you've laid out done for a September meeting, which would give us more time to get an ordinance drafted and before you, if that's what we needed.
Would you do that?
Yes, I'll amend my motion to make it no later than October 5th.
Okay, we have a second to the right. There's a motion, please vote.
Mayor, there's a question on the motion.
Question on the motion, please go ahead.
I'm just trying to get clarification of the motion because I'm just slightly confused. And the motion is to direct staff to evaluate the voting centers versus the 75 locations?
My understanding, and maybe Councilman Anthony would need to clarify this, but my understanding was that we would move to the voting centers and that we would use that as we negotiate a new elections interlocal with the county.
Correct.
not evaluating, but move to voting centers versus the variety of locations that we've had in the past.
That's correct. My motion is to go to the voting centers.
And,
In addition to all the other pieces.
and secondly, if you will explain the full mail ballots then.
The second part of the motion is just have Ted Olivas work with Henderson and assist them in crafting legislation that would not make it mandatory, but at least allow cities, since Henderson is taking the lead on that, to allow cities to have partial or full mail-in ballots if that's something that they would like to do.
So who would make the determination in the end as far as the full city having mail-in ballots versus it being an option to do so?
I think that would be, part of our city manager and Ted Olivas working with the legislature and keeping us up to tabs. It may be that during the legislative session, legislation is introduced that, talks about mail-in ballots, and you report back to us on what it looks like, and we can make more decisions on that. But at this point, just pursuing mail-in ballots and seeing how that works out. It could be that we have no say whatsoever, and the legislature just passes what they want to pass.
Okay,
but at least we need to work with Henderson so we have we have our voice in how that legislation moves forward.
Okay, but
Councilman Barlow, may I just ask a clarifying question?
Please.
Are you asking if we were to get legislative authority to have all mail ballots for an election, who would make that decision?
Correct.
The city council would make that decision.
Yes.
Okay.
So that would be way down the road.
Okay.
Not something you would decide today because you can't make that decision today.
Right, and that's what I was getting at, just to clarify that this is we're researching the answer to the question in relation to mail-in ballots.
Well, we would actually be pursuing legislation with Henderson to give you the opportunity to use mail-in ballots, which you do not currently have.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, there is a motion, and please vote, and please post. And thank you, Councilman Anthony. Motion carries. Thank you very much. We're most appreciative of the work done. Now, I'm not sure by protocol and Robert's rule, but I think I'd like a point of information by Mayor Pro Tem, if we may do it, because we have people that have come here early and we see a time lapse. So may the Mayor Pro Tem make an announcement about future items?
Brad's going to say yes.
Okay, please go.
Let me help you, Brad. Yes.
Okay, yes, go.
Councilwoman would like agenda items 53, 54, and 55 to be heard right after. I was going to say lunch, Ms. Fretwell, but I think it's going to be after our closed door session. Councilwoman, is that what you're looking for?
I would like to have.
You're not on.
I would have to, I'm sorry, that sounded funny. I would like to have it about 1 o'clock because we had told the people, so it's 12:50 now, I think. So could we do one more item, and then after 1 o'clock would be the time it would ordinarily be heard, and that was the time they thought it would be heard?
I think after, Mr. Mayor, with your permission, after Mr. Arndt's presentation on agenda item 37, we can do that.
Move them right after 1 o'clock, and then we'll recess for our closed door session after we finish the morning agenda.
Yes.
Okay.
And we're almost done with that. So how's that, Councilwoman, sound good?
Okay.
That sounds great.
Thank you.
All right, so thank you. We are now going on to agenda item 37, a public hearing and discussion for possible action to amend the City of Las Vegas redevelopment plan for redevelopment area 2 to delete one parcel from the area and make other technical adjustments. Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mayor. With your indulgence, we have a client that's been waiting for item 38. If you wouldn't mind, if we could call item 38 and then we can have 37 called later.
Fine,
That
we'll
would
do
be
that.
okay.
Question is, can I find 38? Mine are stuck together. Okay, we are going to hear 38, which is discussion for possible action regarding the sublease agreement between the City of Las Vegas and Tech Impact for the purposes of business attraction, expansion, job creation totaling approximately 2,570 square feet of office space at 330 and 350 West Washington Avenue, $40,000 historic West Side School. This is in Ward 5 with Councilman Barlow. This item's related to Council Item 41, R312016. Should I read that one too?
Yes, please.
Okay, so we are also pulling forward Agenda Item 41. Gotta find that one. There it is. R312016, discussion for possible action regarding a resolution finding the proposed sublease of 2,570 square feet of office space to Tech Impact located 330 and 350 West Washington for purposes of economic development, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow, related to item 38. And so that was going to be heard or presented by Ms. Duddleston, but you'll do both?
Yes.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of City Council. For the record, Bill Arndt, Director, Economic and Urban Development. This item is our first new tenant at the historic West Side School, and I'm pleased to introduce with me today is Ms. Rachel Nelson and Mr. Meshach Moore of Tech Impact.
Welcome.
Tech Impact is a nonprofit corporation from Pennsylvania established in 2003 that provides technology support to nonprofits and training to young urban adults to learn the skills, earn their certifications, and gain the experience needed to move into a career in information technology through their award-winning IT Works program. And you'll hear about that in just a moment. This item before you is a lease agreement for 3 spaces at Historic West Side School comprised of 2,570 gross leasable square footage in both the 1923 and 1948 buildings. The lease is a 3-year term with 2 one-year options. Base rent is $2,441.50 per month, which represents 95 cents per square foot. There's a common area maintenance charge of 35 cents per square foot. We have offered Tech Impact as a tenant to help offset the cost of getting into the space, allowances for tenant improvement expenses, which includes a $40,000 cash reimbursement not to exceed for actual tenant improvement expenses, 2 months abatement of base rent and CAM payments while they're building out the space, so they're not paying rent while they're doing the tenant improvements, and then finally 11 months of rent credit. With that, I'd like to introduce Rachel Nelson, who's going to speak briefly about IT Works and Tech Impact, and show you a brief video as well.
Welcome to Las Vegas.
Thank you.
Are you Philadelphia, Pennsylvanians, or who?
Our whole organization, but Meshach here is local, and I'm from Oregon, so I moved here for Tech Impact.
Good, wonderful.
So,
welcome.
thank you for having me. So thank you again for having me, Mayor Goodman and council members. Tech Impact, we started a IT Works program. It is a 16-week, 100% free IT certification program for opportunity youth, ages 18 to 26. And what happens in our program is it's 11 weeks of technical training with our instructor. Every Friday we partner with organizations in the city for professional development training. And to conclude our program, there's a 5-week IT internship. So if you wouldn't mind, I would love to show you a quick video.
We'd love to see it. Please show us.
Thank you.
There's this gap where there's people that know how to run college, and then there's the people that are just there because they were told to go there, which is how it felt for me. I knew go to class, which is what I did. I went to class, I did my work. I didn't know about the networking. I didn't know about finding programs. I didn't know how to find internships. I didn't know how I was supposed to present myself and how to do all those things. And coming to IT Works, that's the bridge.
For these folks that Tech Impact tees up for us,
that have so far been outstanding, every single one of them. They have a diversity of thought, they have a diversity of background, and it is a hugely positive experience for everybody, them and our colleagues.
This program is delivering highly skilled, highly motivated, highly engaged individuals. These are people, when they come out of this program, are young professionals, and they're ready to go to work.
Tech Impact, I think, does great work. The benefit for us, I think, is it gets us in the marketplace, it gets us known, and we want to be known as an organization that's active in the community, and doing more than just serving our clients.
It's a very layered relationship, so also with the mentoring, volunteering, having associates part of the Friday professional development days, it's really a well-rounded partnership for us, and we don't often see that. So it's the reason that we're so committed to the program and that we continue to grow with it every year. I think that's one of the most beautiful things about the program is because it's a learning opportunity not only for the student, but for the employees of the company.
This program breaks you out of the comfort zone of being stuck in your phone, of being glued to a television, of being stuck online sending emails or instant messaging. It takes us away from that stereotype of being the generation that's lost on a phone that can't talk.
So many of the managers talked about what they learned from the students and how they saw growth in their teams because they were given the opportunity to mentor someone and share what they knew.
They work with you, they help you out in any way possible, literally any way, and they will come and ask you over and over, what do you need, what can we do for you, how can we make this better for you? Because of them, I believe I will succeed, and I believe that they played a huge part in that.
The main thing for me is you don't have to have a technical background to succeed in the program. They really do give you the tools. I'm securing a future for my son and I.
I'm doing something that, that's credible, and I'm doing something worth speaking about. It really makes you feel good. It boosts your confidence. It makes you feel worthy of yourself, and it makes you want to just do better.
What I've noticed with this program is it didn't just do this for me, but it did this for the class that I was in. Everybody was able to open up to a whole new world. It helped bridge some type of gap, something that you were missing that would help you in this field. Whether it was you didn't know the skills or whether it was you didn't know how to show that you knew the skills, it gave everyone that chance to bridge out and actually find their way to success.
Very powerful. How old's the company and how many cities are you operating in right now?
Tech Impact has been running since 2003 in Philadelphia. IT Works has been running for about 5 years. We started in Philadelphia. We have another program in Wilmington, Delaware, and we just launched in Vegas in February.
Great.
So can I add one more
Do you
thing?
take older people?
We get that question a lot. Unfortunately, not at this time.
The answer is?
No. 18 to 26. Unless you're a veteran, we go up to 32.
You make an exception for an ex-mayor?
Yes.
The age discrimination.
Absolutely. What were the ages?
18 to 26, and we go up to 32 for veterans.
Oh, wonderful.
And just a quick success story. The past 5 years we've been running, 100% of our class has not gained both certifications. About 70% typically gain both, and for the first time in the 5 years, our instructor got all 11 of our graduates to obtain both certifications. So we're excited.
Awesome. We just hope you grow. Is there room for them to grow, Mr. Arndt?
There is. They're only taking a portion of the space at Historic Westside School, so there's room for them to grow. And Meshach Moore is with us. He's actually starting up a second program, so there'll actually be two programs running at school, and maybe Meshach could briefly touch on that program.
Sure. And if you'd say your full name, too, for the record, please.
Absolutely. Thank you for having me. My name is Meshach Moore. I'm going to be speaking about a brand new program that we're going to launch here in the fall, September 19th. And that is called CX Works. CX stands for Customer Experience. So CX Works is going to be an 8-week free career development program, much like IT Works for young adults, opportunity young adults. and we're going to be focused on customer service and computer skills training for call center environments. So, and again, similar to IT Works, we have a whole series of soft skill, business development curriculum that we're taking our students through as well. And like IT Works, we couldn't succeed without the support of the community. So we're very excited to launch this program.
We have a question I'd like to ask, just preempting you for one sec. How are you funded? I mean, if everything's for free for these wonderful students, which is phenomenal.
Sure. We're funded in several different ways. We have a funder that has partnered with us on the East Coast that has a presence here in Las Vegas, who has actually funded us for the next 3 years, both programs here in Las Vegas. So we're very grateful for that.
Wow, wonderful. Whoever you are, thank you very much. We love it.
In addition to that, we hold a yearly luncheon. It's a fundraising luncheon, and we have a lot of support that gets raised there, as well as individual donors, some grants here and there, lots of different opportunities there.
Are you a 501c3?
Yes, ma'am, we are.
Go for it.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to you, but to Mr. Moore. I'm assuming both of these agenda items will pass with flying colors, but how, as a young person, how do they get in contact with your organization? Is there a website they go to? I mean, we all have youth within our ward boundaries that would probably jump at this opportunity and experience to take advantage of this. So can you share some of that information with us?
Sure, absolutely. They can go to techimpact.org to find out all of the details about both programs. They can get on there to apply. And of course, I mentioned the community involvement that supports both programs. Anyone from the community who's a professional that would like to be involved and engage with these students can also go online to techimpact.org and sign up to help us out.
Mayor, can I make a recommendation? I don't see David Rugelman, but I do see his outstanding team.
David team? There's our team.
Once we enter into this agreement with these folks, I mean, it wouldn't be a bad idea for us to help promote that, if they'd be willing to let us do that. I mean, I think this is a great program. This is the future of communications and technology and the whole 9 yards, and you guys' presence in the city of Las Vegas is significant. In your video, there were a lot of corporate leaders that I saw in that video, which is significant as well, because corporate Las Vegas, corporate Southern Nevada is paying attention to what we're doing too. So I'm just throwing that at you guys to run by the...
Jace Radke, Communications. Yeah, we have a press release ready to go as soon as this item is through.
You're always one step ahead of me, Mr. Radke. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you,
Can you hold just a minute? I just wanted to ask, on that 8 weeks, the second part of your program, did you say it was a customer center or call service preparation? Did you mean training people to make calls?
Yes, ma'am. We're training for customer service and computer skills, as well as the business soft skill training to prepare these students to enter a call center environment or a contact center
Center where you make phone calls all the time?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just didn't, that was call service maybe relating to someone secretarially. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you.
Certainly.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I think this is really wonderful and exciting. Councilman Barlow, it's in your ward. How about your comments and make an motion? Let's move these.
Yes, Mayor.
Nice young people along.
But it's a greater play than what's before us here, Mayor. This item before us is a wonderful, wonderful opportunity to really celebrate the expansion, the development expansion of the West Side School, built in 1923, and this council voted a year and a half ago for the funding and the repurposing of the West Side School. And on August 27th, the doors will open at 9:30, and the entire council is invited to come for the celebration of the reopening of the West Side School.
Councilman Anthony will be there if you have food.
Okay. We'll, August 27th, and the invitation will be going out, but I think this is a great opportunity to celebrate that not only has this location been historical in the sense of this is where I started school for the Head Start program in pre-K. And it's been the home of KCP Power 88 for more than 50 years. And today, before us, due to the vision of this council, we have a wonderful, wonderful organization, which is going to be our very first tenant at this historic location, standing before us at council. And I couldn't be more excited and more proud of the opportunity to have you as a tenant at this very special place that means so much to the greater community. And having you there is going to not only continue with the expansion of what we're doing with the plan in the historic West Las Vegas community, but there's going to be additional tenants such as yourself coming into this area and areas surrounding you as we continue to develop and redevelop all of these critical key locations. And so for that, I want to thank you for bringing this to the community, specifically when so many of our young people are in need of a technical skill. A lot of them are not going off to college. A lot of them are graduating, but it's that 18 to 26-year-old that we're concerned about. And your organization truly fills that void in regard to providing this demographic, this millennial group with a technical skill that they not only can be proud of, but something that they can take and really raise a family and move on to bigger and better things in the world of technology. And having you in the community is something that I truly embrace, and I'm sure the community will continue to embrace as well. And so for that, I'm going to move for approval of this item subject to all conditions, and look forward to your participation as well, because I would like for you all to serve a critical role on the August 27th date as far as being the first tenant coming into the 1923 building. And it's the oldest standing elementary school in the state of Nevada. And so, you know, this most definitely is a special place for a lot of the Paiute Indians who started attending school there. Then it transitioned with a lot of the white community members and then African Americans before it closed in the late 50s and 60s. And so it has a lot of rich history tied to this school, and you all are most definitely on sacred grounds. So for that, thank you, Mayor and Council, for your leadership.
This is a motion on agenda item 38 first, then we will go to 41. So there's a motion to approve on agenda 38, subject to all conditions. Please vote and please post. Unanimous. And on agenda item 41, please.
Move for approval subject to all conditions.
And also on agenda item 41, please vote and please post. Bravo.
And Joseph, my chief of staff, will be speaking with you all momentarily as well once you're done, to make sure we have all of your points of contact so that you all are included in the ceremony on the 27th. Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Good luck, and we're so excited you're here. See future expansion to be enormous.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Arndt. But Mr. Arndt, don't go away. We're back on 37. Oh, we're going to do the 37 after, oh, right, because you said 1 o'clock. So now we're moving 53, and this is, hold on, 51, 52, 53, there we are, whoops. Okay, agenda items 53 through 55. 53, GPA 63531, owner Timothy Ronald Hipp and Frank G. Park Family Trust, and a request for a general plan amendment from DR Desert Rural Density Residential to ML Medium Low Density Residential on 3.15 acres on the east side of Edmond Street, 290 feet south of Oakey Boulevard on the southeast corner of Oakey and Mohawk. Then agenda item 54, ZON 63533, owner Timothy Ronald Hipp, a request for rezoning from RE Residence Estate to R-SL Residential Small Lot District on 1.14 acres on the east side of Edmond, 290 feet south of Oakey Boulevard. And agenda item 55, ZON 63536, owner Robert G. Park Family Trust, for possible action on a request for a rezoning from RE Residence Estates to RSL Residential Small Lot Districts on 2.01 acres on the southeast corner of Oakey Boulevard and Mohawk Streets. The applicant is First Terra Fund, Inc. for all application. Planning Commission and staff recommend denial on all items. These are in Ward 1 with Councilwoman Tarkanian, and our public hearings, which I declare open. Is the applicant or the applicant's representatives present? No. Okay. Mr. Perigo.
Thank you, Your Honor. The proposed medium low-density residential land use and corresponding residential small lot district are not appropriate buffering designations between the larger Clark County residential properties located to the west and south and the larger City of Las Vegas single-family residential lots to the north and multifamily residential property on the east side of the proposed site. As a result, staff recommends denial of the request. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, Councilwoman, are you at a point, this is a public hearing, which I would welcome comments. Ready?
Yes.
Thank you. And if you would each, as you come to speak, if there are many of you speaking, hopefully you have met together and you're going to each take a different aspect of the presentation. We don't need your address, we do need your name, please.
Okay. My name is Cyril Thomas Bastian, and before I start, I'd like to preface my remarks with a lot of thanks and gratitude to the mayor and the council and their staff for the time that they've spent with us discussing this issue before we came before you today. We'd also like to have a special thanks to Councilwoman Tarkanian and her staff, Robin and Kimberly and Ann, for the great amount of time and the help that they provided in this regard for us. What I'd like to request today is that you agree with staff's proposal to deny both the general plan amendment and the zoning request. Based on currently the zoning is for allows large lots, allows privacy for the neighborhoods. We have, for these amount of property right now, it's about 6 lots on the two different pieces together. The change and proposal would allow up to 26 lots in those areas. And I brought a map just to kind of show a little bit about what we're talking about. These are the areas right here, here, and here. So you would be putting 26 lots into those areas. Currently, this is a single home on 2 acres, single home on 2 acres, 1 acre, half acre. These are city parcels that are currently zoned RE. So the city, as it's annexed these county properties into the city, it's maintained that R and RE designation, which we're requesting that be the same. Across the street here on Oakey are residences that are about 0.3 acres each. So even those are much, much larger than what the proposal is here. So all of that lines up with what staff has recommended of being too dense. We would also consider the zoning is really kind of a spot zoning type of situation, which I know is not really recommended. And it also doesn't align with some of the things that are in the strategic plan that talk about maintaining these not historical, but these mature neighborhoods and listening to the residents who live in the area to support what they want to keep in that area.
What you could do to help, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Bastian, where's Oakey? Could you show east-west of Oakey? Where's Oakey?
Oakey is right here.
Okay, and
So
Edmond?
This is Oakey. This is Edmond along here.
And on the west is what street's that?
This is Mohawk.
And next over to the west further?
And this is Lindell.
Thank you.
So we also have a concern here as well. This is the Doris Hancock Elementary School. It currently has portables there, so there are many students that go there. It would support the rural nature of the neighborhood, but sticking that many more houses in that neighborhood really would continue to overload the school. And just for a point of reference, the Star down here is where myself and my wife live. So we're close to that neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. And with you is, and
This
are
is-
you going to make comment too, please?
This is my wife, Billy, and I'd like to turn the time over to her.
Former city member?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
And she's
Never
serving
get
on
rid
our
of me,
Parks
huh?
Commission now.
On behalf of...
And your name,
Oh, sorry. I'm Billy Bastian, and I'm glad to be here today to speak to this item. I'd first like to thank you, Mayor Goodman, and each of the council members and their staff for all the attention that they have and patience that they have given to us, the neighbors within this community, and specifically to Councilwoman Tarkanian and her staff. Councilwoman Tarkanian has been very attentive, very patient. She has received all of our emails, returned our telephone calls. She also has attended neighborhood meetings with us and with the developer. And I really believe that we feel as neighbors that we have been valued and we have been heard, and we appreciate that open government experience. I just have a few comments in addition to what Tom has to say. I agree with all the things that he's presented to you, but I wanted to let you know that we had 60 members attend the original planning meeting with the developer. In addition to that, we held a large meeting with our neighbors as well to discuss this item. We had several small group meetings with the developer, and with Councilman Tarkanian, and unfortunately, we were not able to come to a compromise. He continued to seek this zoning and only this zoning and GPA amendment. We walked the neighborhood and we were able to talk to the neighbors within a large community, and we were able to obtain 60 signatures from interested parties about this item, all in opposition. We were able to find 3 individuals that were supportive of this item, and they were the property owners that are working with the applicant. I have several letters to present to the clerk today. We have one letter with 6 signatures on it of individuals who could not attend today, and 2 letters that are independent on their own of individuals who wish they could be here to speak in opposition of this GPA and this rezoning application, but they had family and work commitments. I just want to state that I hope that you will support us neighbors. We want to continue the ambiance and characteristic of our desert rural community, and we ask that you support the Planning Commission and the planning staff's recommendation for denial.
Thank you for taking the time to come down. We appreciate it. Is there anyone else who would add something new and or different to the comments already presented? Yes, Councilman.
Just wanted to ask you if Cyril O. Bastian was your father?
Yes, that's correct.
My goodness. Okay, he served in the legislature for many years, a long time ago.
Yes, he did.
Oh, well, thank you. It's good to see you here as another generation.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
I'm glad you recognize him.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Oh, sure.
Good morning, Your Honor, members of the council. Chris Kempfer, here on behalf of the Carlucci's. I am 99% of the time on the development side. The Carlucci's were referred to me by a friend of mine and asked if I could assist in this regard. If you can go to the overhead, the Carlucci's are right here, so they're clearly affected by this particular development. Candidly, and I had mentioned this before, this application is being handled somewhat like someone who's trying to sell a car. They came in to meet with staff and they wanted 32 units an acre. Staff said that's ridiculous at that density. They came in at 8.5. Staff said no, that's still way too high. At the Planning Commission, I understand that they said, well, we'll do 5. I mean, it's almost like they're saying, okay, what number can I possibly reach here that you'll be okay with, as opposed to here's a plan that I have that protects the neighbors around here. When the Carlucci's were asked what they wanted. They said, look, we're here, we have half-acre lots. What are you willing to put around the half-acre lots? And according to Mr. Colucci, I was not there, he was told 5 units. Well, I've done this a long time, and what you do is when somebody's there in a half-acre lot in a rural area, you try to work with them with densities or buffers, and I don't see any of that here. And I just don't think that's the way you handle an application like this. You have to respect the fact that people are already there, and as those of you know, I mean, I've tried to really emphasize working with the neighbors who are there to try to come up with something that's hopefully compatible. So on behalf of the Carlucci's, we would respectfully request that all of these applications be denied. He's always free to come back with some lower density and see if he can meet with the neighbors and get something resolved. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kempfer. Anyone else? And again, if you will be sure that you're adding something new and not being repetitive of what's said.
I'm Irene Iniquez at 53, and my husband and I live at 5324 West Oakey Boulevard. The property being proposed for rezoning directly affects us, and it's right across the street from where we have lived for 43 years. You have heard all the factors against the rezoning: increased traffic, increased neighborhood density, and increased students at Doris Hancock Elementary School. By the way, the school already has 2 very large modulars. I saw them the other day. And when this happens, it's a perfect indication that the surrounding neighborhood is pretty much saturated. You have very important decision to make, so I hope you will just keep one more thing and one more thought in mind, and it's this. We completely understand that the owners of this property want to sell at a decent profit, as does the developer, if this rezoning is approved. But it cannot and should not be at the expense of surrounding homeowners. If this rezoning is approved, we will never, ever, never, ever recover from its obvious impact. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down.
My name is Curly Eniquez, 5324 West Oakey. I am her husband, and she controls me. Anyway, before I start, the little thing I want to say is that I want to thank the mayor, the council people who responded to our request in such a fast manner that we appreciate that very, very much. I also am against this project. I think that the rezoning is wrong for the area, too congested. And as far as I'm concerned, I request you have a denial on it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you both. Anyone else on this, please come forward, state your name. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Philip Apodaca. I'm one of those signatures on the sheets you just got. I made time out of work to come down here because I feel it's important. We have an area that has some rural aspect to it. Do you know we have quail and doves in those areas? And waking up in the morning is so refreshing. You know, you can hear the wildlife. We're in the middle of the city. This is low density. Let's just keep it that way. I'd like to see you go with what the staff recommends. Thank you.
Very much for coming. Go back to work and earn so you can pay your bills. Please. Yeah, your taxes is right, Councilwoman said.
Hi there, Councilman, Mayor. My name is Martin Kaselica. I live 2017 Mohawk Street, which is diagonally right across the subject property that's supposed to be rezoned. I would like to say we are against this rezoning. I have a little speech prepared, so bear with me. The rural estate zoning areas are becoming more unique places in today's rapid changing metropolitan environment. They are long-standing places that were outgrown by rapid expansion of the city, but still have its place within the modern urban environment. They create diversity, uniqueness, and attracting people that search for rural living lifestyles within city boundaries. This area is mature and established neighborhood, where single-story half-acre lots dominate the neighborhood. The broader neighborhood already possessed developed areas with higher density zoning classifications like RPD 18, R1, R3, R4. There's 5 apartment complexes, 1 townhouse complex within the approximate area of the applicant's property. In my opinion, zoning supporting higher density development for this property, specifically zoning increased 5-to-1 ratio to what's currently there, would not be compatible with surrounding area, and it would disturb conformity of our RE neighborhood. There's a place for higher density housing. Las Vegas is fortunate to have abundance of undeveloped land in every direction available for new development. So why change areas that are scarce and unique? Instead, we should preserve them. Thank you.
Thank you for coming down and spending the morning with us. Anyone else? I'm not sure you're allowed to come back, Mr. Kemper.
I'm going to introduce somebody.
Oh, okay.
And the reason I'm going to introduce Mrs. Carlucci is she just passed her citizenship exam.
Congratulations, bravo.
Thank you. She's going to be sworn in next month, and apparently they studied the First Amendment quite a bit because she's going to exercise her right to speech, despite the fact I said I don't believe it's necessary, but she wants to speak to you.
I'm not just
Welcome.
started
Congratulations.
the First Amendment. I started the 27th Amendment, which is all of it.
Okay, first you have to have your name, clearly.
My name is Wei Carlucci. I live in 5220 El Parque Avenue. Mayor Goodman and our councilwoman and the councilman. First of all, thanks all of you, give us a chance, meet with us, listen to us. My stand still, I'm strongly opposed the developer's idea, which is change of zoning by making money. Zoning is made of neighborhood strong. You buy land in enough community, you stay in our zoning. Yeah, you're welcomed. Don't try to buy a very small piece of lots and change of zonings and make our life changed. And I will make this stance here. No matter how many times he delivered his, the plans here, I'm fight with this. It's not just for me, for all of my neighbors. Thanks our government.
Congratulations to you. Thank you for coming down. Bravo. Okay, anyone else?
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
My name is Lee Dane. I'm a native Clark County resident for 79 years, born at Indian Springs, so I'm used to outdoors, the great outdoors. My wife and I moved onto 5295 El Parque. It was January of 1989, and we bought 2.5 acres, and we didn't know at the time, but there was a deed restriction on there. But regardless, we've got a nice home. We like the rural lifestyle. I'm on a septic tank, and I've never had a problem in 27.5 years. We don't need street lights and curb and gutter and all of that. Everybody likes it. I've passed petitions in that neighborhood up to 178 people, and believe me, it's hard to do because Las Vegas is a 24-hour town, and you either get somebody that's sleeping or at work, and it's hard for them to attend meetings. But I'll guarantee you the majority of the people there are highly opposed to this. And there's an old adage that liars figure and figures lie. Well, the gentleman that's proposing this, every time he comes back, he has different square footages. And I'm myself, I'm on a 2.6 acres, and net it's 2.3. And I'm on one home, and I'm stuck with it. And this year, before the tax rate came out, based on last year's rate and my appraisal on my bare land in Clark County, my land loan went up $522. And that's a lot of money for somebody that's retired and insured, or I mean, on Social Security only, with one other fund, and it's hard to live with. But I'll guarantee you, went over to Doris Hancock School in May on 2 occasions. A total of 3 parents were there with a total of 5 children on 2 occasions, and they were enrolling their kids for the rest of the school year. And it's already overcrowded, and we don't need the traffic. We're going to run out of water in this valley, and we've got a big problem with power, because if Lake Mead goes down much more, we don't get a lot of it, but it goes to Southern Cal. And what we need to do is work on these ocean plants that generate power, and then pay our higher share for our water, but at least have water in Lake Mead. Look at the marinas,
Thank
what's
you.
happened out there.
Thank
It's a
you.
sad situation.
Thank you. We
Anyway, I'm
appreciate
just
your coming.
entirely opposed to this. I know a lot of other people, they would be here, but they can't.
Thank you.
Thank you, and God bless
Thank
all of you.
Anyone else? Please?
I'm Paul Gerber,
Paul
2113 Gerber,
Gerber.
G-E-R-B-E-R. Live at 2113 Edmond, which is in the same project. My wife has emailed an email to you folks about everything. Lee has gone through the same thing I'm going to talk about. It's way too congested up there. The fellow that is trying to develop the area hasn't been forthcoming with all the information, what he wants to do there.
We thank you, Mr. Gerber. I think
we'd like-
now you're repeating what other
Right,
members have
okay.
said.
I just,
So we're at a point because of the length of time and
I
what we
understand.
have still
We're
to do.
opposed to it, just like
Thank you very
everybody else.
much. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Anyone
Appreciate
else who'd like to come forward, please, only with new information. Okay, with that, I'm going to close the public hearing and turn this over to Councilwoman, and appreciate all of you taking the time today to come down.
First of all, a little background. The fact is, we've had at least 3, if not 4, neighborhood meetings. I know that there have been neighborhood meetings just between the neighbors and Mr. Fuller, in addition to the ones our staff has been involved with. So I want to ensure everybody here that we met with the applicant as often as we possibly could, many, many times, and that what has been said by Mr. Kempfer is correct, that the number of homes that were going to be built kept changing all of the time. The last time we met for about a 2-hour, 3-hour meeting, I forget what it was in a private neighborhood home. And Mr. Fuller, the applicant, when I talked to him about having it no less than that 1/3 acre across the street, said, I can't make enough money on that, and he walked out. I have not heard from him until yesterday. He asked for an abeyance, but we had all these people who had were coming. We had Mr. Kempfer coming, and I thought we had talked enough, and we hadn't gotten to any point at all of getting near what would be a win-win situation, which is what I try to go for. I wanted to just cover what the staff said, because I think and I want it in the record, because Mr. Fuller cannot be here today. The applicant is requesting to change the general plan designation and the zoning of 2 smaller parcels in a low-density residential area to a much greater density use. We should say that Oakey Boulevard, which is on one side of it, is 80-foot wide, and it's a secondary collector street. Mohawk and Edmond, who are both 60-foot wide minor collector streets. High-density residential projects are most appropriate on what we call primary arterial streets, which access to mass transportation routes. These parcels are located over 2 blocks away from such a street. The size of the parcels do not lend themselves to be developed in such a manner to minimize the negative impacts. A higher density development would create a hardship on the neighboring low-density neighborhoods. And I would like to add that if this request were granted, it would remain at a very low-density residential use, and that's you would have the high density in the low density, such as well as the planning committee mentioned that, as well as staff mentioned that, and as I went out there, I saw the same thing. and such a dramatic increase in density would result in what we call spot zoning development. As a result, the staff, as well as the Planning Commission, recommended denial of the request, and I myself recommend denial of the request.
And therefore, on agenda item 53.
And agenda item 53, a denial is placed.
All right, there's a motion.
Recommended by me.
Your Honor, before there's a vote, I understand we just received some information about the applicant. I looked at an email that Mr. Scott just shared with me. The applicant is claiming that he has just been released from the ICU, and that is why he is not in attendance at today's hearing. I understand that we just got this email recently. I think Mr. Perigo may have been copied on it as well. I don't know. But with that, I will say that if you are prepared to go forward, given the record that you've made about the number of neighborhood meetings and stuff like that, go ahead and do so. And if the applicant comes forward in the future, is able to show proof to the city, you could always reconsider.
Okay.
Okay.
So your motion.
He emailed us last night and asked for an abeyance. He never mentioned at that time that he was in the hospital. If that information came through, it came through this morning, which I'm assuming, Mr. Jervik, that you're saying. It came through today.
Yes, he apparently, Brian just informed me that he was supposedly released at 12:01 p.m. today. But we have, all we have is just a very brief truncative email.
Well, as I said, I feel that the number of meetings we've had, the fact that these people were coming, and there was no way of telling them not to come, and he has not reduced anywhere near close to what would be needed, I still recommend denial.
Okay. On motion, agenda item 53, there's a motion, please vote. And the recommendation is to deny, with the applicant having always the ability to reapply sometime later. The motion carries. On agenda item 54.
I move to deny.
There's a motion to deny on agenda item 54. Please vote. And please post. Motion carries. On agenda item 55.
I move to deny.
One more time.
I move to deny.
Thank you very much. There's a motion to deny on agenda item 55. Please vote and please post.
And Your Honor, before we move on, I need to ask the maker of the motion, because the maker of the motion made a motion to deny on all three items, but you indicated that the individual could come back. We need some clarification. Normally on a motion to deny, it would be with prejudice. They'd be out for a year. That doesn't mean they can't come back, but they have at least a year. They have to wait before they can. There's also denial without prejudice. I need you to be able to tell us on all three items if you meant denial with or without prejudice.
Without prejudice.
Without prejudice.
So they
On all
could come
three
back
items.
then.
On all three items. I would also like to give some additional background here. There's another attempt to buy a large plot in that same area, and both had to move from the county to the city to do this. And I have been told by people in development, I cannot base this, that I'm not a developer, so I can't say for sure, but the reason why was because they felt the city would be easier on getting higher density than the county, because the county has kept a lower density in that area.
Interesting. I don't have a comment to make on that. I will add, though, that I do believe, and I'll verify with Mr. Perigo, that the staff recommendation for denial was with prejudice. Is that correct?
That is correct, and if the motion and the vote is to deny, then Mr. Jervis is correct, they could not apply for that zoning district or that land use within 1 year. They could make other applications on that property.
They could not or could?
They could not apply within 1 year for that land use or that zoning district. They could, however, make application on that property for other considerations.
Right.
And the owners of the property are not here.
So what do we do with Lois now?
So I should do it with prejudice.
Okay, so do we rescind and then redo each one?
I believe that I made the motion with prejudice.
I just think you need to
I
make
mean,
the
without
record, if
prejudice.
anybody needs clarification, if you wanted the motion on all three to be with prejudice, unless somebody wants to flip the mic and have more clarification, that's enough of a record for us. So if you'll state that for the record, Councilwoman.
The recommendation is to make it with prejudice, so the
That's on all
motion
three.
on
Very good.
all three items with prejudice.
Very good. Thank you.
Motion passes.
Okay.
It's been
and
a
post
long
that one more
haul.
time. if you can't. It was posted and it passes.
We're going back to 37.
Go out and enjoy. Okay, agenda item 37. This is public hearing and discussion for possible action to amend the City of Las Vegas redevelopment plan for redevelopment area 2 to delete one parcel from the area and make other technical adjustments. Ward 1, Councilwoman Tarkanian. Mr. Arndt, the show's yours. Thank you for waiting on this.
Thank you. For the record, Bill Arndt, Economic and Urban Development. This item before you is part of an amendment to our redevelopment area 2 plan. If I could get some help on the overhead, this is affecting a parcel owned by NP Palace LLC. The owner has asked that the parcel number 162-08-602-005, which is indicated in red on the aerial map, be removed from redevelopment area 2. This removal is needed because the owner is submitting as a separate item before the city an application for land use, and that application necessitates the uniformity of all parcels under their ownership. In addition, this amendment makes the following changes to the redevelopment plan for redevelopment area 2, which are already incorporated in redevelopment area 1, which was amended in December of 2015. And these changes are as follows. On pages 8 and 28, development, capitalization, and administration of a revolving loan fund for lending purposes. Second, technical adjustments to language regarding the employment plan on pages 13 and 16. Third, applicants for building permits are advised that their site is located within redevelopment area 2 on page 21. And last, the city may request that the redevelopment agency comment on an application for a building permit. The redevelopment agency review will be advisory only, page 23. Those 4 changes are already in redevelopment area 1. Some of them were necessitated by changes to redevelopment law, and essentially this is a catch-up provision to make redevelopment area 2 in the plan identical to redevelopment area 1. With that, staff recommends approval. I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. This is a public hearing, which is, I declare open. Is there anyone in reference to agenda item number 37 who wants to be heard? Hearing and seeing none, I'm going to close that. Any comments, questions from council before I turn this over to Councilwoman? It's yours.
Move to approve.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 37 with the conditions stated. Please vote, please post. Councilman Beers, you're the lonely. There we go. Motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Arndt.
Thank you.
Okay, agenda item 40. I'm going to turn this over to Mayor Pro Tem. You're on for agenda item 40, which is a medical marijuana item, and from which I will abstain because one of my sons is involved in the business.
Thank you, Mayor. We are on agenda item 40. This is an advance item, discussion for possible action regarding a reviewed condition to amend the advertising plan approved by the Director for a medical marijuana dispensary establishment license, Serenity Wellness Center, LLC, DBA Oasis Medical Cannabis at 1800 Industrial Road, Suite number 180. This is in Councilman Coffin's Ward 3. Ms. McElhawn.
Yes. For the record, Mary McElhawn, Business Licensing Manager. Item number 40 is a review of a condition to amend the advertising plan for Oasis Medical Cannabis. The applicant is requesting placement of a billboard in a lot in 245 New York Avenue, and over here is a map. You can see where the community center is, and you can see where the location of the billboard is. This location is 905 feet from the Stupak Community Center. The Las Vegas Municipal Code 6.95 says the director shall not recommend for approval any sign within 1,000 feet of a protected use. Since the Stupak Community Center is a protected use, the director cannot recommend for approval. Therefore, this item is before City Council for consideration. The applicant is here to help answer any questions.
Gentlemen, thank you for being here all day.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. My name is Ben Silito, and I'm here with Dr. Todd Swanson, and we're representatives of Serenity Wellness Center. When the Planning Commission and this City Council approved the location for Serenity Wellness Center in 2014, it was because, among other things, it was at least 1,000 feet away from any school or 300 feet away from any park, church, or community service, or community center, excuse me. The dispensary is about 900 feet away from the closest restricted use, which is Stupak Park on Boston Avenue. When the council amended Title VI earlier in 2016 to allow medical marijuana establishments to have signage visible from streets, they created a restriction of 1,000 feet away from any restricted use such as a park, church, school, community center. That was different from the zoning regulation of 300 feet. So I'd like to point out on the map here the location of the park, the location of the sign, and then the location of Oasis Medical Cannabis right across the street. So they're the exact same distance from the park. We would not be asking for this sign if it was not across the street from our dispensary location. So it's a poster-sized billboard, so it's not even as big as the regular billboards that you're used to seeing. It would not have any impact on Stupak Park. It's not visible at all from the street, and we're asking that the council approve this request in light of facts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Silito. I do know that I think all of us have experienced since we started down this path of medical marijuana. Conditions are different within the county and the city in regards to signage and advertising, and certainly the medical marijuana industry is not up and running and raking in all of those dollars we had anticipated yet. So I think everything we can do to help you get moving would be great. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Councilman Coffin.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. I move for approval. Item 40.
There's a motion for approval. Please cast your vote and please post. And that motion passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Honor. Excuse me. Agenda item 42, possible action. Board of Appeals, Sean Donosky, term expiration 8/15/2016. Mr. Donosky represents the general contractor category for this board. He is eligible and does wish to be reappointed and has the recommendation of reappointment from the department director. Options are to reappoint Mr. Donosky or appoint a new qualified member to fill the seat. Mayor Pro Tem, I understand you have a recommendation.
I do. That is to reappoint Mr. Donosky to the Board of Appeals, Your Honor.
And that is your motion?
My motion.
And that's the motion. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Agenda item 43 for possible action. Southern Nevada Regional Housing Authority, Deshani Muhammad, term expiration 10/16/2016, who has resigned. Procedure for this board requires appointment by City Council of an individual on the Southern Nevada Regional Housing Resident Commissioner Selection Certification List. Councilman Barlow, I understand you have a recommendation.
Yes, I was working with you, Stacy. The name Tanisha, Misha Hooks. Misha Hooks, Mayor, will be my recommendation.
Okay, there's a recommendation for Misha Hooks to fill in on this seat. Motion made by Councilman Barlow. Please vote and please post. And that carries as well. Agenda item 44, discussion for possible action on the appointment of a council member to the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority. Mayor Pro Tem.
I'm sorry, Mayor. I'm not paying attention.
44.
44. Thank you, Your Honor. I have a couple of comments, actually. My resignation from the Convention and Visitors Authority didn't take much thought, Mayor. I think there's significant things happening in Southern Nevada, and certainly with the Southern Nevada infrastructure, the Governor's Task Force on Tourism and Infrastructure. I think it's significant, Mayor, that you represent the City of Las Vegas on the Convention and Visitors Authority, as you are the face of this city and a face that many look up to as the representative of Southern Nevada. My motion would be to appoint Carolyn Goodman to the Las Vegas Convention and Visitors Authority. That's my motion, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jerbick. Must I abstain? May I vote? Do I vote nay or yea? Thank you very much. And we certainly appreciate the great service you have given over these 5 years. You have been phenomenal on that
It's been an
board.
honor to serve.
And we're just sorry we can't figure out how to keep you on another full term there.
It's been an honor to serve, Mayor, and certainly, I've mentioned that to Rossi Rollencotter many times. He and I both grew up here, and so it's an honor to serve in that capacity and see the city grow. And Southern Nevada's #1 industry, tourism, continue to grow and sustain. So, Mayor, thanks for
Well,
giving me that opportunity to serve in that capacity.
Thank you, and I'm honored to go back on there because I do think it's an important time right now, and I don't think I vote. So there's a motion. Okay, yes. And please vote, and please post, and thank you very much again. And thank you all. I think this is an exciting time for our community. And so moving on to agenda item 45, that's recommending. Recommending committee bills eligible for adoption at this meeting. Bill number 2016-49. Councilman Barlow, would you like it read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Your Honor. Bill number 2016-49, in order to amend the Unified Development Code regarding medical marijuana establishments to allow mandatory signage requirements and limitations to be waived in connection with special use permit approval and to provide for other related matters.
Move for approval.
There's a motion to approve on agenda item 45.
Okay, we're going to...
All right, let's hold on. Vote on 45. Let's get that one done.
On 44.
Oh, all right. I will abstain.
From 44. We'll go back to 44 after 45. Oh, for 45?
Yes.
Oh, I see. That's why I'm reading wrong. So you're abstaining from this item, Mayor?
I am abstaining from 45.
To make the record complete, it's because your son still has involvement with medical marijuana establishments.
Did it go through as an abstention? Okay, great. Thank you very much. Did you say something about abusing my son? Okay, at some point, this has to stop, Mr. Jervik. I mean, when do we get rolling that I can get back in the land of the living with
When he's no longer
marijuana?
involved in...
I do not use, I have no ailments.
That'll change.
I mean, enough the world knows. God. I mean, I hope your staff or you will advise me when it is time for me to get back in this
I will,
field.
Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, that was 45. Now 46. Is this another one of these? No. Recommending committee bills eligible for adoption in a later meeting, bill number 2016-47. Items number 46 to 49, bills number 2016-47, 2016-50, 2016-52, and 2016-53 will be heard at a later a later meeting. We'll move on to new bills. New bills. Item 50, 2016-54 will be heard at the recommending committee meeting Tuesday, September 6th. New bills, 2016-54 is assigned to the recommending committee members, Councilman Barlow, Anthony, and Coffin, or substitutes as coordinated by the clerk's office if they are unable to attend. Would you please read the new bills?
I'll be happy to, Your Honor. Bill number 2016-54, in order to extend the boundaries of the city, particularly described line, be annexed to be established those laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters.
That's it? Okay, we are now going to recess for closed session. Correct down there? Fine, we made it. Half the council may have passed out from lack of nourishment. But, so we're recessed for, what do you think, half hour? For those who might be waiting for something to happen? At least what? 30 minutes. Okay, let's hit the road. Okay, I think we're alive and well. Okay. All right, we are now closed session, usually a duly carrying motion to close. Okay. What we have done, we have just completed the agenda item 51, closed session. Upon duly carried motion, a closed meeting has been called in accordance with NRS 241.030, where we discussed the city attorney's annual performance review, and B, the city auditor's annual performance review. So since we have done that, we moved into the closed session. We are now going to report on that. And so any discussion coming forth here? Reference, let's take agenda item which is 13, which is discussion on any of the annual review for City Attorney Bradford R. Jerbick, who has done a sensational job. We are so proud of the work he's done for the city. And comments or move it along?
Your Honor, I'd make a motion that we give Brad Jerbick a $10,000 bonus in addition to our gratitude and appreciation for all he's done for us in the last 18 months or however long it's been since we looked at this.
Thank you very much. Do I have a second? We're going to take seconds today on these. Councilman Anthony, second. And so there's a motion. I'm going to speak very slowly, and please don't post till Councilwoman comes in, okay? So there's a motion to bonus our city attorney, Brad Jerbick, in the amount of $10,000 for an outstanding and such great appreciation by all of us. He and his entire team have done such a phenomenal job and has so much to do with his great leadership and fixing so many pieces for the city, as he's been wonderful. So if you'll vote, but we're going to leave it open in case you want to deliberate until Councilwoman's here. And I hear her voice.
While she's coming, if I may, Your Honor, and we're waiting for Councilman Coffin as well. Brad, some of the information you shared with us in our closed session, numbers specifically, can I share that with the public? I think it's significant that the public understand exactly what your department has done in saving the city millions of dollars. So if the mayor would indulge me.
Yes, I think that would be absolutely pertinent and needs to be on the record. So everybody.
You know what numbers I'm talking about, Brad? Okay.
And if you would mention the composition, how many attorneys you have, and are they with you full-time, part-time, and what are the divisions, and then your data?
Right, I'll go really quickly. Our office has about 30 attorneys, and we're total about 80 people total. That includes investigators, domestic violence advocates, and all the wonderful people that support us as administrative assistants and individuals that do legal technicians. They're just incredible, and what they do every day, as I mentioned, just in criminal alone, I had the number here. It was a rather large number. 44,000 cases were submitted last year, and 17,000 complaints were filed, just a remarkable number. But on the civil end, when it came to litigation, my litigation team provided me with litigation collection matters, and the claims by or against the city of Las Vegas for potential loss were $12,289,000, a little bit more than that actually, and the funds paid out by the city were $330,000. So they, that's Phil Burns and John Curtis and their team.
In claims. And again, how much spent?
$330,000.
Unbelievable.
They did a great job. They did an absolutely great job. So thanks to the litigation team, and thanks to everybody in the office. If you gave me anything, what you gave me is a reflection of their hard work.
We are
thank you.
so proud of you and your team. So there was a motion, Councilman Coffin, Councilman Barlow, for a bonus of $10,000. If you would go ahead and vote, please, and then we'll post. With gratitude, unanimous.
Best hair award, too.
And Best Hair Award, according to Councilman Coffin, of course. Thank you again. Thank you so much. And on agenda item 14, discussion for possible action regarding the annual review of City Auditor Radford K. Snelding And so where did you go? Can you come up to the microphone? I think I'm going to ask Mayor Pro Tem to ask your report and sharing some of the information as you did with Brad Jervis.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think it's significant that, it's, certainly we go behind closed doors to talk about the performance of our city attorney and city auditor as they report directly to the mayor and the Las Vegas City Council. But Radford, just share a couple of highlights of some things that you've accomplished so the public understands how valuable or invaluable you are to the city of Las Vegas and what you do.
Thank you. I would let you know, I'm much like what Mr. Jervik said. Anything that you can say or do in regards to me is a result of all the efforts of the people that work for me. We're not a large staff, but we do a lot of things. When we do a performance audit, well, then the real value of looking at those things comes in the recommendations that correct problems or correct deficiencies. And so the real telltale sign of that is not the number of those, but it's really the resolution of those. And as a result of the efforts of city management and the efforts of the auditors that I have, they have gone out and they have cleared, I think we're close to 2,000 recommendations since I came to work, and we're down to only 9 incompletes and only 2 that are extended. And that's remarkable, and it reflects on the effort that they've done as well as the effort that the departments have done in seeing these things as important and getting them cleared. That's our real hallmark.
Thank you very much. And again, just to reiterate so everybody that's not here understands this, both Mr. Jervik, our city attorney, and the auditor work directly for the city council. And it is the city council who is also the one that makes the decision on our city manager. So do we have the best of teams? Yes, we do. So with that, I'm going to turn to Councilman Beers, since you got started this morning and seem to be doing so well.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have had the pleasure for about a year now of serving on the audit committee at your appointment, and thank you for that. I've enjoyed working with you very much, Brad. I would like to make a motion to give Brad a 3.5% merit increase in base salary and a $5,000 bonus.
Is there a second? There's a second, Councilman Coffin. There is a motion, thank you very much, to give Mr. Snelding a 3.5 salary increase and a $5,000 bonus. And we have a motion and a second. All pleased in favor, please vote and please post. You're great, and we thank you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to work for you and a pleasure to work for the city.
Great. Go, everybody. Let's go have a vacation now. Okay, and I am told by my right arm...
Your Honor, if I may briefly interrupt, I was going to condition both of those that the proceeds would have to be spent inside Ward 2.
Good
call. But I guess I was a little late.
You were late. We already
Incorporated into
posted
the
it.
motion.
You're free to spend wherever. Okay, we are at agenda item 52. Is that fact? Good. Okay, hearing for possible action to consider the appeal regarding the nuisance notice in order to comply located at 7240 Unicorn, property owners J.M. Torres Trust, Jorge Torres, treasurers, and Ward 6 with Councilman Mayor Pro Tem Ross. And here we go.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. I'm here today for a appeal of the property at 7240 Unicorn Way Street, and I'm going to give you an overview of the property. Code enforcement has investigated 5 code enforcement cases since 2006 for similar violations. Code enforcement received an anonymous citizen complaint on January 11, 2016 regarding multiple vehicles on the property that appeared to be inoperable. The complaint also included that people were living inside of a recreational vehicle and that there was dead vegetation on the property. This property is zoned as a residential estate located at 7240 Unicorn Street, 89131. Code enforcement completed an initial inspection on January 12, 2016. The officer observed 7 passenger vehicles on the front of the property, 1 semi-truck, 2 semi-trailers, a Mack Tools commercial truck, an old electrical truck, a U-Haul truck, 5 motorhomes, 3 boats, and a bus in various parts of the property, some stored on improved surfaces and some also stored on unimproved surfaces, or AKA dirt. Weeds and piles of tree branches were on the yard and visible from the street. Correction notice was mailed to the property owner, George Torres, and posted on site. The violations observed, all under 19.12.0106B, recreational vehicle storage, vehicles on unapproved surface, residential vehicles, inoperable vehicles, on the property for over 60 days, residential vehicles, junk vehicles on the property with parts all over, commercial vehicles that are prohibited, vehicles that are stored on, recreational vehicles and trailers stored on unapproved surfaces, recreational vehicles being habitated in, and the property owner needed to provide proof of ownership for all the vehicles on the property. There's also refuse and waste and high vegetation. Code enforcement attempted to work with the property owner with monthly inspections without results. A total of 13 inspections have been performed by code enforcement. Code enforcement issued a notice and order on June 22nd by posting on site and mailing to the legal owner. On 6/28/2016, when the officer posted the notice and order on the property, the officer attempted to speak with Mr. Torres, who yelled at her and waved a crowbar wrench at her in a threatening manner. Because of this, I have not sent the officer back out to count the remaining vehicles on the property, but the property owner did file an appeal on July 2nd, and on July 5th, he spoke with myself. He advised me that he would have the property in compliance by July 15th. I did send an officer out on the 18th to take pictures. There was not a significant increase or decrease of vehicles. One of the things that the property owner was doing is taking his vehicles and moving them onto the unapproved right-of-way. He's also moved vehicles onto another vacant lot that he does not own, creating a problem for another property owner. On August 3rd, this morning at 2:30, we did take current pictures, and again, there's not a significant increase in the property being cleaned up. Staff recommends denial of his appeal, and I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Torres.
Yes, please come forward and state your name for the record, please.
Yes, thank you. My name is George Torres. Thank you, Mayor Goodman, Pro Tem Mayor Ross, and the rest of the City Council member. I have been trying to comply, and I have been complying. We've moved a lot of vehicles off the property. I've lived there 19 years. I've been able to enjoy the quality of life, to be able to work on the property, raise my son. For the last 2.5 years, I've been taking care of my mother that has Alzheimer's. I spoke with Code on many times. They've in the past come out and they've measured my weeds with a ruler. They've done things that I don't really understand why. I do understand that it is a nuisance. I am trying to comply. I had spoke with them and I said by July 15th or the 30th that we would comply. My mother passed away 3 weeks ago, and
Sorry to hear that.
It's okay. She's in a better place. She suffered with Alzheimer's for 2.5 years.
Very difficult disease.
We kept her at home. I made a promise to her to keep her at home. It's no excuse for anything. I realize I don't belong there anymore. We've lived there 19 years, and things change. When I moved out there, Decatur was not paved. There was nothing out there. We used to ride our quarter horses down the straightaway. I do realize I don't belong there anymore. I have another piece of property in Arizona. My neighbor, good friend, Chuck, he sold his property across the street, and he's now taken over my property, and he's been very instrumental in helping me clean out the property and comply. I understand if somebody's trying not to comply. I understand the problems there. That's not my case. I am trying to comply. I will comply. I just did not comply by the time that had spoken. Other than my mom dying, there's no really, I don't have any excuse. I spent 3 weeks with my father, who's 89 now. Well, I'll actually have to take care of now, but I'll take care of him in California. Basically, what I'd like to ask the City Council, if possible, is that I get an extension for about 15 days so I can finish doing what I need to do, which is clean up the property, without being, I don't want to use the word harassed, but Sunday, July 3rd, the code officer came out to the property when she was not even on duty. She stalked the property for an hour, 45 minutes to an hour. The next thing I know, I've got parking enforcement at the side of my property writing me tickets for vehicles that were moving off the property. In 10 years, I've not had any kind of parking problems. Nobody's come out. Nobody's done anything. So I don't understand why on a Sunday, July 3rd, a code enforcement officer would be watching my house and then call parking enforcement out. Basically, just to wrap things up, I am sorry. I'm humbled to be in front of you guys, and I'm ashamed to be in front of you guys. I'm ashamed that I could not work it out with code to get everything taken care of, but I am trying to comply. As my neighbor Chuck here will testify, who's moved into my property, he's making sure that I comply.
Thank you very much. Councilman Ross.
Wow, Mr. Torres, if you could keep that, go back to that one picture, can you do that for me? It's the cars all lined up on the street. Yeah, that's the one. Are those all of your vehicles, Mr. Torres, lined up on the street?
I have in total, yes, they are. I have in total in Arizona and here a lot of vehicles. Those are vehicles that I actually pulled off the property to comply with code, to have a tow truck or AAA or myself tow them out of there. All those are gone except for the Mack tool truck.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Torres. Through you, Your Honor, if I may direct my comments right briefly to Ms. Ozuna. Ms. Ozuna, did you ever get the titles to all the vehicles and show proof of ownership from Mr. Torres?
No, he has not shown any proof of ownership to the officer.
You opened this on June 22nd, I'm looking at, backup documentation, is that correct?
The case was opened actually on January 11th, and the officer met out with Mr. Torres on the 12th, January.
Okay, I'm just looking at the nuisance notice in order to comply.
Yeah, the officer took 6 months. She was trying to work with him.
The officer took 6 months?
She gave him 6 months. She was working with him, doing monthly checks, trying to get him to come into compliance without us having to take, additional measures. And in June, she decided that he was never going to come into compliance unless we took the next step to issue a notice and order.
Okay. Do the mayor and council a favor with you, with Ms. Ozuna, and explain why Mr. Torres is here in front of us and not in front of the hearings officer. Can you do that, please? Let's talk about that process and why he's here today.
Correct. So when he filed his appeal, I sent out a request to you asking whether or not you wanted to hear this item before the city council or if it shall go to the hearings officer, and you chose to bring it to the council.
And I asked you to do that just for the benefit of the other council members, so when they get these in their wards. Now, Your Honor, if I can, Mr. Torres, I feel our hearts are broken for you for the loss of your mother, and I know you recognize she's in a much better place than she was, and that's significant. And I can understand the time frame of trying to care for your mother and then trying to deal with all of these other items. However, 6 months is an incredibly long time. Your behavior in going after an officer waving a wrench in your hand is absolutely unacceptable. You should be embarrassed. You should be embarrassed about the look of this property. You should be embarrassed about your behavior, because that's not how rational people act, correct?
Correct, Councilman Ross. The allegations that I waved a wrench in front of the code officer is completely false. I was walking to talk to Chuck.
That's it. You're good. I'm going to listen to my code enforcement officers, because they do this on a regular basis for all of us. She has an incredible team. And I don't know what hours you work them, but I appreciate their going the extra mile. This is a great neighborhood. You know it. There's some great neighbors in there who are fed up with your mess. What am I going to tell them today? What do I tell them?
Councilman Ross, none of my neighbors have a problem. The problem arises
Mr.
when...
Torres, you're done.
Thank you.
I work for them too, okay? I do know Mr. Lenhart very well and have known him for years. He is trustworthy, and I believe him. What would the recommendation would be to deny the appeal, Ms. Ozuna, and what would his punishment be if we denied the appeal?
You could determine whether or not we want to assess daily civil penalties per day, $500 per day from the date of July 11th until he comes into compliance. You could set it at a set amount. It's up to your discretion. You could direct code enforcement to proceed with an abatement action against the property owner, and then he would have to pay all of the costs. Now, we would prefer that Mr. Torres take care of this himself, but, I don't want to be back before you in 6 months or, if it's not taken care of.
I think you're going to be back before us in 2 weeks. Because that's how much time I'm going to give you, Mr. Torres, because I know Chuck's going to help you out and get that property cleaned up. I want to give you the benefit of the doubt. So I think in 2 weeks, Ms. Ozuna, and don't threaten any more code enforcement officers that come knocking on your door, looking over your fence, please, because they're going to come and take some photographs because we want to see what it looks like. I want to hold you to your word. Can you do it in 2 weeks?
Yes, I can do it in 2 weeks. May I make one comment, please?
With your permission, Your Honor?
Is it okay?
Go ahead.
The allocations of the waiving the wrench, those are completely false. That's all.
That would make the date August 17th. Ms. Ozuna, if you could have a report for us and another agenda item, Madam Clerk, in regards to this, and we'll hear it then, and we'll go from there. So I'm going to give you 2 weeks, Mr. Torres. Mr. Lenhart's going to do his best to help you out, but you got to get that property cleaned up for the benefit of your neighbors, okay?
And therefore, your motion is?
My motion is to obey this for 2 weeks and give Mr. Torres the opportunity to get it done, okay? That's my motion.
Thank you. There's a motion. Please vote. Please post.
Thank you.
Thank you, City Council.
Thank you. The motion carries. Okay. All right. We have taken care of 53, 54, 55. And we are now on agenda items 56 through 51, which are in Councilman Anthony's Ward 4. They are 56, GPA 63571, on a request for a general plan amendment from DR Desert Rural Density Residential to SC Service Commercial. Number 57, ZON 63573, and a request of rezoning from RE Residence Estates to C1 Limited Commercial. Agenda item 58, VAR 63817, a request for variance to allow a 13-foot rear yard setback where 20 feet is required for an existing building, and to allow a 5-foot side yard setback on the north perimeter where 10 feet is required for a proposed carport. Number 59, VAR 63891, a request for variance to allow a 17-foot residential adjacency setback where 60 feet is required from an existing building. Number 60, SUP 64653, on a request, can you finish reading it? I'm sorry. If you would just pick up number 60.
Go ahead, shoot that in there. Agenda item 60 is SUP 64653, on request for a special use permit for a building maintenance service and sales use with outside storage at 5455 North Rainbow Boulevard. Agenda item 61 is SDR 63575, on a request for site development plan review for a proposed 3,933 square foot office and service vehicle use with waivers to allow a 0-foot wide landscape buffer along a portion of the north perimeter and a 5-foot wide landscape buffer along a portion of the south perimeter where minimum 8 feet wide landscape buffers are required. The applicant owner is John M. Bailey on 1.05 acres at 5455 North Rainbow Boulevard, RE Residence Estates. Zone proposed as C1 Limited Commercial. Staff recommends denial, and the Planning Commission recommends approval on all items. These are in Ward 4, Councilman Anthony, and are public hearings, which I now declare open. Is the applicant present?
Thank you, or representative. Thank you very much.
betcha, sorry.
As I choke to
You
death
bet.
in public. Thank you.
Mayor, members of the council, George Garcia, 1055 Whitney Ranch Drive, Suite 210. Pleasure to be before you. Mayor, I know that we've had this item before you, and I appreciate the time that all the council have given, especially Councilman Anthony in briefing. I don't see a lot of people in the audience, and maybe in interest of time, I can, shorten this, but maybe ask if you want to see if there's people here to speak in opposition to this, then I can adjust the presentation for you and shorten it if you like.
Thank you very much. I'm going to ask Mr. Perigo, could you please respond first, and then we'll go to the public hearing.
Thank you, Your Honor. Similar to the presentation at the last meeting, I would note that Planning Commission did place additional conditions on the site plan as well as on the special use permit, and with that, they were comfortable with the C1 zoning and the use of building service maintenance and sales. Staff still has concerns over the requested variances and is therefore recommending denial.
Okay. This is a public hearing. Anyone wishing to be heard on these items, any of these items, please come forward, state your name for the record. Hearing and seeing none, I'll close public comment. Councilman Anthony.
All right, thank you. Item number 56, I will make a motion to follow Planning Commission's unanimous recommendation for approval.
There's a motion on 56 for approval. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. On 57, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I will make a motion to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 57. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. And on 58, please.
I will make a motion to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on 58. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. And on item 59.
Thank you, Mayor. I will make a motion to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on agenda item 59. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. And agenda item 60.
I'll make a motion to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. There's a motion to approve on 60. Please vote and then please post. Motion carries. And finally, on agenda item 61.
Make a motion to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
Thank you. And final motion here on 61. Please vote and please post. Motion carries. Thank you very much.
Mayor and Council, thank you.
Okay, let's move on to agenda item 62, VAR 63871, public hearing. Applicant owner Juan Cortez Caracosa and Irene Dominguez Cortez Caracosa for possible action on a request for variance to allow an existing 625 square foot accessory structure, Class 2 gazebo, in front of the primary structure with such is not allowed, to allow an 8-foot front yard setback where 25 feet is required, and to allow an existing 6-foot solid return wall where 2 feet is allowed within the front yard on .34 acres at 1661 Leonard Lane, RD Single Family Residential Restricted, Ward 5, Councilman Barlow. Staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to condition. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes.
And your name, please.
Irene Dominguez Cortez.
How are you?
Doing great, thank you.
Anything you wish to state before I ask Mr. Perigo and have the public hearing? Okay. Mr. Perigo.
Thank you, Your Honor. This application is for a variance to allow an existing gazebo and return wall built without permit to be located within the front yard. The applicant has created a self-imposed hardship, and therefore staff sees the variance as not being warranted and is recommending denial.
All right, now this is a public hearing. Is there anyone who wishes to be heard on this item? I'm going to close the public hearing and turn this over to Councilman Barlow.
Thank you, Mayor. I've had an opportunity to go out on site and see it visually, and it looks really nice. It's going to be a nice addition to the property. The only problem with the gazebo, as far as the position, is the fact that the layout of the parcel itself is configured kind of unique in itself, and it appears as though this is the front yard, but I can see why, in fact, the resident utilizes the side yard as the backyard because of the configuration in this particular area. And so, having seen it visually, I understand why it's placed there, and so I'm okay with it. But I do have some conditions, I believe, Mr. Perigo, that we have for the record. If you'll read those, please.
Sure, I'd be happy to. The added condition of approval, the accessory structure shall not be converted to habitable space in the future.
Okay?
And do you agree with that?
It will not, ever,
Okay.
as long as we live there.
Okay, and the fact that you agree to that, I'll move forward to approve this item, subject to the conditions in place today. Thank you. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
And I'd like to, there is a motion, I'd like to ask, should they sell the property and somebody come along, buy the property and want to make it into a casita? They would have to come back here. Okay, so that would be in the,
Well, that's correct, Your Honor. This condition will carry with the property regardless who the owner is, and any future different use of this would require them to come back to planning and building as well.
okay. All right, thank you. There is a motion, please vote, a motion to approve, and please vote and let's post.
And if I may, after the vote.
And that motion carries. Thank you very
Mayor,
much.
with your permission, Councilman Barlow, I did watch Ms. Dominguez Carcosa. I did watch that item at the Planning Commission. She did a fabulous job representing her item. And,
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank
I
you.
figured this would pass, so good call.
Good.
Thank
Because I
you
remember
very
when she
much.
came before. She had been before us before. Thank you. I think we had waited on your return is what it was.
Yes.
Okay, agenda item 63, SDR 64484, public hearing. Applicant owner Omninet, 3300 Sahara LLC, possible action and appeal of a denial by the Planning Commission on a request for site development plan review for proposed parking lot expansion and reconfiguration with waivers of the perimeter landscape buffer to allow 10 feet to the south and 5 feet to the east, where 15 feet is required on 9.42 acres, the northwest corner of Spanish Oaks Drive in Sahara, C1 Limited Commercial, Ward 1, with Councilwoman Tarkanian. Planning Commission and staff both recommend denial. This is a public hearing. I declare it open. Is the applicant or representative present?
I am, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Ed Garcia from the law firm of Holland & Hart, 9555 Hillwood Drive, here on behalf of the applicant. This is a site development plan review, as you stated, and I'd like to just give you a little background and orientate you to the site we're talking about. I'm sure you're all very familiar with Sahara Avenue. I don't know if I'm appearing on your overhead.
Yes.
Sahara Avenue and Spanish Oaks on the northwest corner of that street. This is the large office complex. Over the years, it's been various things. You probably know most likely as Wells Fargo there on the corner. Used to house a Wells Fargo on the bottom floor and some of the administrative offices on the top floor. But it's a rather large office complex. There's a lot of office space set back from Sahara. So it's actually close to 250,000 square feet of office space there on the site. It wasn't a location that was treated particularly well during the recession. A lot of vacancies occurred on the property, and in these actual separate buildings, we have couple of them that are entirely vacant. The current applicant went ahead and purchased the property about 18 months ago and wants to put a significant amount of money in this and to start to acquire the upscale tenants that he thinks the property can attract. And in doing that, when they started looking at it, one of the demands on tenants nowadays was parking and landscaping and the aesthetics of the building. The building is a little dated. It was built in the mid-'80s, mid to late 80s, and so there's a significant upgrade that needs to be done, and so that's what this plan tries to effectuate. A lot of the tenants come to us and they want additional parking, so the thought was, let's give them parking. The site is currently underparked per your current code. I'm sure when it was entitled originally and approved, it met the standards then, but for whatever reason, those parking requirements have changed, so it's somewhat underparked. So the new plan came in to address that issue and to modernize the landscaping. So this was the plan that was originally submitted and came forward in front of the Planning Commission, and as you can see, they're revamping this as from the prior site. None of this currently exists, any of this landscaping here. There's currently a water feature here, but really to get the additional parking, people want parking near the building. This is why there's parking added along this drive aisle. The waivers are required. Normally there wouldn't be much of an issue, I wouldn't think, for this type of improvement to a property. The items that we're requesting a waiver on are from the setbacks, the landscape buffers along Spanish Oaks and on Sahara. Sahara, we're asking to go to 10 feet, and on Spanish Oaks to go to 5 feet. The one really on the south along Sahara does not seem to be much of an issue, and the reason I'll tell you that is if you're familiar with the site, there's a grade differential from the building and actual Sahara. So right now you have about 5 feet of landscaping that's at a lower grade from the 10 feet that are up above. So it really doesn't accomplish anything because you can't really see it. So we're just asking to eliminate that, and it allows us to create better drive aisles along this. The one on Spanish Oaks is really necessary for the fire lane that we're requesting to put in here. This is really just something that's for safety and circulation purposes. It allows us to, because right now, because there is no street here, these aisles within the current parking lot have to be so large that they detract from parking. So by allowing the parking lane to come through, we now have the ability to just create a better flow within the parking lot. And also, right now, there's no landscaping along the sides of the building. This would all be new and enhanced landscaping, as well as this would all be upgraded and new. Right now, frankly, the landscaping that exists there has kind of fallen into disrepair, and it needs to be redone. And a lot of it isn't real drought-tolerant stuff, so it needs to be pulled out and replaced. So we went to the Planning Commission, and after that, since that time, we met with the councilwoman and talked about some things we could do that she wanted us to do, and at her request, we went back to the drawing board and talked about some things to do on our design. And so one of the things that we were requesting a waiver from was some of these fingers that come out and create enhanced landscaping within the parking area. So these are all added. We've added these trees along Sahara, added these fingers, and also added trees within the parking medians within here. So with that, we think it's a better project. We think we've accomplished the goals of what we're trying to do here, of really making this a first-rate office complex. And we're hopeful, I can't say too much, but we have a large tenant that is looking to relocate and wants to be a part of it. So with that, again, thank you, Councilwoman Tarkanian, for you and your staff working with us. and I'd respectfully request your approval and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I'm going to turn this over to Mr. Perigo first, and then hear from the public, and then Councilwoman.
Thank you, Your Honor. The redesign of the parking lot, as the applicant pointed out, did necessitate the reduction in the landscape buffer and the requirement for a waiver, and therefore staff is recommending denial. The updated site plan that shows the additional trees has been submitted to planning. It is part of the backup, and there is a condition that if approved, they will have to comply with the site plan that he showed you with the additional trees.
Thank you very much. Anyone from the public wishing to be heard on agenda 63? Hearing and seeing none, we'll close the public hearing and listen to Councilwoman.
Mr. Perigo, with the increased number of trees and plantings, since it came before, since you began with it and it came before the Planning Commission, does that meet the requirement you had? For example, you did, in what you first said, that didn't have enough trees and plantings. They're adding the trees in the parking rows and on the fingers. 1 tree per 6 uncovered spaces. Will that meet it? I'm looking at that page where they wrote you, Encompass Studio wrote you on July 18th. It's right at the back before the protest.
Yeah, so there's 2 things going on here. One is the waiver for the reduced landscape buffer from 15 feet to 5
Right,
feet.
I
on these.
understand
Okay.
the footage.
And then there's the exception for the landscaping for the reduced number of trees. They did subsequently, with the revised site plan, add 4 additional parking lot islands, 2 landscape diamonds, and 8 additional parking lot trees. That still leaves them short by, I believe, 4 trees. And so there still is an exception request for that shortage of trees, but they brought it to within 4.
They brought it to within 4. And the applicant said they had people who wanted to lease it already. Is that true, still true?
Excuse me, Councilwoman?
The applicant, when we met, said that they had people who wanted to lease it.
That's correct. That is correct.
And is that
for a
still
large
true?
portion of the back building.
Yes.
This is Barrett Powley, our architect with Encompass Studio, 241 West Charleston. We are currently right now on this building, the 3300 building, done space plans and test fits and preliminary planning and pricing for a tenant would take almost 70,000 square feet of that building. It would basically fill that entire building with a tenant that's a state of Nevada tenant.
You heard what he said? I
Yes.
hope. That they have
70% of the building.
And right now, we have 1 floor. And how many floors is it? 5. We have 1 floor that's occupied, and for years now, I don't know, 2 years or 3, 2.5 years, anyway, nobody has occupied the other floors, correct?
That's correct, Councilwoman, and it has been about 3 years, I believe.
That's right, and that area has fallen down. It does need rejuvenation. We have some little restaurants or drive-throughs that are coming into that area. They need business. And the only thing I would ask is the condition is that they follow through, Mr. Perigo, on the, what they said they could plant. And if you find additional places where they can plant, I'd like that also to have a tree in it. We could maybe make up a couple more of those 4 trees. And you said you put some lush landscaping in there, right? So another condition is the lush landscaping. And I use that term because we've used it in the past, and they always tell me in planning, we know what you mean. So.
And Councilwoman, I assure you that all of the landscaping that you have asked for, that they have shown you, it is a required condition that all development shall be in conformance with the site plan and landscape plan that is date stamped, the one that they're showing you with all of the lush landscaping and the trees that you've asked for.
Okay, because if we work it out that way, we'll work out the thing where you took down the trees early. And I hope you tell the person who bought the land, please don't do that again. All right, that caused great havoc.
I think they didn't recognize the importance of those trees at the time, and they really just viewed it as...
And you do
as kind of
agree to
cleaning
that
it up.
additional?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
In our office, you said you agreed, and so, and if they do find a place, when they go through the lush landscaping where you can add another tree, the condition would be that you add it.
Absolutely.
Okay. I think this could be an absolutely great feature, a building, workers in an area that's needed that for a very long time. So I move for approval.
Thank you.
With all conditions. With all
There,
conditions.
on agenda item 63, there's a motion to approve subject to all conditions. Please vote and please post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck to you. So I didn't even know the bank left there. My kids use it.
is staying on the
bottom floor,
but they've been the only ones that
Oh. Oh, yeah, we need to film it. Good. Good. Wonderful. Okay, now we're in for a long haul here. Oh, my goodness. All right, folks, get ready for this one. These are items 64 through 83. Well, we're as fast as we can speak. Related items 64 through 83, ROC 65000 through ROC 65019 are for a review of conditions on VAR 62765 through VAR 62783, VAR 62785 to delete condition number 4, which states these variances approve a front yard setback of 20 feet where 25 feet is normally required, and a rear yard setback of 25 feet where 30 feet is normally required. The applicant is D.R. Horton, and the owner is Azure and Torrey Pines 24 LLC on 6.08 acres, the southwest corner of Azure Drive and Torrey Pines Drive, RD, single-family residential restricted zone. State recommends approval on all items. Staff, excuse me, not the state. These are in Ward 6, of course, with Councilman Ross, and are public hearings which I declare open. Mr. Perigo, can you
Thank-
make comments to all of them?
I can do it in one fell swoop, Your Honor.
Go for it, please.
The original applicant request for a front yard setback of 10 feet was never amended, and unfortunately, a former planner placed a condition of approval limiting the variance request to a 20-foot setback. These applications would eliminate that condition of approval and uphold their original request. On behalf of staff and myself, I apologize for the inconvenience and recommend approval of all items.
Thank you very much. Is the representative or applicant present?
Yes, Your Honor. Members of the council, good afternoon. My name is Bob Gronauer, 1980 Festival Plaza Drive. I'm here representing D.R. Horton, and been working with Mr. Perigo on these matters, which is totally fine. We understand this stuff, so we're here to just say, please follow staff's recommendations and let's get on with this.
Okay. Now, all of you sitting in the audience want to come up one by one on every one of these items to comment. Please come forward in one fell swoop so we can deal with this matter.
There are marshals in the
Post
back, Mayor.
Lock the doors. Okay, anyone? Hearing and seeing no one, we will try this.
Okay, you ready?
Okay. I have closed the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem, we have to take motions on these items one by one. So, let's go.
64, move to
Everybody,
approve.
please get your fingers ready and get close to your dials so you can vote.
I'm trying to time this, so everybody ready?
go for it.
64, move to approve.
All right, number 64, please vote and please post. Carries. Number 65.
Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve on 65. I think we're going to be faster than the clerk. Please vote, please post. Number 66.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve on 66. Please vote, please post. 67.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve on 67. Please vote and please post. I may get over my cold by the time this is over.
The computer's slower than we are.
Yeah. There's nothing like the human spirit.
Take your time, Dwayne. You're killing my timer, though.
There we go. We should have done an over and under. Please post.
Maybe just go to
How about a
voice
voice
vote?
count?
That was 67, vote again? That was 67, you want us to vote? Okay. And post. All right, 68.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve on 68. Please vote, please post. Carries. 69.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve on 69. Please vote and please post.
Brian's grin down there.
Motion carries. 70.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve on agenda item 70. Please vote, please post. Motion carries on 71.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve on 71. Please vote, please post. On 72.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve on 72. Please vote and please post. And number 73.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve on 73. 72 carried, by the way. And motion carries. 74.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve on agenda item 74. Please vote, please post. Motion carries. 75.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve on 75. Please vote, please post. Motion carries. 76.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve on 76. Please vote, please post. Motion carries. 77.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve on 77. Please vote, please post. We're getting there. 78.
Move to approve.
And that one carried. 77. 78. Please vote and please post. 78 carries. 79, please.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve on 79. Vote and post, please. Motion carries. 80.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve on 80. Please vote, please post. Motion carries. 81.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve on 81. Please vote, please post. Motion carries. 82.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve on 82. Please vote, please post. Motion carries. On agenda item 83.
Move to approve.
Motion to approve on 83. Please vote, please post. You've got yours to go. Motion carries. And 84.
Isn't 84 set appeals?
83. We did do 83.
Yep, we're done.
Thank
3
you.
minutes, 42 seconds, 39.
Thank you very much.
And did
you
Most
post
approvals I've
that?
ever gotten that short a time. Will never happen again.
It'll never happen again.
Oh, my God.
Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you.
Your Honor,
Yes, please.
having voted on the prevent, no, I'm kidding.
Okay, agenda item 84, set date on any appeals filed or required public hearings. I'd instruct the city clerk to set the public hearing dates and appeals in the City Planning Commission meetings in dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements.
Thank you.
Thank you. Citizen participation, our second one. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, please come to the podium and give your name for the record. The amount of discussion on any single subject, as well as the amount of time any single speaker is allowed, will be limited to 3 minutes. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Please come forward and state your name. You've been here a long day.
Yes, Eric King for the record, live in North Las Vegas, but very good to see
We
you, Mayor
welcome
and
you down
council member.
here.
Oh, say it again?
We welcome you into the land of Las Vegas.
If I stand up straight, y'all can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right. Well, I've lived here 20 years. I'm an elected official with the Conservation District for Southern Nevada, and I have a brainchild of mine called the Grow Nevada Day that I'm starting to circulate around the state, and I'm here to tell you today about it. I've mentioned it to Commissioner Beers and Councilman Beers, Councilman Kaufman, and I'd really love to just do a really quick intro about it, and I find you'll love it. So can I put something just over here? It would be on camera for you to see. Is that
Yes, go
possible?
ahead, just slip it right there. There it
Right
is.
there. Okay, and so and the overview I have for you, I'll do my best to keep it to 2, 3, 4 minutes tops.
Okay.
So Grow Nevada Day is a synergy of synchronized superheroes and superhuman stories told by Nevadans about Nevadans, whereby our economy, our communities, and our ecosystems all thrive and soar higher. Council members and mayor, there's a comet that's actually coming to town, and it's going to be here on October 19th. The comet is the final presidential debates, where we'll have these rock stars out there traveling the country, coming here to town for a day, and then they'll be gone. The comet will be gone. So while we got them here, let's capitalize best we can on all that great world press, follow them all over the place, and have our first Grow Nevada Day happen that following Saturday. Now the sexy part is, on that day of the debate, our plan is to have Governor Sandoval, Senator Reid, and both presidential candidates, along with all you awesome leaders, up on stage talking to the world press and sharing a story about how Grow Nevada Day is going to be good for Nevada, for Las Vegas, and all Southern Nevada. What that looks like is everybody together will plant that first tree for Grow Nevada Day. That's the first tree. Then we point that 100 million or more viewers to the Saturday event. And there we're going to have satellite planting events all around the state, certainly a lot here in Southern Nevada, all doing great things. Nonprofits, government agencies, people doing these things already. And we're going to bring kids with quadcopters from the schools with professional, licensed videographers overseeing each team, 20 teams, coming around filming kids filming kids with the latest technology, and then they will create a viral video made up of 7-second snippets of the best smile from the kid with the family in the garden and planting a tree with their family in a park. We'll take that, make it a 3-minute highlight reel to show that night on the nightly news, and that'll be viral video quality to travel around the world to ideally 100 million or more hits. And we can do that every month with the Grow Nevada Day, particularly starting off and making it a huge win with our kickoff event, which would happen with all you fine leaders up on stage with our governor and Senator Reid, and of course both the candidates. So when we combine all that together, kids with 4K cameras showing nonprofits off at their best, the whole community wins, our ecosystems really do win, and all kinds of top-level business leaders on down get to build their customer base stronger by tying into what I call eye candy, by all these great kids and all these great in-the-trenches folks doing all this great work to make our lives and our quality of life better, and they can find ways to co-market and really find those relationships that make sense for them at whatever levels to be a sponsor now, early, and often going forward. We certainly can't do it without you, and we're really excited to explore the viability of finding the connection points with you all. And I'm very open if you have any comments or questions, if that's possible here. If not, I'd love to set up with your staff.
In public comment, it is not. It's just your comments to us, and we appreciate your coming down and sharing it.
My pleasure. Just so you know, this is a really horrible looking thing here, but it just gives you an idea. We'd have, a dozen down here in Las Vegas and hopefully a bunch up in the northern part of the state as well. And we just repeat that every month. And like I said, we get quadcopters out to all the events, assemble all that together, get it into the news that night, and we do it month in, month out in the neighborhoods that need trees, in the food deserts that need food, in the rangelands that need more local produce flowing into local markets here in Las Vegas. And we can build and raise the tide for all boats, lift them higher, and make all of you even bigger heroes. So very excited. Thank you very much. I look forward to exploring it with you more.
Thank you.
Cheers.
It's a cute rocket. I like the little rocket.
I would like to recommend to Mr. Sanchez and Mr. Cervantes that this gentleman coach Mr. Arndt on his presentations with EUD with the better
props.
Better props. Yeah, that was great.
You're
Thanks,
an
man.
artist, for heaven's sakes. Now, one thing I did learn I've learned a lot of things in life, but one was on my many trips to Israel. The state of Israel is smaller than the state of Nevada. and they have a celebration every year. It's called Tu B'Shvat, and you plant a tree. And all of Israel is filled with forests by trees that are planted every single year, one tree at a time, little tiny ones. You do it in celebration of, you do it for somebody's birthday or in memory, and that's the whole state. And they are totally irrigated from the Sea of Galilee in the north. That's the only fresh water in the entire state.
Wow.
And of course, some desalinization.
And people in other countries will donate a tree.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, so it's not just Israelis
Yeah.
who do it, people in other countries.
So he was reminding
I
of
think I
it.
have a tree over there.
I'm sure you do. Okay, anyone else? Nope. Okay, we're going to move on to 86, which is council member participation. And I have excused Councilman Coffin. He's still exhausted from his DNC trip, I think. And council member recognition, comments made by individual council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. Is there any member of council who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda? The answer is always yes. So at this point, I'm going to turn to the most loquacious commissioner, I got that from him, City Council Member Beers, who took us through all the machinations today. You start.
I'm feeling a little bad about granting that 4-tree variance earlier this afternoon after that presentation we just had. But I will labor on. If you'd like to come talk about trees or anything else in the neighborhood, we'll be having coffee with the councilman next on this Friday morning, 7:30 to 9 o'clock, overlooking the beautiful roses at the Angel Park Golf Clubhouse. It's at 100 South Rampart Boulevard. Hope to see you there 7:30 to 9 o'clock on Friday morning. We're going to do a dive-in movie on August 20th up at the Pavilion Pool. That's located right between Rogich Rogich Middle School and Palo Verde High School. This is going to have a little experimental stuff to it. Free popsicles while supplies last. We'll be showing Despicable Me 2, a movie that I have recently become acquainted with because of my 2-year-old granddaughter. It's actually a pretty good movie.
Oh.
In fact, it's a great movie.
Isn't it the challenge is to go with
So we would invite all the folks up in that neighborhood or any other neighborhood to come over and enjoy the evening, cool down in the pool with the popsicle, watching Despicable Me 2. We will be having Beers with Beers next on August 25th. That's some distance away. We'll be at Distill that night, 10820 West Charleston Boulevard. And that's up by Costco. It was on this date in music history, August 3rd, 1963, 53 years ago today, the Beatles made their very last appearance at the Cavern Club in Liverpool, a legendary run of almost 300 shows at that club in the 2 years leading up to that time. According to the club's resident DJ, Bob Wooler, the Beatles made 292 appearances in 1961, 1962, and 1963, and culminating in the last appearance here 1 month earlier, they had recorded She Loves You, and 6 months later they were in the United States. She Loves You, of course, the best-selling Beatles record of all time in England, according to BBC Two. That's all we got, Your Honor.
Oh, wow. That does take us back. Okay, Councilman Anthony, you're up.
Thank you, Mayor.
Here we go.
Okay, do I have a flyer to put up there? There you go. I'd like to invite everybody to my back-to-school fair and movie, Friday, August 12th, 6:30 p.m. We'll be showing the movies Utopia. Enjoy a family-friendly movie, free popcorn, water while supplies last. We'll have food trucks out there. We'll have free school supplies, backpacks, and pencils and paper while supplies last. It's at Durango Hills Park at Durango and Gowan, Friday, August 12th, 6:30 p.m. Come on out and have some fun. Thank you.
Great, thank you. I guess I was going to turn to Mayor Pro Tem, but he's off walking. You're in, Councilwoman.
we are going to have a Project Neon neighborhood meeting with Scotch 80, Saratoga Meadows, and Glen Heather neighborhoods, as well as the Presbyterian Church, on Wednesday, August 10th at 6 p.m. at the Project Neon headquarters at 320 Wall Street. We will be discussing the gate on Ellis, the neighborhood walls and sound walls along the freeway, and anything else that might be of need. And I know that Scotch 80, Saratoga Meadows, and Glen Heather have had continued questions, so I recommend, in fact, I encourage you to attend this meeting so that you can have input into the final design. And then I just wanted to add a couple of important things. One is the sewer line insurance that we have offered to us. The city does not offer it, a private company does. But I've had some people say, what are they trying to do, just make money? And no, I will tell you, I'm buying the insurance because I found out, as you can see on the diagram on the right, that all the way to the street is your responsibility. It doesn't begin at the sidewalk, it begins at the street, and it costs a lot. And so you may fail your sewer line due to root invasion or ground shifting or fluctuating temperatures, age, or more. Repair costs for broken, legal, clogged lines can come between $1,300 to upwards of $4,000. And I believe the, well, I know it's less than $100 for the other, $67 annually, $6 a month for this others, and I'm not pushing it, I don't own any stock on it, but I know that sometimes the residents aren't aware of these values, and I wanted to let them know now.
Took it too.
Yeah, and the mayor took it also, and you know that, my goodness, Mayor Goodman, and you too, see, all these people, they watch money very carefully. So homeowners, especially ones in older homes, in the older wards, are encouraged to have this insurance to cover unexpected costs that can be hard on a budget. Service Line Warranties of America is a Better Business Bureau accredited business with an A+ rating. For more information, please call 1-866-922-9006. And then we have some code enforcement situations, and a gentleman that was here today said, I don't know why they come around with their rulers and are measuring the weeds. Well, the reason why we're doing that is because we have lots of high weeds and we can't do anything about it till it hits 8 inches, and then code enforcement will come out, and usually they came out because some of the neighbors complained that 8 inches was getting too high all over your lawn. So property owners, tenants, and business owners have a responsibility in maintaining properties free of high grass, weeds, and dead vegetation and broken limbs to provide a safer and healthier environment. City codes require all lawns to be mowed so that they're not over 8 inches high. So trim all your weeds before they get 8 inches high. Remove all dead trees and shrubs. Trim all trees and bushes next to a sidewalk or a street so that there's an 8-foot clearance for residential streets, or 13 feet 9 inches for main thoroughfares. And we appreciate your help. If you have any questions, please contact Code Enforcement at 702-229-6615. And then lastly, even though I'm getting older on this subject, lastly, August is Women's Equity Day. And having worked at a time when there wasn't much equity for women when I started out, we were either nurses or teachers, and there wasn't much else open for us when we were in college. Excuse me?
Secretaries.
Oh, and yes, you could be a secretary also. But anyway, this August is Women's Equality Month, and so take it, and I say, go, girl, go. That's it. Woo.
Councilman Barlow.
Well, go, girl, go.
Go, girl, go.
Go right ahead, Councilwoman. Run, Councilwoman, run.
Now I get a little tired for that.
Yes, in Ward 5, on August 3rd and 4th, there will be a cheer and dance team tryout at the Doolittle Community Center. And please feel free to reach out to them at 229-6374 from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. The Explosion Cheer and Dance Team will be having a clinic followed by tryouts on August 5th. So the clinic is $5 and is for ages 6 through 17. For more information, once again, please call 229-6374. On August 4th, Coffee with the Councilman. Please join me at the 1925 North Martin Luther King location at Starbucks from 9 a.m. to 10 a.m. to have a conversation and share with me anything that you would like or ask any questions that you would like as well. On August 13th, Ward 5 Back to School Fair, the annual Ward 5 Back to School Fair will take place on Saturday, August 13th from 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. at Lorenzi Park for back to school. We want to make sure that school children ages K through 5 are welcome to receive backpacks full of school supplies, free while supplies last. So please come out early. We're trying to beat the heat, so we're starting early at 8 a.m. So please come on out. We have a lot of vendors and wraparound services to support the families throughout the city of Las Vegas. The event also will feature music, entertainment, games, food trucks, and a splash pad for those young people willing and wanting to play in the newly renovated Lorenzi Park. On August 20th, the original production of Amanda, Power to Us, the Performing and Visual Arts Summer Camp for kids will be performing their original production of Amandala, Power to Us, on Saturday, August 20th at 7 p.m. at the Smith Performing Arts Center. The musical production performance by youth for youth delves into the minds of young people in search of social justice and personal truths through dance, music, and spoken word based on their experiences, highlighting the events of the 1976 Youth Uprising in Soweto, South Africa. Admission is free, but tickets are required, so please log on to my website or the West Las Vegas Arts Center website for more information. August 25th, Flag Football Youth League. The West Las Vegas Flag Football Youth League will have team registration on Thursday, August 25th, and league play begins Wednesday, September 7th. For more information, contact the Doolittle Community Center at 229-6375. August 27th, the grand opening of the ceremonious historic West Side School. The entire public community is invited out. The council, mayor, of course. Saturday, August 27th at 10 a.m. At the historic West Side School at the corner of Washington and D Street. We'll have a grand opening ceremony opening the newly renovated historic West Side School and also celebrating the new tenants that will that we've approved as of today that will be coming into this location. And as always, from a social media standpoint, you may stay in contact with me through Facebook and Twitter. You may find me on Twitter at Ricky Barlow. That's Ricky with an I, Ricky Barlow, as well as Facebook. And of course, the old conventional way is my email, lasvegasnevada.gov/Ward 5, or just calling the office directly at 229-5443. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. That's something. Thank you very much, and Mayor Pro Tem, go.
Thank you, Your Honor, I appreciate it. Say thank you to staff for a wonderful day today. This is the outgoing Northwest Youth Empowerment Council. Actually, it's not the outgoing. Some of those students are coming back. The seniors have graduated and moved on, so students from Centennial, Arborview, Shadow Ridge, or Northwest Tech, if you're interested in serving on the Youth Council, contact your principal and say, hey, I want to go do that. That's a lot of fun. Interesting, school just got out, and school's just getting ready to start up all over again. It's my back-to-school fair at Centennial Hills Park. And then right after that will be the movie in the park, Star Wars: The Force Awakens, in the Centennial Hills Amphitheater. Vendors, if you want to be a vendor, please contact my office. Do you have to give away school supplies? We'll get probably about 4,000 or 5,000 people out for this. This has become a fabulous annual event. That is Friday, this Friday, 6:30 to 9:30. So August 5th, this Friday, Centennial Hills Park, and we'll see you there. And interesting enough, the first day of school is August 29th, 2016. If you have not registered your students for school, please contact the school district at 702-799-6430, especially for zoning if you don't know where your kids are going to school.
Get your shots.
Get your shots. Early registration helps the schools plan for the successful year for all students. So get it done ASAP. I guess you can also go online to ccsd.net/schools/back-to-school/. And our continued partnership with Nevada Child Seekers, Your Honor and council members, we do have a missing young lady. Her name is Destiny Valencia. She's 15 years old, 5'4", 120 pounds. She's Hispanic, last seen July 21st in the area of Mountain Vista and Harmon. She was last seen wearing a black top, black basketball shorts, and gray shoes. She may be carrying a backpack with personal belongings. Any information leading to the whereabouts of this young lady, please contact the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department, 702-828-3111, or Nevada Child Seekers at 702-458-7009. And we do catch these, we do find these kids and bring them back and get them home to families where they need to be. And it's easy to reach me if you want to reach out and touch me. Keep in touch online. You can always go to Las Vegas, Nevada.gov. We have a fabulous new website, /Ward 6, and go cruise around there. My email, Councilman-S. Ross at LasVegasNevada.gov. Of course, the old-fashioned way, 702-229-6154. And have a great week. And I'm going to go catch the Centennial Express back to Centennial.
I hope it's working. Everything else is clogged and stopped. You
That's
know,
why-
the 15 going to California, both lanes,
Both lanes shut down because of what
because there was
happened.
a spill.
Yeah.
But
There
they
was a
didn't
what?
know what,
A
it-
spill?
some truck had some material, I mean, something, either liquid or something. They were unsure of what it was. I don't know, because
Yucca Mountain delivery.
They were trying to sneak it
they'll
through.
send it to us. Okay, concluding this, travel safely, which we know you will on the RTC. Mark your calendars. This is after our next council meeting, by the way, is Wednesday, August 16th at 9 o'clock here in City Council Chambers. Thereafter, August 30th from 8 to 9:30 at Public Us Cafe in downtown Las Vegas. Councilman Coffin and I are having coffee with the mayor, so please make sure it's on the 30th, actually. And it's after the 17th, which is our next meeting, but just to give you, mark your calendars. We have had a lot of birthdays. Palace Station is 40 years old this year. Palace Station, which was the first of the stations. And of course, Catholic Charities is celebrating its 75th anniversary this year. But this weekend is a big happy birthday to Fabulous Caesar's Palace. And believe it or not, the month after it opened, I went to work for the head of the casino, Jerry Zarowitz, and the president of the hotel, Nate Jacobson. And so it was a remarkable time when Caesars was first built, and one of the grand spectaculars that really set off the boom here. And do I have stories to tell you all? Oh, could I write a book about those days? And so the only missing person of that triumvirate was Jay Sarno. And he was the creative genius that really had the thought of it. And it's just a great time. But you're lucky to be alive today, so come celebrate the 50th anniversary of Caesar's Palace. Have a great, great week, and we'll see you on the 17th. And as always, staff, you've been challenged today by the number 64 to 85 or whatever Councilman did to us there. But thank you all. It was a great day. Thank you, staff. Thank you, IT. Thank you, our marshals. Thank you, council. And thank you for support staff.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Make it all great. Have a great, great time. Thank you.
You need
No,
anything, you let me know.
you did great.
Okay,
You
so
did
let me know
great.
if you need
What's
anything.
this? Oh, that's
That's my book.
inside.
Yeah, that's
Okay. Thanks for everything. Thank